Chapter 1778. Not only did Zichun and the others not understand the extreme skinny city master's sudden action, even the two dragon ambassadors were stunned and confused. The extreme skinny city master stood in the air. The energy around him completely transformed into colorful energy. The colorful dragon behind him was extremely shocking. He looked down at the group and said indifferently, "You don't know, right? The former dragon warriors could use the power of the dragon god to fight. Now, our dragon warriors can only be called servants. They can't use the power of the dragon god." The black dragon ambassador's expression changed slightly and said, "So, you've become a real dragon warrior?" "Yes, I can use the power of the dragon god now." The extreme skinny city master looked arrogant. The energy waves he was showing now were indeed stronger than before. The red dragon ambassador looked at the dragon behind him and said, "But you're using the power of the Western dragon god, the mortal enemy of the Eastern dragon god." The extreme skinny city master said, "So what? As long as it can increase my combat power. There's nothing for you two to do here, so hurry up and leave. Otherwise, you'll die." The two of them were shocked. They didn't expect the extreme skinny city master to change his temperament after showing his strongest move. Now, he even wanted to kill the two of them. While the two of them were hesitating, Zichun, who had been quietly watching the scene, said, "Retreating is useless. Unless the two of you leave this world right now, he will definitely kill you to silence you." The two of them looked back at Zichun, confused. Zichun said calmly, "I have a native friend. He's from the Tomb Guardian tribe. Through him, I went to the depths of the dragon tomb. At that time, there was a powerful Western dragon in the tomb. It was going to take everything from the Eastern dragon, but we stopped it halfway. The Eastern dragon gave the inheritance to the Thunder dragon." The two dragon ambassadors listened quietly. Even the extreme skinny city master didn't attack immediately. In the sky, the two dragons were still fighting, and the energy waves kept shaking. At that time, we were lucky. We walked in when the Western dragon was in the middle of devouring. Finally, we found the dragon god Bao and the dragon origin and killed the Western dragon. The extreme skinny city master sneered, "Seems like you do know something about the Tomb Guardian tribe. Only real Tomb Guardians can enter the depths of the dragon tomb." When the two dragon ambassadors heard this, their expressions became extremely complicated. Every tomb keeper was a patriarch of a tribe. They hated invaders even more. If what Zichun said was true, then it was obvious that Zichun didn't have that much enmity towards the natives. In fact, he could be considered a friend of the natives. Zichun nodded and said, "That's right. We entered the dragon tomb and refined the dragon origin to increase our strength. Finally, we destroyed the Western dragon. But this is my version. I think the city lord's version might be another." The extreme skinny city master sneered, "Oh, can you tell which version I am?" A sharp glint flashed in Zichun's eyes as he said, "In your version, it should be the true dragon who gave you the authority to enter the depths of the dragon tomb and take away the dragon weapon and dragon source. However, you didn't kill the Western dragon. Instead, you provided the Western dragon with the help of the dragon origin, allowing it to successfully refine the dragon bone and obtain the true dragon's inheritance." What? When he said this, the two dragon ambassadors' expressions changed greatly. They both looked at the extreme skinny city master in disbelief. If this was true, then the extreme skinny city master did have a reason to silence him. The extreme skinny city master said angrily, "Nonsense. What a load of nonsense." Zichun said, "You know very well whether it is nonsense or not. Helping the Western dragon was the price you paid, and your reward was being able to use the Western dragon's dragon power to fight. Although the current you is barely equivalent to a sector lord, you shouldn't be at your strongest state." The extreme skinny city master didn't speak, but his expression became colder and colder. The expressions of the two dragon ambassadors were both bewildered. The monk stood at the side and listened to the story with interest. The devil ape was expressionless. It obviously didn't understand. As for Dongqing, he looked at Zichun. There seemed to be stars shining in his eyes, as if he was attracted by Zichun's intelligence. "You want to chase the two dragon ambassadors away, not because you are worried about their battle strength after breaking through to Sector Lord, but because you are afraid that they will leave this world after breaking through. You want to keep your secret in front of them, but you will kill them afterward. Before this, you are confident that you can kill the four of us together, but these methods are not enough. So, I guess your last resort should be that rainbow dragon." Looking at the extreme skinny city master's changing expression, Zichun paused and said, "Or should I say, it should be that rainbow dragon, right?" "Rainbow dragon? Western dragon?" The two dragon ambassadors exclaimed and immediately turned their heads to look at the rainbow dragon in the sky. At this moment, the two dragons were still fighting, and the wounds on their bodies were increasing. Zichun smiled faintly and said, "It has already come to this point. Do you think there is any point in continuing to hide? The two of them won't leave anyway." As expected, the two dragon ambassadors said, "We want to see what is going on." The extreme skinny city master stared at Zichun and said coldly, "I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so smart. Forget it. Since you have already guessed it and want to see, I will let you see. Then, you will know what is going on." As soon as he finished speaking, a loud sound came from the sky. The lightning dragon let out a miserable cry and flew backwards. A violent energy exploded, and the rainbow dragon turned into a western dragon. Its body was more than 10,000 meters long, and its body was surging with an extremely violent aura. Didn't you want to see? Are you satisfied with this divine dragon's appearance? The western dragon's laughter came from the sky. The dragon aura that belonged to the western dragon continued to spread, and even caused the realm energy clouds to tremble. At the same time, the extreme skinny city master's aura surged again. The rainbow dragon's aura was not as strong as a sector lord's, but it was more violent than a normal sector lord's. In other words, even a sector lord might not be a match for the extreme skinny city master. Of course, they would not be a match for the western dragon. Such a change completely shocked the two dragon ambassadors. They could not believe that the extreme skinny city master would cooperate with a western dragon, and had the intention to let the western dragon become the master. At the same time, they were glad that Zichun and the others had come. Otherwise, the red dragon and the black dragon together would not be able to defeat the western dragon when it showed its full strength. Similarly, the two of them together would not be able to defeat the current city master. The extreme skinny city master looked at Zichun and sneered, "I have kept this secret for tens of thousands of years. I did not expect you to see through it. Zichun, do you think I should praise you for being smart or for being stupid?" Zichun smiled faintly and said, "Of course I should praise you for being smart, but there are many coincidences. For example, I have entered the dragon's tomb and fought with the western dragon. Then, as smart as you are, you should know that I am going to kill you next, right?" This time, before Zichun could answer, the extreme skinny city master was answered by the trembling of the world Dragon Ball in the distance. In the midst of the trembling, a dragon roar was heard. The dragon roar was loud, sonorous, and full of anger. Everyone could feel the anger in the dragon roar, as well as the strong hatred towards the western dragon. The extreme skinny city master's expression changed, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. Wong. The world spirit clouds in the sky trembled, and the world spirits that had disappeared earlier appeared in the next moment. They lined up neatly like well-trained soldiers. After they appeared, they rushed towards the colorful dragon in the sky. How could this be? The extreme skinny city master looked at the scene in disbelief. Zichun seemed to have expected this, and he was not surprised at all. Along the way, he had seen too many old monsters. Almost every one of them was meticulous, and they would leave behind all kinds of backups. As the ruler of this world, what kind of person was the divine dragon? Since it intended to leave the world Dragon Ball, it must be preparing for the next true dragon. During this period, how could it not consider any abnormal situation? The world spirit's abnormal behavior was obviously one of the backups to prevent any sudden changes. With the appearance of this backup, Zichun was almost certain that neither the extreme skinny city master nor the western dragon would be able to get the world Dragon Ball. The extreme skinny city master seemed to have thought of this as well, and he looked back at Zichun again, his eyes full of hatred. Obviously, Zichun had already known all of this, and he said it with this purpose. Although he was angry that he was tricked, he had absolute confidence, So what if you saw through it? In the face of absolute combat power, all schemes and tricks look so ridiculous. Boom. In the sky, the energy around the Western Dragon was completely violent. As this violent energy surged, the world spirits that rushed forward exploded one after another, turning into pure world spirit chi. These incomparably powerful world spirits were simply nothing before the Western Colossal Dragon. In the blink of an eye, all the world spirits disappeared. The extreme skinny city master said proudly, "How was it?" Zichen shook his head and said, "Not so good." The extreme skinny city master said again, "Well then, kill his dragon." Zichun said, "Your current combat power relies on this dragon. If it dies, you can only be abused. So I still suggest that you take action while you still have the power. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died." "I don't believe that the dragon will die, but I accept your suggestion. Next, you two work together, and I will kill you one by one." The extreme skinny city master glanced at the seriously injured Thunder Dragon and said, "I will deal with this Thunder Dragon as well. As for the dragon, you can go and refine the World Dragon Ball now and become the master of this world." The Western Dragon looked back at the extreme skinny city master and went directly to the World Dragon Ball. The extreme skinny city master grinned and said, "Come and die." Zichen stepped forward and said, "You guys step back, I will do it." At the same time, he looked up at the sky and murmured, "Second brother Domineering Blade, will you be able to see the next scene? P.S. Let's talk a bit more. This book is already at the end, and there are not many chances to talk. I don't remember how long it has been since the last time the website gave a recommendation. It has been almost a year. This time, there is a 3-day recommendation, and you can see it on the homepage. The effect of this recommendation will directly determine whether Leiwu will have better recommendations in the future. The result will determine the future recommendations. The result can be bookmarked, monthly subscription, or subscription. The increase of the subscription of 1 chapter for 9 cents is the most important factor. I hope that the friends here can give Leiwu a chance to apply for an account and bookmark. Even if it is just $1, you can subscribe a few chapters. If $1 is too much, you can subscribe a chapter for 9 cents. Even if one person subscribes a chapter, this may be the last recommendation. I hope that everyone can help. Once the result of the subscription is up, I will take the time to update and thank everyone. Okay. Chapter 1779. Facing the powerful city master, Zichun stepped forward and gestured for everyone to back off. The 2 dragon ambassadors were confused and wondered what he meant. Could it be that he had to face the city master alone? In their opinion, this was an impossible matter because the power displayed by the extreme closed city master was even stronger than ordinary sector lords. Facing such an existence, even a sector lord would have to avoid it, let alone Zichun, who was at the pinnacle of the 9th level realm. However, just as the two were confused, they saw Zichun's friends retreating. Among them, the Golden Dragon ambassadors retreated even faster as if they were running away. Since others don't care about you, why should we care? The 2 dragon ambassadors didn't hesitate and retreated instantly. Zichun stepped forward. The weapon in his hand had been replaced by a long saber with a black scabbard. The city master was surrounded by colorful light as he rushed towards Zichun. His powerful aura shook the heavens and earth. This aura was even stronger than ordinary sector lords. It was suffocating. Zichun's bright eyes didn't look at the city master as if he didn't feel his power. Instead, he looked at the long blade in his hand. In his mind, he recalled the scene when the foreign land collapsed and Ba Dao's soul dissipated. Zichun, this sword-drawing technique is something I obtained by chance. Although it's only a king-level battle skill, once it's fully unleashed, it won't be any weaker than an emperor-level battle skill. It can even kill a sector lord. Unfortunately, I won't be able to see the scene of the sword-drawing technique killing a sector lord in my lifetime. I hope this skill will be able to shine brightly in your hands and kill a sector lord. Definitely. Ba Dao had perished in order to protect Zichun, while Zichun had returned to the Zhanwu continent with serious injuries. Today, although the city master wasn't a sector lord, the power he displayed was already stronger than ordinary sector lords. Attack. Why are you looking at a broken blade? Do you think you can see something special? Seeing that Zichen didn't attack, the Red Dragon ambassador couldn't help but say. At this moment, the city master had already attacked. He held the dragon sword and stabbed forward. A dragon roar resounded. The multicolored sword light tore through space and headed straight for Zichen. At this moment, the extreme closed city master was filled with confidence. Not to mention a mere peak 9th rank, even a sector lord would die in front of him. The expressions of the two dragon envoys changed greatly. Even if they immediately broke through to sector lord, they didn't have the confidence to block this attack. Tyrant's expression also changed. This attack would definitely be able to break through his strongest defense. It might even destroy the dragon armor on his body. The demonic ape's pupils suddenly shrank as it gripped the black rod tightly. Dongqing's face was filled with worry. Zichen still didn't move. In his line of sight, the rainbow sword slowed down again. Clearly, his perception had been disturbed again. This time, his expression did not change at all. His left hand slowly placed the saber hilt in front of him, and his right hand slowly placed on the saber hilt. Waves of yin-yang lightning energy entered the saber through his right hand. Buzz. The hilt of the sword began to tremble, and the originally pitch-black light burst into a dazzling gold and silver light in the next moment. Swoosh. The veins on his right hand protruded as Zichen pulled out the saber directly. The bright gold and silver saber light appeared in everyone's sight. It was like the first ray of light between heaven and earth. It was very bright, but not blinding. When the crowd saw it, they didn't feel any discomfort. When Zichen pulled out the saber, only a saber light appeared. Nothing special. When the Red Dragon envoys and Black Dragon envoys saw this, their anticipation turned into disappointment. They originally thought that this attack would be different, but they didn't expect it to be so simple. However, Dongqing, who was familiar with Zichen's move, widened his eyes in shock and astonishment. Because after Zichen pulled out the saber, only one saber appeared. But this saber had a total of 81 sabers. First, it fused 9 times to become 9 sabers. Then, the 9 sabers fused into one and became a real saber. The saber drawing technique. This was the real saber drawing technique. It was also the strongest saber drawing technique, the pinnacle of the saber drawing technique. On the bright saber light, the gold and silver lights were changing. No terrifying energy could be sensed from it. There was only brightness, and even the speed was very slow. It was this saber that wasn't thought highly of. In the eyes of the crowd, it was moving slowly like a tortoise. At this moment, no one noticed that their eyes fell on this saber. On the contrary, no one paid attention to the extreme proximity city master's saber that seemed more powerful and powerful. Of course, no one noticed that the extreme proximity city master's saber seemed to have become very slow. Under the gaze of the crowd, the bright saber light slowly moved forward and finally fell on the saber. This powerful saber was like a tree branch at this moment. It was easily cut in half by a sharp weapon. During this period, there was no clear sound, but the saber was broken. The dragon soldier was divided into 2. The bright saber light continued to move forward, bringing along a wave of spatial fluctuations, and fell on the extreme proximity city master. The colorful light on his body was instantly cut open by this saber, revealing the pitch-black defensive dragon armor. The saber light continued to move forward like the sharpest weapon in the world. It swept past the dragon armor, the extreme proximity city master's body, and swept towards the 10,000-meter-long western dragon behind the extreme proximity city master. The saber light followed the dragon's body and flew for 10,000 meters. This bright saber light gradually dissipated and finally dimmed. All the light disappeared, and the world returned to normal. Zichen was still standing in the same place, staring at the sheathed saber in his hand. His saber was still in the sheath, and he was also standing in the same place, not moving at all. The scene just now was like an illusion. But was it really an illusion? Of course not. The extreme proximity city master's previous powerful attack disappeared into thin air. He was standing 1 meter away from Zichen. His body was bent forward and completely still. In his hand, the dragon sword was broken in half. The tip of the sword fell off, and the other half was in his hand. When he raised his head to look at the extreme proximity city master again, his eyes were wide open, and his face was frozen in disbelief. There was a thin scratch on his chest. This scratch had completely torn the dragon armor and pierced through the extreme proximity city master's body. What? What kind of move is this? The extreme proximity city master struggled to speak. His voice was dry. Drawing the saber technique? Zichen answered calmly. He looked up at the sky and said, Second brother Ba Dao, I've done the extreme saber technique. Bang! The extreme proximity city master's dragon armor was cut in half and fell from his body. His body was also cut in half in the next moment. Even the image of the Western dragon he had summoned behind him was cut in half. The extreme proximity city master fell down and lost all his vitality. He was dead. He died just like that. The two dragon ambassadors looked at the fallen extreme proximity city master in shock and horror. He, who had shown such a powerful move, was killed by Zichen with one slash. Furthermore, not only did Zichen kill the extreme proximity city master, he also destroyed two dragon weapons. Amidst the shock, the two felt a chill in their hearts. The chill was so deep that they couldn't help but shiver. It was as if they were in 1,000-year-old ice at this moment. Zichen was still at the peak of the 9th rank. He hadn't even comprehended the realm force, but he killed the extreme proximity city master who was stronger than a normal realm lord. It was still a slash. The devil ape stopped holding the black rod. His expression returned to normal, and a hint of admiration flashed through his eyes. After so many years, Zichen was still as powerful as before. Dongqing let out a deep breath. After he relaxed his body, he realized that his body was drenched in cold sweat. It seemed that he was even more nervous than Zichen. He stuck out his tongue embarrassedly and looked around secretly. Fortunately, everyone was stunned by this slash and didn't notice his loss of composure. At the back, Tyrant's eyelids were still trembling. He wasn't afraid of Zichen, but he wasn't convinced by Zichen either. However, he had to admit that the slash just now was really terrifying. It even scared him for a moment, although it was only for a moment. According to Tyrant's prediction, that slash should be able to cut through his strongest defense. It could even shatter his dragon armor. However, whether it could take his life or not was another matter. Although the power of yin and yang is strong, it shouldn't be to this extent. It must be because of that blade and the scabbard. It's just too strange. After the shock, Tyrant's eyes moved around Zichen's body. Zichen looked ordinary, so there was nothing to pay attention to. Then, it had to be the scabbard. As for the long blade, Tyrant had already recognized that it was just a dragon blade. The scabbard and the blade technique. Tyrant's mouth curved into an unnatural smile. He had an idea in his heart. Even if he had to pester Bufong, he had to learn this technique. As for the blade technique, Tyrant had done a lot of research on it. In the past, he had used a blade to chop people for a long time. The extreme skinny city master had fallen, but the scene was as silent as death. Even the giant, colorful dragon that was advancing slowed down for a moment. It was surprised to see the extreme skinny city master die, but it wasn't afraid. At this moment, it was much stronger than the extreme skinny city master. It didn't care about these humans and the thunder dragon. Compared to the other people's shock and disbelief, the giant colorful dragon paused for a moment and then continued to move forward, heading straight for the world dragon pearl. Along the way, all of the world power clouds were shattered, and the world spirits within them were all shattered. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the world dragon pearl. It opened its mouth and bit toward the world dragon pearl. Roar! A dragon roar came out from the world dragon pearl. A strong light was suddenly released from it, turning into a golden light shield. In the light shield, a dragon's shadow stared at the giant colorful dragon angrily. The giant colorful dragon let out a dragon roar that shook the sky. It immediately exerted its strength and bit on the light shield. Cracking sounds kept coming out, and cracks appeared on the light shield. In the end, it exploded with a loud bang. As the defense exploded, the giant dragon proudly bit down, preparing to swallow the world dragon pearl. Unfortunately, it bit empty air. The world dragon pearl was no longer in the light shield. Chapter 1780. Behind the colorful dragon, a true dragon that was 10,000 meters long appeared. This true dragon released dragon might, and lightning flashed on the surface of its body. It was a thunder true dragon, and it was the thunder dragon. To be precise, it was the thunder dragon that swallowed the dragon ball of the world. Just now, the moment the light shield appeared, the dragon ball of the world seemed to have a mind of its own. It teleported away from the light shield and appeared in front of the thunder dragon. The thunder dragon opened its mouth and swallowed the dragon ball effortlessly. After that, the thunder dragon's body changed and the aura around it became more violent. The colorful dragon turned around and saw this scene. It immediately sensed what had happened. It was so angry that its dragon body trembled. It said angrily, "Damn it! How dare you ruin my plan?" Energy surged and the colorful dragon rushed toward the thunder dragon. The thunder dragon swung its tail and the void distorted. The dragon tail instantly arrived in front of the colorful dragon and sent it flying. Seeing this scene, Zichun shook his head. He knew that there was no suspense in the battle anymore. In the thunder dragon's attack, it used very little of its own power. Most of it was the power of the world's precepts. Although the thunder dragon had not completely refined the Dragon Ball, it could still use some of the world's precepts. This should be the trump card that the dragon god left behind. If both sides were true dragons, the winner would get the Dragon Ball and become the ruler of the world. But if the opponent was a Western dragon, the remaining true dragon would get the Dragon Ball and use the world's precepts to kill the colorful dragon. In addition, the pure power of the world in this space was also gathering toward the thunder dragon. Obviously, the thunder dragon was preparing to break through. The attack of the precepts did not hurt the Western dragon. It was obvious how strong its body was. The colorful light surged and the dragon rushed over again. It did not dare to launch a powerful attack at the thunder dragon. Bang! The thunder dragon only glared at the Western dragon. The world's precepts turned into a huge palm and slapped the dragon away again. The two dragon ambassadors did not expect this to happen. After looking at each other, they were ready to break through. At this moment, the two of them were obviously going to kill the Western dragon. "You don't have to do anything." The thunder dragon's voice sounded in the sky. It stopped absorbing the power of the world and rushed toward the Western dragon. The world's rules that came from all directions began to surge. In the end, like layers of a huge net, they directly trapped the Western dragon. Just as the dragon was unable to move, the thunder dragon struck the dragon's head with its claws, instantly turning the dragon's head into a bloody mess. The latter roared in pain, but under the suppression of the rules, not a single sound could be heard. The thunder dragon attacked 4 times in a row, and in addition to the suppression of the world's rules, it finally broke open the other party's head and pulled out the other party's dragon soul. The dragon soul was forcefully pulled out, and the world's laws began to distort. It was like space was being strangled, and the dragon soul's spiritual sense was wiped out. The pure soul was devoured by the thunder dragon. After that, the thunder dragon began to devour the Western dragon's body. Clearly, after devouring it completely, the thunder dragon's physical strength would increase again. One could manipulate the rules of the world, while the other was suppressed by the rules. They were not on the same level at all. A battle of this level was purely bullying. The death of the Western dragon was not surprising at all. This development was completely unexpected. The two dragon envoys looked at each other and saw disappointment and regret in each other's eyes. After thanking Zichun, they turned around and left. Obviously, there was nothing for them to do here. The scene of the extreme Night City Lord's death was still vivid in their minds. At this moment, they could only befriend him and not provoke him. Next, the two began to obediently collect the realm energy, then break through to the realm of Sector Lord and enter the high-level world. Phew! The battle was over, and everyone's tense hearts were completely relaxed. The monk sat down in the void and said, "That was really dangerous." Zichun turned around and glanced at him. He said with a smile that was not a smile, "You think it was dangerous?" The monk said unhappily, "What do you mean? Are you blaming me for not using my full strength?" Zichun said, "Of course not. I just suddenly felt invincible." The monk said in disdain, "Pfft, you think you're invincible? Can you be more shameless? Why don't we compete?" Recalling the blade just now, The monk who was about to say yes immediately shut his mouth. He then curled his lips and said, "Is this the time to compete? If you have the time, why don't you hurry up and collect some realm energy? I still need to go back and break through to the realm of Sector Lord. Speaking of which, it's really boring to stay in the domain realm all the time." Ignoring the monk, Zichun sat down cross-legged and began to recover his energy. He was just scaring the monk. Even if he fought now, he might not be the monk's opponent. However, he was very satisfied with the blade drawing technique. That final blade had indeed surpassed the king realm and reached the emperor realm. At this moment, Zichun was very confident that he could kill an existence that had just entered the realm of Sector Lord. Obviously, this was the true meaning of the battlefield of despair. Moreover, Zichun had yet to connect with his own domain realm. Once he did, his fighting strength would become even stronger. Lei Long not only needed to refine the Western Dragon, but also the Dragon Pearl. At this moment, there were no more movements. Everyone could only stand guard here. The monk could only collect the realm energy nearby. In the entire broken world, the natives who should have left had already left, and the natives who should have returned had already returned. At this moment, in this huge world, only Zichun's group of 4, Lei Long and Shao Kong, were left. Shao Kong was refining those Space King beasts. It was also preparing to reach the peak and become a true Emperor realm. Zichun was still guarding Lei Long. As for the Devil Ape and the monk, they were shuttling between the realm energy clouds to collect them. This was the key to breaking through to the realm of Sector Lord. Naturally, the more the better. As time passed, Lei Long finally swallowed the rainbow dragon. Its entire body was glowing with lightning energy. Its aura was getting stronger. After doing all this, Lei Long didn't continue refining the Dragon Pearl. Instead, it came to Zichun and said, "Master, to completely refine the Dragon Pearl, it will take a long time. I'm preparing to seal this place." Zichun frowned a long time. Lei Long nodded. It could be thousands or tens of thousands of years. This time was too long. Moreover, the flow of time here was originally slow. Zichun didn't have much time to wait here. Lei Long was very clear about this point. Hence, it said, "After refining the Dragon Pearl, I still need to fix the laws of this world. Master can leave first." In this case, the two sides were going to separate. Lei Long walked on his own path. Although he was reluctant, this was Lei Long's path. Zichun could only give his blessings. He nodded and said, "This is also good. Master, please give me the dragon weapons." Lei Long said again, "All of them?" "The few commonly used ones." Zichun took out 3 dragon weapons. They were the Divine Dragon Bow, Dragon Spear, and Dragon Blade. Lei Long took the 3 dragon weapons and said, "Give me the dragon armor too." Zichun gave the dragon armor to Lei Long and didn't ask for the reason. Lei Long took the initiative to explain, "I can refill the dragon armor with realm energy and turn it back into an emperor weapon. Moreover, with the addition of pure realm energy, their power will become stronger. However, that's only for this world. Once they return to the Zhanwu continent, because they are products of a different world, although they will still be emperor weapons, they can only be considered the weakest emperor weapons." If those realm lords heard this, they would definitely be envious. It should be known that an emperor weapon required a lot of materials. Some people had high potential and could break through to the realm lord level, but they didn't have an emperor weapon. Thus, their battle strength was greatly reduced. When the people of the Wang family had bribed Meng Shi, they had only given him a piece of emperor-grade material. An emperor weapon in the outside world could definitely cause a war. Monk, who had just returned, heard Lei Long's words and hurriedly flew over. He said, "Lei Long, there's also mine." As he spoke, Monk took out 3 weapons. One was the demon-subduing pestle, one was a long blade, and the dragon armor on his body. Lei Long looked at Monk helplessly. Monk immediately said, "Our relationship is very close, right? You have to treat us equally." Lei Long had no choice but to take away the 2 dragon weapons. As for the demon-subduing pestle, Lei Long didn't have the means to transform it. Then, Tyrant and Dong Qing took out 2 items each. After Lei Long took away the weapons, Zichun asked, "Is it very difficult to transform the dragon weapons?" Lei Long shook his head and said, "It's not that difficult. However, It requires the use of the power of laws and the realm force. It will take a long time. Zichen pondered for a moment and said, then it shouldn't be a problem for each of us to have one, right? Lei Long asked, including everyone? Yes, including the Dark Mantle and the others. Although the Dark Mantle and the others were dead, their families were still alive. As brothers, they had to take care of each other. Lei Long hesitated for a moment and said, it's not a big problem. Then let the dragon weapons level up first. I'll go back and ask them to come over. Oh right. Will the seal close again? I can already control the seal. Zichun displayed his extreme speed and flew towards Jijin. At this moment, Jijin was extraordinarily lively again, because those late 9th level existences had all returned. After returning, apart from a portion of them going into seclusion, some of them were still fighting. As for the reason for fighting, it was to become the new city lord. When Zichen arrived, the battle had already come to an end. A late 9th level expert had become the new city lord. He said loudly, from now on, I, Lanfo, will be the real city lord. From now on, Jijin will be under my jurisdiction. This was the city lord that was chosen through fighting. Everyone present was very convinced. The new city lord said again, from today on, I will strictly manage Jijin City. I also have new arrangements for the dragon boats. Next, I promise that no invader will be able to reach here alive. What's more, there won't be an invader controlling a true dragon. I promise that as long as an invader comes, I will make him. However, before the new city lord could finish his words, a shout came from afar. Zichan is back. Chapter 1781. Who was Zichan? He was a lightning dragon envoy and also an invader. Lanfo, who had been speaking freely, had a drastic change in expression when he heard this. Back then, Zichan could even kill an expert with the power of the 6th level world, let alone him, who was merely in the later stage of the 9th level. Lanfo turned around and saw Zichan's figure. He flew towards him without any hesitation. His heart trembled, and he almost fell from the high platform. Below the high platform, many people saw Lanfo's expression, and they couldn't help but look at him with disdain. Just a moment ago, he was talking loudly and shamelessly. Now that he saw Zichan, he was so scared that his legs turned to jelly. There were also some people who were happy to watch the show. They wanted to see how Zichan would deal with Lanfo. Unfortunately, their wish didn't come true. Zichan didn't even look at Lanfo and went straight to his original residence. He ignored him. Everyone looked at Lanfo again and realized that he wasn't angry. Instead, he looked happy. Obviously, he knew the consequences of provoking Zichan. Hence, he didn't feel that he had lost face. Zichan came to his residence and said loudly, "You guys, come out quickly." The door opened and Manshur and the others walked out. However, when they saw that only Zichan had returned, their faces changed. Shuntian asked, "Where are the others?" "Don't worry. They are all intact. Follow me." They didn't ask for the reason. They flew up and followed Zichan out of Extreme Gene. When they saw Zichan appear with the invaders again, everyone was stunned. Didn't they say that the invaders were all dead? Why were they still alive? Everyone didn't understand, but they didn't dare to ask. They could only watch as Zichan and the others left. Returning to where Lei Long was, Manshur and the others took out their dragon weapons and let Lei Long level up. When they found out that Lei Long had such a method, everyone was excited for a long time. There's still a long time. During this time, I'll remove everyone's authority. As soon as Lei Long finished speaking, a world law fell on everyone. Then, everyone's body shook, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Manshur said excitedly, "Thunder Dragon. When Zichan said you had become a ruler, I didn't believe him. Now, I do." Lei Long smiled embarrassedly and said, "This is just borrowing the power of the Dragon Pearl. I don't have such a method for the time being." It turned out that Lei Long had already granted them the authority to enter the domain world without paying any price. The domain world was the foundation of all domains. The instant it reappeared, everyone could clearly feel that their battle strength had increased without limit. A long time had passed, and when they entered the domain world again, everyone felt as if a lifetime had passed. Everyone's face was filled with uncontrollable excitement. Everyone seemed to be impatient as they disappeared one after another and entered their own domains. Of course, this included Zichun. His domain world was special to begin with, and it was almost perfect. Now that he had entered, what he saw was a whole new world. At this moment, because Zichun had broken through to the peak of the 9th level, this world had grown to its true limit. Its area was so vast that it could not be measured with accurate numbers. The moment he felt the domain world again, as long as Zichun's world did not collapse, Zichun's energy would be inexhaustible. All kinds of spiritual energy and world laws floated in the air in the entire world. At a glance, this was a complete world with all kinds of world laws. However, under the control of Zichun's mind, this world would produce a powerful destructive aura. This was the destruction law that Zichun had comprehended. The destruction law was the product of the fusion of all the world laws in this world. Currently, the entire world was still filled with domain power. But when this energy transformed into realm power, Zichun would become the realm master. At this moment, the entire world had reached its limit and was no longer expanding. If it changed again, it would be a qualitative change. If it was in normal times, it would take a long time to change. Some 9th level domains would never be able to change their domain world again in their lifetime. However, this place was filled with world energy. It was much easier for one to comprehend world energy. As Zichun opened his mind, the door to the entire world opened, and a huge suction force appeared out of thin air. The realm power from the outside world was constantly converging toward Zichun's domain world and merging into it. However, this was just a simple accommodation, and it was not time to truly comprehend it yet. While absorbing the world energy, Zichun was carefully comprehending the world energy. He wasn't purely refining it. Instead, he was comprehending the world energy that belonged to him. Realm power was a higher level power, and it could be considered a higher level of rule power. The moment the realm power was formed, the corresponding attribute of the realm power would be one's own rule power. For example, Zichun comprehended the destruction law, so when Zichun became the realm master, his realm power would have a pure destruction attribute. Under normal circumstances, the more singular the rule power was, the easier it was to comprehend realm power and the easier it was to break through. In a situation like Zichun's, where many kinds of rule power were fused into one, it would be very difficult to successfully comprehend realm power. In the outside world, this would be Zichun's biggest bottleneck. But now, with a lot of realm power and in addition to being in Zichun's own domain world, he could completely break down the realm power and forcefully analyze the reason why it was formed. Analyzing bit by bit, this process was relatively long, but fortunately, Zichun had time now. First, it was the 5 elements power. Zichun analyzed the realm power of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Then, it was the 5 elements power. Finally, it was the natural force. It was easy to say, but the process was actually very complicated. If Zichun did not have this opportunity, it would take him more time to reach the sky in one step than it would take to comprehend the rule power. But now, the realm power of a world was presented in front of him, and the secrets of the entire world were completely revealed in front of him. It was like looking at the answer to a question. Everything became easier and easier to understand. Time continued to pass, and Zichun had completely grasped the natural rule power. At this moment, he could also evolve the natural force. But if Zichun chose to comprehend it now, it would only be the natural force that would grow in the future. Therefore, Zichun needed to temporarily put down the natural force and begin to comprehend the true and false, good and evil, black and white, and so on. It was equivalent to walking the path that Zichun walked in the past, and now he had to walk it again. Relatively speaking, the other's speed was much faster. As a mountain spirit, Manshur was considered one of the higher life forms. He naturally comprehended his own mountain spirit realm power, and then comprehended a layer of realm power at the fastest speed. Shangguanhong also comprehended the natural rule power very quickly. Her body released a green light of life, and a layer of realm power began to surround her. It could be said that with this pure realm power, the speed at which everyone comprehended the realm power was even faster than refining the space beast core. Shuntian Dao, fortune teller, devil ape, monk, and the others also comprehended a layer of realm power one after another. According to the level of this world, they were level 1 dragon warriors. After having a start, everyone's speed of comprehension became much faster. When they comprehended the second layer, Zichen's realm power was still not at the entry level. Seeing that Zichen was still not at the entry level, Monk pretended to be concerned, but he was very proud in his heart. Overall, he was still the smarter one. Moreover, the second layer of realm power had increased his combat strength by a lot. He was now confident that he could block Zichen's slash. On this day, Monk successfully reached the third layer. He suppressed the joy in his heart and walked in front of Zichen, asking, "What's wrong? You haven't made any progress yet." Zichen opened his eyes and shook his head. He had already comprehended a lot of realm power, but he couldn't comprehend it successfully because of the destruction. Hee, don't be discouraged. Don't we still have a long time? You've been under too much pressure recently, and you're too tired. It's best if you can rest. Monk suppressed the joy in his heart and said with concern. Zichen nodded and also felt that he should rest. He remembered that when he was comprehending the natural rule power, he was constantly traveling and meditating. As for the so-called destruction, it was only a momentary epiphany. Monk chuckled and said, "Since we have nothing to do, why don't we exchange some pointers?" Zichen was stunned and asked, "How?" He was still thinking about the realm power in his heart, wondering if this was something that could be comprehended by exchanging pointers. Let's exchange some cultivation experience. For example, take you as an example. I saw you play with the blade quite well last time. That swishing posture was really cool. What was that move of yours? You're talking about the blade drawing technique, right? Monk immediately nodded and said, Yes, it's the action of drawing the blade. It's really cool. Why don't you teach me a few moves? I'll be cool too." Zichen looked at the monk with disdain and said, "You're a monk? So who are you trying to show off to? You're a nun. Don't be fooled by that move of yours. It's a simple move, but it's actually a result of my many years of experience and comprehension." Monk said unhappily, "You don't know what kind of comprehension I have. If you don't believe me, teach it to me. I'll see if I can comprehend it." The disdain in Zichen's eyes deepened. He knew exactly what the monk was thinking. Zichen, who had wanted to mock him, suddenly thought of something and said, "Oh, now that you mention it, I remember now. Isn't it just the blade drawing skill? It's easy to teach you. I'll even pass on my insights to you." Monk's eyes immediately lit up. He nodded and was about to agree, but at the next moment, he pretended not to care and said, "Zichen, I know you too well. How can you be so kind?" Zichen smiled faintly and said, "I'm helping a friend. There's nothing to be kind about, but I do need your help with something." Monk asked suspiciously, "What is it? Speak." Zichen glanced at Tyrant with excitement in his eyes and said, "Didn't I get the first 3 words of the 6-syllable Sanskrit mantra? Tell me the last 3 words and I will teach you the blade drawing technique." Chapter 1782. The 6 words were the real great divine sense of Buddhism. It was really famous in the world. Zichen had been lucky enough to get the 6 words and was able to use it through his own method. He had always been envious of the other 6 words. Today, after seeing the monk's action, Zichen thought that this was an opportunity. Zichen knew the monk very well. In the monk's eyes, there was nothing in the world that couldn't be traded. Not to mention the divine sense of Buddhism. As long as the benefits were big enough, he would even give up his life. Of course, when the benefits were big enough, Zichen and the others were also people that the monk could betray at any time. But what Zichen didn't expect was that the monk's reaction after hearing his words was very big. He opened his eyes wide and looked at Zichen in disbelief, saying, "What did you say? You want the 6 words mantra?" The monk's expression made Zichen feel that something was wrong, so he didn't continue to speak. But the monk soon showed a bitter expression. He pointed at Zichen and said, "Zichen, you and I have known each other for thousands of years. I have always treated you as a brother that I could risk my life for. I just asked you a few questions about the drawing skill, but you took the opportunity to ask me for the 6 words mantra. What do you think the 6 words mantra of Buddhism is? A roadside combat skill? Or do you think your drawing skill is a supreme skill? The 6 words mantra is a divine sense, a real great divine sense of Buddhism. It can be used to fly over roofs and vault over walls, to change one's appearance, to cover the sky and the sun. And 2. The monk's words obviously woke the others up, and they all looked at him. The monk was even more energetic and said to the crowd, "Hey, come here and listen. I asked Zichun some questions about techniques, but I didn't expect that he would ask me for the 6 words mantra. Have you ever heard of the 6 words mantra, the most powerful divine sense of Buddhism in the universe?" The crowd nodded blankly. They had never heard of the 6 words mantra, but it was definitely very famous. It was like the Thunder Tribe's 9 deaths. Anyone with a little knowledge would have heard of it. "Look, you've all heard of it before, but Zichun actually wants to use a few techniques in exchange for my universe invincible Buddhist supremacy." Zichun hurriedly waved his hand and said, "All right, stop it. Pretend I didn't say anything. I was just asking out of curiosity. Is there a need to cause such a huge commotion? Speaking of which, apart from the saber drawing technique, I also intend to teach you 2 body tempering techniques unique to the Lightning Clan. Together with a perfect body, it can make your body stronger and make your invincible defense even more invincible." The monk waved his hand and flatly refused. "No matter what you say, it's useless in front of me. If you want the 6-syllable mantra, you can forget about it for the rest of your life, Zichun. This is the integrity of a Buddhist disciple, and this is also the loyalty of a Buddhist disciple. Even if you are my life and death brother, I still can't go against the will of Buddha." The monk spoke with a strong sense of righteousness. This caused Dongqing's impression of the monk to change greatly. Who would have thought that this monk, who didn't look like a monk, would be able to say such words at this moment? From the looks of it, this monk was quite extraordinary. The others also had a change in their impression of the monk because of this sentence. They felt admiration for him. Only Demon Ape swept a glance at the monk and curled its lips in disdain. Indeed, the monk's expression changed the next moment. He changed the topic and said, "However, since you have already spoken, if I don't teach you anything, it will make me appear very stingy. And once Buddha learns of this, he will also blame me for being stingy. Zichun, you have an imposing appearance, but you have a fatal flaw. It's the Arhat golden body. I can teach you the complete version of the Arhat golden body, which is also the Buddhist golden body. It will show Buddha's benevolence, and equality for all." The monk said these words without blushing or panting. His voice was sonorous and forceful. He spoke righteously and with a strong sense of righteousness. Everyone was dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, he had said that he would never make a deal due to his integrity and loyalty. Now, he was talking about benevolence and equality, taking the initiative to negotiate a deal. Shameless. He's indeed shameless. At that moment, the 3 women kept shaking their heads. Their impression of the monk instantly plummeted. Talent. Talent. A true talent. Manshur stared at the monk with widened eyes, his face filled with admiration. Manshur had seen shameless people in the past, but it was the first time he had seen someone as shameless as the monk. If shamelessness was divided into realms, then the monk had obviously reached the Grandmaster level. He was so shameless that he didn't even blush or pant. Moreover, he could even put on a righteous look. "Hi. Really hi. You said that my golden body of Arhat has a flaw." Zichun narrowed his eyes and looked at the monk. He remembered that he had obtained the complete inheritance. Of course, the golden body of Arhat is also known as the golden body of Buddhism. It is a true divine ability. It has 100% of the original body's combat power. Have you ever had it? Zichun shook his head. Although his clone was very strong, it wasn't strong enough to be compared to the original body. After that, the 2 of them stayed at the side and whispered. It was unknown what they were discussing. Soon, the 2 of them laughed. In the end, the monk said, "Go to your world." Then, the 2 of them turned into streams of light and disappeared. After arriving at Zichun's world, the monk released his spiritual sense and sighed, as expected of an existence who has comprehended dozens of laws. According to this discovery, your world is very likely to develop into a perfect world. Zichun said proudly, "Is this very rare? It has to be a perfect world." The monk's eyes flashed with a strange light. "It is very rare, but it's also very regrettable." "What's there to regret? It's a pity that because of this world, You will stay in the realm of Sector Lord for too long. Perhaps you won't be able to break through for the rest of your life. Monk, you're cursing me to not be able to break through. Zichen glared at the monk. His words were filled with dissatisfaction. The monk glanced at Zichen and said, "If I'm not wrong, the reason why you can't comprehend the power of a world is purely because of the laws you comprehended back then. After 9 layers of world power, it will become a complete world power, which is the power of a Sector Lord. At that time, you are a true Sector Lord. In this realm, you are already 1 step slower than others. Next, when your world power grows to 9 layers, you will be known as the small perfection of a Sector Lord, and 99 layers will be known as the great perfection of a Sector Lord." This was the first time Zichen heard about the division of realms of Sector Lords. After thinking for a moment, he said, "If it's just a difference in numbers, then it seems that I won't be at a disadvantage." "I'm not done yet." Tyrant changed the topic and said, "However, the great circle of the Sector Lord realm is only the beginning. It's just the addition of realm energy. For some Sector Lords who have the opportunity, it's very easy to reach. However, the following empty realm is countless times more difficult. That's when spiritual energy completely evolves into realm energy, and this difficulty is determined by the size of the Sector Lord's world." Zichen's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately said, in other words, if the other party's world is small, it's easy to complete the transformation and promotion. If the world is big, then it will take a long time. That's right. If your world is only 3,000 square meters, the time it will take is naturally very short. But if your world is 3 million square meters, the time it will take is naturally immeasurable. Just now, I scanned your world with my spiritual sense. 3 million square meters of your world might not be enough, so you may not be able to break through to the empty realm in your lifetime. The monk's words brought a lot of pressure to Zichen. If that was the case, then the distance between the two sides would naturally be far greater. Among the cultivators, humans were good at managing the domain world, striving to increase their combat power to the greatest extent. However, those higher life forms did not need to do so. They only needed to sleep at the critical moment of their growth to break through. During this period, they would not deliberately manage the world. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the domain world of higher life forms was very small, but it was very special, as if it was tailor-made. If they were at the same level, Zichen's domain world would be hundreds or thousands of times larger than that of higher life forms. That also meant that if they were at the same level, his breakthrough time would be hundreds or even thousands of times longer than that of higher life forms. At the thought of this problem, Zichen felt a little headache. His future was destined to be difficult and bumpy. However, Zichen quickly shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I haven't taken the last step yet. Isn't it unnecessary to think about other things? All right, you monk, you don't have to deliberately squeeze me. Now, I'll teach you the body tempering technique." Zichen first taught the monk the body tempering technique, and then taught him the sword drawing technique. The body tempering technique was no longer of much use to Zichen now, because the 9-star Thunder King physique had reached the true limit. One more step, and he would need to cultivate the Thunder King physique. As for the sword drawing technique, although the last ultimate move could be compared to an emperor-level battle skill, this prerequisite was that in addition to the cultivation method, the scabbard was also an essential item. These 2 items could be exchanged for a set of truly great magical powers. Zichen would not lose out at all. On the other side, the monk was also immensely complacent. The so-called Buddhist golden body was actually another name for the Arhat golden body. Although the golden body Zichen obtained was not complete, the difference was not too big. He did not even need to deliberately add anything. As long as he explained a few key points, the monk would be able to comprehend it on his own. This was purely a gift to the Buddha with borrowed flowers. He could also obtain 2 great techniques, so why not? Both of them had their own plans, so they smoothly finished explaining to each other. After all, the Thunder King physique was still somewhat useful to the monk, which made him very satisfied. However, without the scabbard, he could not use the sword-drawing technique, which hurt the monk's heart. Inadvertently, his gaze fell on Zichen, and his eyes rolled in their sockets. "Let me tell you, don't try to trick me. I know this move now, and I'll have to rely on it in the future. "You're really shabby to be like this." The monk glanced at Zichun in disdain and disappeared from his domain world. Zichun, who had decided to relax, sat cross-legged and began to comprehend the Buddhist golden body, preparing to comprehend a clone that was comparable to the original body. Originally, he had always thought that creating two clones, one gold and one silver, was the limit. However, after the monk's explanation, he realized that he was wrong. The real golden body was the same as his own. That was the real limit. As for creating two clones, it could be considered as weakening the clone's power. It could only be considered a second-grade clone. Moreover, the Buddhist golden body was more useful for clones. Zichun, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly flashed and a figure appeared beside him. Then, the figure changed again, turning into 4, and then 8. In the blink of an eye, there were thousands of clones around Zichun, standing in various places. These clones were not strong, but each of them exuded the same aura as the original body. If one did not have a unique eye technique, it would be difficult to distinguish them. Swoosh! After all the clones disappeared, there was only one Zichun left besides Zichun. At this moment, even if one had an eye technique, they might not be able to see through the two Zichuns. Chapter 1783. As time passed, Zichun still hadn't comprehended the destructive realm power, but the others had been improving. The gap between the two sides was getting bigger and bigger. Zichun knew that this kind of thing couldn't be rushed. Fortunately, he completely gave up on this kind of comprehension and began to travel through this world. His goal was very simple. Before leaving, he wanted to collect more realm power so that he could use it in the future. Now that he had the domain world, Zichun's battle strength had increased by many times. Those realm spirits were nothing in front of him. The domain world opened, and a powerful suction force appeared. The suction force turned into a black hole that forcefully swallowed everything around, including the clouds and realm spirits, into the world. After collecting day and night, Zichun finally heard Lei Long's voice transmission. He turned into a stream of light and returned. After returning, Zichun saw that everyone's faces were filled with surprise and excitement. Each of them was holding the former dragon weapon in their hands. This dragon weapon didn't seem to have changed much from the original one. It was like a failed upgrade product. However, seeing Zichun return, Tyrant smiled proudly. He intentionally transferred the realm power into the dragon weapon. Buzz. The dragon weapon trembled slightly and released a powerful aura. This was the aura of a real realm lord. It instantly spread out. This feeling was no less than when facing the extreme closed city lord. This made Zichun's eyes flash with a bright light. "Zichun, do you dare to fight?" Tyrant held the imperial weapon dragon saber and stared at Zichun. Buddhist light surged around him. "Idiot!" Zichun glanced at Tyrant and went straight to Lei Long. "Are you afraid?" "Haha, I didn't expect you, Zichun, to be afraid." Tyrant laughed proudly. At this moment, he was definitely stronger and more terrifying than the extreme closed city lord. An imperial weapon was already so powerful when activated with realm power. If it was activated with complete realm power, it might be able to fight across realms. "You think too highly of yourself." Zichun didn't bother to pay attention to Tyrant and went to Lei Long. The latter gave all the remaining weapons to Zichun. There were a total of 7 offensive weapons and 5 defensive dragon armors. After taking the weapons, Zichun said, "Thank you for your hard work." "Zichun, answer me directly. Do you dare to fight?" Tyrant's provocative voice sounded again. Zichun glanced at the monk, but did not answer. Without sensing the realm energy, Zichun couldn't unleash the power of the sovereign weapons. Even if he had the domain world now, he might not be a match for the monk who had 2 sovereign weapons. Obviously, the monk had seen through this, which was why he kept provoking him. If it was a few days ago, before he obtained the Emperor armament, he might not have dared to be so impudent. Taking the weapon, the thunder dragon soared into the sky, raised its head, and let out a resonant dragon roar. This dragon roar reverberated throughout the entire realm force world and even reached extreme Gene. After that, it continued to spread until it reached the battlefield of despair, causing ripples in the world. All of the living beings who heard this dragon's roar prostrated themselves on the ground with horror in their eyes. the expressions of the humans and outsiders changed drastically. This was because they sensed a message from this dragon's roar at the same time. This message represented the return of the king. The dragon's roar reverberated throughout the world. The first to change were all the tomb keepers. The outer area of the dragon tomb that was still in good condition suddenly had the power of law's fall. They formed seals that completely sealed the dragon tomb. In the deepest part of the dragon tomb, where the dragon origin was, flames burned. These flames emitted a strong life force, and the shadow of a dragon became clearer and clearer. Finally, a mini true dragon jumped out, and a tender and clear dragon's roar reverberated throughout the dragon tomb. The mini true dragon was awakened by the dragon's roar. In an instant, many true dragons were resurrected in all of the intact dragon tombs. In addition to the changes in the dragon tomb, the laws of the entire battlefield of despair were also quietly changing. These changes could not be seen for the time being, but as time passed, the final results would be revealed. Obviously, these changes were more beneficial to the natives and more effective against the invaders. Master, take care. Everyone, take care. After saying goodbye, the thunder dragon turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared. Next, it would refine the dragon pearl. When it reappeared, it would be the true ruler of this world. After the thunder dragon left, Zichun and the others who had collected enough realm power also left. The crowd left this world and arrived at the original location of the seal. As they looked up, they saw that the seal was closing by itself. After the seal closed, the entire world was still isolated. The 9-layer realm power was the limit of all natives. Let's go. It's time to go back, Zichun said as he retracted his gaze from the seal. Yes, it's time to go back. We haven't been home for a long time. Shangguan Hong could not help but sigh. Too many things had happened in this battlefield of despair. Although they had reached the realm they had dreamed of and even obtained an imperial weapon, they could not relax. Everyone was very tired from the constant fighting. Go home. Zichun was slightly stunned, but he was also touched. Everyone could go home, but where was his home? He had not found the way home yet. Even if he found it, he could not go back. The most important thing now was to find the others. In this world full of dangers, accidents could happen to anyone. If they could find someone earlier, they would be able to reduce the danger by a little. At this moment, Zichun really wanted everyone to stay in Tianwu continent. That way, although the increase in realm would be slow, the danger would be reduced by a lot. Where are we going now? Go back directly. Manshur asked. Let's go to Extreme Gene first. The crowd arrived at Extreme Gene again. When they saw the group of invaders again, it shocked Extreme Gene. When the city lord heard the news, he was so scared that he hid in the city lord's mansion and refused to come out. Zichun could only go to the city lord's mansion personally. When he came to the city lord's mansion for the third time, the city lord was replaced by a weak existence. When the latter saw Zichun and the monk together, he concealed the surprise in his eyes. He quickly went forward and bowed humbly. He did not have the appearance of a city lord at all. I'm here because I have 2 things to tell you. Zichun explained the purpose of his visit. Please tell me. As long as I can do it, I will do it. Lanifo nodded and bowed. The first thing is that the seal has closed on its own. However, there is no need to deliberately find a way to break the seal. When the time is right, the seal will open on its own and the new ruler of the world will descend again. Lan Fo's eyes widened. He was so shocked that he forgot to put on a humble appearance. The second thing is that the 9 dragon boats are not allowed to go to the battlefield of despair. Lan Fo, who was still in shock, was frightened when he met Zichun's cold gaze. He nodded and said, Okay, definitely. Zichun got up and walked out of the hall. You are leaving now. The food is ready. Why don't you have a meal before you leave? Lan Fo followed him back. No need. After leaving the city lord's mansion, Zichun met Chi Tai. The latter was still in the late 9th level. He could not leave without breaking through. You are going back. Seeing Zichun and the others, Chi Tai came forward. He was not so reserved. Yes, it's time to go back. Take care. Zichun patted Chi Tai's shoulder and took out a small cloth bag and handed it to him. After watching Zichun and the others leave, Chi Tai opened the small cloth bag. He was stunned when he saw the many supreme-grade king-level beast pills in the bag. The resources here were enough for him to advance to the 9th level of the world. When he looked up again, Zichun and the others had disappeared. He could only murmur, "Thank you. I wish you a safe journey." Outside Extreme Gene, there were new boatmen in charge of the Dragon Bone boats. Zichun rented the fastest Dragon Bone boat and was the first to board. Manshur and the others followed. But then they turned back and saw the motionless demon ape and the monk. Everyone was stunned. Zichun asked curiously, "Why? Are you not leaving?" "Of course we are, but we are not going the same way," the monk said. "What do you mean? Meeting you this time was purely an accident, but we have other things to take care of when we return." Zichun could understand this. For example, he could not leave with the monk and had to return to Shuntian Prefecture. Parting was always sad. Even Zichun, the monk, and the demon ape, who had lived for thousands of years, were no exception. Umitba, benefactors, take care. Benefactor Zichun, come find me after you are done with your trivial matters. I am in Yangtian City of Yangtian Prefecture in Yangtian Region. Zichun wanted to joke about why he should look for a bald donkey to ease the atmosphere of parting. But the next moment, the monk said, "We are not far from Ethereal City." Zichun's expression changed. He nodded solemnly and said, "I will be there." "Is it Ethereal City of Ethereal Path?" the fortune teller asked curiously. "Yes." After the monk said that, he turned into a golden light and jumped onto the second Dragon Bone boat. "I will rush to Ethereal City as soon as possible." The demon ape only said this before flashing onto the third dragon boat. After that, the 3 dragon boats moved forward according to the guidance. After traveling for a while, the 3 dragon boats changed direction and then parted ways. Zichun stood at the bow of the boat, silent. Zichun, who had always been good at suppressing his emotions, was obviously in a mood at this moment. He was nervous, excited, and worried. Finally, he heard the name Ethereal City. At the same time, another name emerged from the bottom of his heart. Su Mingyao. She was dressed in white and had a gentle and picturesque figure. She was kind to others and would never raise her voice. Even when she was angry, her voice was still soft and gentle. At that time, Zichun was just an ordinary outer disciple, while she was a fairy among all the inner disciples. He could only look at her from afar. In the past, he was still working hard to enter the inner sect. He was so self-abased that he did not even dare to accept Lin Shui's kindness, let alone expect anything else. If it were not for Zhao Can, Zichun might have been mediocre all the time. But in the end, fate played a trick on them, which made them inseparable. Zichun looked up at the sky and murmured, "I don't know if you are well, if you are all well. If you are well, the sky will be clear. If you are not, the sky will change." In the past, he did not have the ability to cross the continent to find her. Now, Zichun, who was only one step away from becoming a realm lord, had the qualification. "Wait for me." Zichun closed his eyes and expelled everything about Su Mingyao from his mind. His mood calmed down again. Chapter 1784. The onlookers saw the battle scene. To be precise, it was actually a siege battle. "It's them." Seeing the besieged people, Zichun was obviously stunned, and his face was full of surprise. The 2 of them are actually still alive. Seeing the 2 people on the battlefield, Manshur and the others were also shocked. These 2 were the first and second on the king's list, Yuan Jia and Yuan Hua. The 2 of them directly jumped off the dragon boat because of the pressure, so they didn't hear about the space behemoth. The first appearance of the space behemoth almost made Zichun and the others suffer a big loss. They didn't expect that the 2 brothers could survive in the turbulent space. At this moment, the 2 of them were facing a siege of a group of supreme-grade space behemoths. The 2 sides cooperated very well, and with every move they made, they attacked one after another. The 2 of them looked very relaxed, but at this moment, they looked vigilant, as if they were still distracted by their surroundings. They are really a pair of twins. The difference is too big. Seeing the 2 of them from afar, everyone was very surprised. Because the 2 brothers, one of them was as violent as fire, while the other was as cold as ice. They were 2 completely opposite attributes. Although it was the first time he saw them, Zichen could guess this from what the two of them said before, so he was not surprised. The two brothers, who were very dangerous to them in the past, were no longer a threat now. "Hey, you two, are you willing to go back to the battlefield of despair with us?" Zichen shouted at the two brothers from afar. Although the two of them were not friends, they were not enemies either. He would help them if he could. The two of them immediately turned around and saw Zichen on the dragon bone boat, and a touch of joy immediately appeared on their faces. "We've been set up. Come and help," the one who was either the older brother or the younger brother shouted. "I'll do it." Manshur stepped on the dragon bone boat with one foot and directly jumped off the dragon boat. Usually, with the demon ape around, he almost couldn't get a chance to be the first to attack. Now, he could finally show off. When the two brothers saw Manshur jump out, their expressions changed and they said, "Don't be careless. There may be a big guy hiding in the dark." Manshur laughed loudly and said, "No matter how big the guy is, I can deal with it." As soon as he finished speaking, he teleported and appeared beside the two brothers. At the same time, the energy in his body surged, and a powerful force spread out in all directions. The surrounding spatial behemoths were immediately forced back by this power. Feeling the strength of this power, the two brothers' expressions changed instantly. Right at this moment, an obscure spatial fluctuation appeared. The corners of Manshur's mouth carried a wisp of a faint smile as he immediately turned around, and the spiked club in his hand emitted a terrifying aura. Clearly, Manshur had the intention to show off and directly used his realm energy. As a result, he who was standing beside the two brothers was like a primordial beast in their eyes. They lost their self-control and cried out in unison, "Realm Lord!" Boom! The mace smashed down, causing the void to explode. A Space King beast showed up and stared in horror at the mace that was heading straight for its head. It wanted to dodge, but the space that it could control as it pleased had lost its effect today. Not only did it not listen to its commands, it even suppressed it. Bang! The sound of flesh exploding rang out as the Space King beast's head was smashed into pieces by the mace, and it was completely dead. The two brothers were so shocked that they could not say a word. As for the surrounding spatial behemoths, after sensing Manshur's realm energy, they immediately hid and fled. You've become a realm lord?" Yuan Jia, who was emitting blazing energy, looked at Manshur and asked in disbelief. Manshur put away his mace, and the violent aura around him disappeared. He smiled at the two brothers and said, "Not yet. It's just the second realm energy." "Then how did you do it?" Yuan Hua asked. "Let's ask Zichen on the ship. I can't explain it clearly." Manshur led the two brothers onto the dragon-bone ship. Once they landed on the ship, the people who wanted to show off also revealed a bit of their aura. The two brothers clearly felt this change, and their faces were filled with shock. "What's going on? Have you become realm lords?" Zichen gestured for them to calm down and sit down first before saying, "No, it's just that." Zichen told them what happened next. As for Lei Long becoming a dominator, he hid it not because he felt it was a secret, but because there was no need to tell them because the two brothers did not know of Lei Long's existence. Hearing Zichen's experience, the two were incomparably shocked. No wonder the natives were never strong. So the true experts were all summoned to Extreme Gene. After hearing that all the experts on the Dragon Bone ship had died, the two shook their heads and sighed. This was indeed a dead end. Even if they successfully reached the depths of the world, they could not avoid a huge battle with the natives. It's fine now. The true experts have all broken through to the realm of realm lords and left. The remaining ones are not strong. Manshur said. Zichen looked at the two brothers and asked, "You two have always been in this void?" The older brother, Yuan Jia, said, "Yes, we have always been here." Zichen was a bit embarrassed. "You two are looking for pressure here." The two nodded. Zichen was speechless. The reason he could fuse yin and yang was not because of the everlasting sect's arrangements, but because of Lei Yuan. And at that time, his cultivation was very low, so the energy in his body was not strong. That was why he could succeed. But the two brothers wanted to fuse two peak 9th level energies. That was easier said than done. Why do we have to fuse? Isn't it better for each of us to have our own lives? Zichen did not understand. Yuan Jia smiled and did not explain further. On the way back, everyone's mood relaxed a bit. It had been a full 100 years since the skeletal dragon ship incident that had caused a sensation. In these 100 years, new powerhouses had appeared in the battlefield of despair. However, the top 8 positions on the absolute domain commander ranking had never been shaken. The leader, Zichun, although only stayed in the battlefield of despair for a few decades, the things he experienced were enough to write a new legend. Long Fei's name gradually disappeared from the mouths of some of the older generation, and Zichun became a legend. Unlike Long Fei's experience, Zichun's most glorious time was when he boarded a dragon ship and entered the depths of the world. This kind of situation had happened many times over the years, but the people on the battlefield of despair were always labeled as missing. But this time, the names of many experts on the battlefield of despair disappeared, which meant that they were truly dead. Including the foreign races, all the experts on the battlefield of despair were dead, except for Zichun and the other 7 who were still alive. Furthermore, some forces had also heard that all the experts from the other regions who had gone there this time seemed to have died. Even the battlefield of despair had lost 5 people on the battlefield of despair. Now that 100 years had passed and Zichun still had not returned, some cultivators could not help but have some bad guesses. There were still many 9th-level cultivators coming to watch the battlefield of despair every day, because in the past 100 years, there were constantly 9th-level experts appearing and occupying positions on the battlefield of despair. Although the battlefield of despair had not changed in recent years, the cultivators in the city habitually came here to watch when they were bored. And this time, everyone was lucky enough to see an expert on the battlefield of despair. It was a young man in armor. His eyes were very cold. As soon as he appeared, he looked at the first place on the battlefield of despair. His indifferent expression became even colder. It's Wang Kuan. That's right, it's Wang Kuan, ranked 9th. Wang Kuan often comes here to watch the battlefield of despair these days, and he's always looking at the first place. Does he have the confidence to push Zichun down? That can't be. Zichun is an expert on the battlefield of despair. It's said that he's ranked 3rd, even higher than Long Fei. Yeah, not only is Zichun very strong, but his followers are also very strong. Even Dong Qing, who is ranked the lowest, is said to be a beast tamer. The arrival of the young man directly caused the surrounding people to discuss. Wang Kuan, a new expert in the past 100 years, was ranked 9th on the battlefield of despair. The top 8 were occupied by Zichun's people. Hearing these discussions, Wang Kuan's face immediately showed dissatisfaction. He coldly snorted and said, "How strong can a bunch of people who rely on the devouring god seal be?" These words were obviously directed at the people on the battlefield of despair. Immediately, the discussion stopped. 100 years had passed, and many newcomers had come to the battlefield of despair. However, many of the old people had not left. Many years ago, before Zichun had risen, he had led people to barge into the Imperial Sky 3 cities and ransacked the 5 great clans. This was still vivid in many people's minds. Wang Kuan was a member of the Wang clan, and he had always been brooding over this matter. In addition, he had a bad temper, so everyone tactfully kept their mouths shut. As for the so-called devouring god seal, it was an unfamiliar name 100 years ago. However, with the opening of the world of the dragons, the forces and the natives got along well. The devouring god seal was no longer a rare name, but had become the object of trade. Anyone who had been to the world of the great dragons knew the function and value of the devouring god seal. The reason why Wang Kuan could rise in 100 years was not only because of his strong talent, but also because of the devouring god seal and the acceleration of time in the world of the great dragons. Looking at the names on the battlefield of despair, Wang Kuan said arrogantly, "Relying on the devouring god seal is no big deal. It's a pity that all of you left, so I can't find you to fight. Otherwise, I would definitely kill you on sight." These words were very conceited, and everyone could see that Wang Kuan was very arrogant. As for those who nodded foolishly in agreement, many people shook their heads in disdain. Before seeing Zichun, no one could imagine how strong Zichun was. Only those who had seen Zichun and personally experienced his methods knew how strong he was. The devouring god seal was only one aspect. There were many people who had the devouring god seal, but only one of them was Zichun. Wang Kuan was now at the peak of the 9th level, but he was only ranked 8th. One must know that Zichun was already ranked 1st when he was in the middle of the 9th level. Zichun was now ranked 3rd on the king leaderboard. No one knew how strong he was, but Wang Kuan said that he must kill him on sight. He was too arrogant and conceited. What? You don't agree? You think I can't kill them? Seeing some people shake their heads, Wang Kuan's eyes flashed. A tyrannical aura was released from Wang Kuan's body. Sensing this aura, the expressions of those who sensed it changed drastically, but they did not dare to say anything. At this moment, a shadow covered the top of their heads. Everyone subconsciously looked up and saw a black dragon-bone ship. Chapter 1785. When they saw the dragon-bone ship for the first time, everyone thought that it was a skeleton dragon ship, causing an uproar in the city. But soon after, they saw that the dragon-bone ship was similar to the dragon ships in the records. The difference in size was huge. Although they were disappointed, their curiosity did not decrease at all. There's someone on that dragon ship. A cry of surprise came from afar. Someone saw the people on the dragon-bone ship. That's right, there's indeed someone. Who is it? For a moment, the city was in an uproar. The voices immediately reached the dragon ship in the sky. Zichun and the others on the dragon ship heard them. It's the Imperial Sky 9-layer city. There should be a teleportation array that leads to the giant dragon world here, Dongqing said after glancing below. Then let's go down. The group jumped out of the dragon-bone ship and landed in the city. Who is that? How bold of them to directly land in the city. Are they looking down on the city's army? But no matter how they discussed, the so-called city's army did not appear because of these people's actions. Some sharp-eyed elders immediately widened their eyes when they saw the leader of the descending group. Some rubbed their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. Zichun, it's Zichun. That's Zichun, the first on the martial leaderboard and the third on the king leaderboard. Zichun. The cheering crowd did not know that Zichun had already become the first on the king leaderboard. Zichun's appearance directly caused an uproar in the city. This was definitely the first batch of people in history to return alive from the dragon ship. Next to the leaderboard, the cultivators who could not stand Wang Kuan's gaze earlier were also very excited. One of them tilted his head and said, "Didn't everyone say that they could kill Zichun? Now that Zichun has appeared, I wonder if he still has the ability." Wang Kuan coldly glanced at the other party and said, "Then just wait and see. After I kill Zichun, it will be the day of your death." With that, Wang Kuan turned around and flew towards Zichun and the others. When an elder saw this scene, he shook his head and sighed. Young people are so willful. Being willful in front of Zichun is purely courting death. Even more people sneered and followed him. For a moment, the area around the list, which had been crowded with people a moment ago, became empty in the next moment. Even the older generation figures who were shaking their heads and sighing ran over to watch the fun. Zichun and the others landed. Dongqing pointed to the center of the city and said, "There's a teleportation circle there. Maybe we can go to the dragon world." As the group passed by, the surrounding people looked at Zichun's group with curious gazes. Their expressions were clearly very excited. At this moment, a beam of light flew over from afar. The beam of light transformed into a human figure. It was a young man with a cold expression. He blocked the path of Zichun's group. The moment Wang Bei appeared, he stared at Zichun and said disdainfully, "So you're Zichun. Back then, you were the one who caused trouble for my Wang family." Zichun, who was walking forward, ignored the other party. Manshur coldly said, "Where did this little brat come from? Remember, my name is Wang Kuan. Today is the day you die." Wang Kuan said sternly as his aura began to surge, "Little brat, go play somewhere else." However, before he could fully mobilize his powerful energy, a large hand came over and pressed down on his head, directly pushing him to the side. As for Zichun and the others, they did not stop at all. Wang Kuan staggered a few steps, and his face immediately turned red. This was the anger of a powerhouse ranked 9th on the list after being humiliated. In his anger, he did not think at all that a big guy like Manshur could put his hand on his head. Naturally, he could also smash his head with a slap. Unfortunately, he was too young. He was only thinking about the humiliation he had suffered. How could he think about such details? With an angry roar, he continued to charge forward. Why are you like a bedbug? Mansher's face immediately showed dissatisfaction. He turned around and slapped again. It was really like slapping a bedbug. The energy surging around Wang Kuin's body did not have any effect at all. He was slapped in the face by Mansher. The next moment, Wang Kuin was sent flying by the slap, drawing a line of blood in the air. Wang Kuin, who was sent flying backward, fell to the ground and coughed up blood. There was no longer any anger on his face. Instead, there was endless shock and horror. With one slap, Mansher broke through the defense he was so proud of. If not for the mountain-toppling power being restrained at the end, Wang Kuin's body would have exploded. Around them, the crowd shook their heads in disappointment. They thought they would see an exciting battle, but they did not expect it to end with one slap. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. This once again proved the strength of Zichen's group. Some people even guessed that Zichen's group might have broken through to the Sector Lord realm. Speaking of which, one can become a Sector Lord after entering the depths of the world. Zichen's group must have broken through. I don't think so. I can feel that they are still at the peak of the 9th level. Is the true realm of the powerhouses on the list something you can easily sense? The crowd was still discussing, but Zichen's group ignored them and continued forward. Greetings, lords. In front of the teleportation array, the person in charge excitedly bowed to the crowd. Is there a teleportation array to the giant dragon world? Zichen asked. His voice was very gentle. The person in charge was very excited and nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, this way please. There were other people in charge around as well. When they heard Zichen's gentle voice, they all revealed relaxed smiles. It turned out that this legendary powerhouse had such a gentle temperament. With a flash, Zichen's group disappeared. After Zichen's group left, the Imperial Sky City became even more lively. The entire city was discussing Zichen's return. As for Wang Kuin, he was brought back by a few Wang family cultivators. This happened after Zichen left. When Zichen was in the city, they did not dare to appear. When they arrived at the giant dragon world, the scene in front of them shocked them. The original world of the dragons was filled with forests and forests. Due to the scarcity of natives, the number of buildings here was pitifully small. However, as soon as Zichen and the others appeared, all they saw were rows of neatly arranged buildings, and there were people moving around everywhere. During this period, there were also many powerhouses carrying giant dragons, which attracted a lot of attention. That's the skeleton race. Shangguan Hong pointed to a walking skeleton and said, in this trip to the dragon boat, another powerhouse on the king ranking was from the skeleton race. There's also the winged bird race. Dong Qing pointed to another side and saw another race that did not belong to this area. In addition, there were many other races that appeared. They were shuttling back and forth between the trading places, trading. Seeing this scene, Zichen sighed with emotion. I didn't expect it to become so big. Shangguan Hong said proudly. Of course, this is within my expectations. 100 years had passed in the outside world, and 8,000 years had passed here. The trading place had expanded dozens of times, and there was an endless stream of cultivators from all races. Just like what was said before, this place had become a peaceful place, developing into an empire of trade. After all races arrived here, they were not allowed to make a move. TSK, controlling such a trading place will bring in a lot of wealth every day. As the steward of the team, Wu Xie could not help but sigh. Shantian Dao shook his head and said, this wealth is completely useless to us. That's right. For us now, wealth is emperor-level materials. The fortune teller also smiled. Now that he was no longer suppressed by the rules of this world, he could deduce everything. Let's go and find the tombkeeper. I wonder what he has become after so many years. Zichen smiled faintly, then turned into a stream of light and flew toward the place where the natives used to live. Flying over a huge trading place naturally attracted a lot of attention. When one of them saw the people in the sky, his eyes widened and his face was full of disbelief. Viper, what's wrong? A native came over and patted Viper's shoulder. It's Zichen. I saw Zichen. As soon as he finished speaking, Viper flew toward the residence. Zichun is back. Viper, wait for me. This is really the residence of the natives. Looking at the city in front of them, everyone was dumbfounded. When they left, the natives were just a small village that had just appeared in the world. How long had it been since they left? It had developed to such a scale. It's only been a few years and the population has grown so much. Everyone looked at the city in front of them in disbelief. If it were not for the Cosmos Bell in the center of the city, they would have thought that they had come to the wrong place. It's only been a few years. It's been 8,000 years. You're finally back. An excited voice sounded. The Tomb Keeper teleported out. 8,000 years. Everyone was stunned. They were all in disbelief. On the other hand, Zichun chuckled and gave Tomb Keeper a hug. If it's really been 8,000 years, then it's been a long time, Zichun said with a smile. It has indeed been a long time. When I saw the names disappearing on the list, I thought you would never come back. The Tomb Keeper's words were filled with excitement and worry. What happened? Everyone is dead. Zichun said, it's really embarrassing. Everyone was killed by a puppet. Oh, puppet. Let's go back first. The Tomb Keeper gestured for everyone to enter the city first. After 8,000 years, it was normal for the natives to have such a scale. However, although time had passed, the natives did not forget Zichun. Hearing the news of Zichun's return, all the natives walked out of the city and looked at Zichun's group with curiosity and excitement. It could be said that the native scale today could not be separated from the help of Zichun and the others. In the hearts of the natives, Zichun and the others were legendary figures, and Zichun was a legendary leader. Along the way, they were surprised to find that there were not only natives but also many humans. Zichun asked in surprise, "What's wrong with these humans?" The Tomb Keeper smiled and said, "They're people from the 7 regions. After coming to this trading place, they decided to stay here. The humans who stayed here got married and had children here. They were completely integrated here." Zichun did not expect this scene. He felt that it was very novel. He did not expect that after 8,000 years, the two sides would get along so well. Zichun asked curiously, "What if these people want to go home?" The Tomb Keeper said, "Going home is too much for everyone. Some people don't want to go back, and some people don't want to come back." Everyone was a cultivator with an almost endless lifespan. It was normal for this to happen. When they reached the city center, Viper had already caught up. He was very excited to see everyone. Chapter 1786. In addition to the Tomb Keeper's residence, there were also rooms specially reserved for Zichun and the others in the city center. The Tomb Keeper led the group to a luxuriously decorated reception hall. As soon as they were seated, beautiful maids served tea and snacks. After 8,000 years of development, this place had changed greatly. It was no longer something a small tribe could compare to. These maids were curiously sizing up Zichun and the others, especially the legendary leader Zichun. His reputation in the Great Dragon World was even greater than in the Battlefield of Despair. It was said that in these years, as the trading empire took shape, huge benefits were revealed to everyone. The reason why the natives had not been swallowed up by the invaders was because of the strength of the patriarch and the prestige of the legendary leader Zichun. The Tomb Keeper also said that as long as Zichun's name remained on the martial list, there would be no war in the Great Dragon World. However, Zichun had disappeared for 8,000 years. Although his name was still high on the martial list, the natives were still worried. Fortunately, Zichun had returned safely. What happened? After taking a seat, the Tomb Keeper impatiently asked. This was definitely a secret of the Battlefield of Despair. Not only did the Tomb Keeper want to know, but all the invaders and natives also wanted to know. The strongest experts of each race would gather on each dragon boat. Back then, no one knew whether these experts were alive or dead, but this time, everyone knew that they were dead from the disappearance of their names on the martial list. This matter caused an unimaginable sensation in the Battlefield of Despair. Zichun faintly sighed and said, "All of this was a conspiracy. When I first boarded the dragon boat, a voice sounded from the dragon boat, and the battle began." Zichun recounted the events from beginning to end. So that's how it is. The Tomb Keeper and Viper both sighed. They did not expect such a thing to happen. Viper found it unbelievable and asked, could it be that those experts who boarded the dragon boat were all killed by the puppets? Zichen nodded and said, that's right. Other than the few of us, it seems that no one else is alive. Musho sighed and said, I didn't expect there to be so many natives in the depths of the world. Moreover, they are all true powerhouses. I could feel the call, but I was worried, so I didn't go. If I could go, we might be able to meet again in Extreme Gene. You should. At that time, you might have already broken through to the Sector Lord realm. Musho suddenly thought of something and said, a few years ago, we heard a dragon's roar. That dragon's roar spread throughout the entire battlefield of despair. After that, there were rules all around the dragon tomb, completely sealing it. Could it be related to the Thunder Dragon Sovereign? Zichen asked, what happened in the dragon's tomb? The tomb keeper said, the rules have sealed off the dragon's tomb, and the Western Giant Dragon no longer appears. Oh, there's such a thing? Calculating the time, Zichen recalled the resounding and distant dragon roar of Lei Long and said, this should be a kind of protection for the dragon tomb. Perhaps it really was done by Lei Long, Musho asked. If that's the case, when the Thunder Dragon Sovereign returns from refining the Dragon Pearl, the world rules will be complete. That's what Lei Long said back then. Since the world is complete, you guys won't be restricted by the Domain Realm and can break through to the Sector Lord Realm here. Musho invited Zichen to the Dragon's Tomb to investigate, but was rejected by Zichen. If this was really done by Lei Long, he naturally had his own plans. Even if it wasn't related to Lei Long, when he finished refining the Dragon Pearl and became the ruler of the world, he would naturally be able to deal with this matter. Next, Musho talked about what happened in the giant dragon world. At this moment, a voice came from outside, reporting to Patriarch, there are some people outside, saying they want to see Lord Zichen. Oh, they came quite quickly. Musho frowned and immediately released his spiritual sense. After sensing the people outside, he turned to look at Zichen and said, they are from those factions. Zichen was very clear about their intentions, so he directly rejected, tell them I'm not free right now. Yes. After sending away the person, Zichen said, have they been obedient all these years? Musho smiled. They have some ideas in their hearts, but they have never taken action. Now that you've returned, I'm afraid they don't even have any ideas. Those who wanted to see Zichen were the factions of the Imperial Sky region. Other than the humans, there were also the soul-devouring race and Dax race. After hearing the news of Zichen's return, they immediately gathered to see Zichen. On one hand, they wanted to know if Zichen and the others had broken through, and on the other hand, they wanted to know what happened in the depths of the world. However, Zichen didn't want to see them, so they had no choice but to return first. They had already heard that Manshur heavily injured Wang Kuan, who was ranked 9th on the martial board, with a single slap. Although I don't dare to say if they have broken through, it's worth confirming that their battle strength is much stronger than when they left. That's right. Zichen and the others have already become the true kings of this region. Zichen's achievements have clearly surpassed Longfei's. The two alien races discussed Zichen incessantly. On the other hand, the four factions among the humans didn't seem to be in high spirits. They were even a little worried. While chatting, Viper suddenly said, the Wang clan seems a little strange recently. Zichen asked with interest, what's strange? Viper said, they've been privately purchasing royal weapons and recruiting experts. Privately? Yes, the very secretive kind. I've traded with them many times before I accidentally heard about this. They don't limit the number of experts they're recruiting, and they need a lot of people. It seems like they're going to start a war. Zichen asked doubtfully, start a war? The situation in the battlefield of despair is already unstable. Viper said, it's still the same as before. There's nothing unstable about it. Zichen asked again, only the Wang clan is purchasing weapons and recruiting experts. The other clans haven't made any moves. I haven't heard about it. I don't think so. Zichen mumbled, that's strange. Why are they recruiting experts from other races for no reason? It's not like there's a civil war. Suddenly, Zichen's expression changed as he thought of a certain possibility. What's wrong? Seeing that Zichen's expression wasn't right, everyone was puzzled. The Wang clan must have their reasons for doing this. Let's go look for Old Man Schenker. He should know what the Wong clan's goal is. Zichen stood up and asked, is the transportation channel from back then still there? It's still there. Come with me. Tombkeeper stood up as well and said, this channel was the foundation back then and can be considered the key to our rise. It's very memorable, so I've always kept it. There's someone there watching over it. In Zichen's opinion, the Wong clan's actions were very suspicious. As for why Viper didn't notice it, it was because the other party was a native and didn't care about the Imperial Sky region. However, Old Man Schenker was different. He was from the Imperial Sky region and had always been well informed. He must know why the Wong clan was recruiting so many experts. Other than that, the Wong clan's actions gave Zichen a bad feeling. When they arrived at the transportation channel, there were indeed a few natives guarding it. When they saw Zichen and Tombkeeper, they were a little surprised and quickly bowed. Seeing how anxious Zichen was, Tombkeeper said directly, open the door. I want to activate the transportation channel. A guard went forward and opened the door, indicating for everyone to enter. After entering the door, they were greeted by a spacious hall. In the center of the hall was the transportation channel. Tombkeeper pointed at the transportation channel and said, this is the... Tombkeeper's words came to a sudden halt as his expression turned very grim. Zichen looked at Tombkeeper and said, what's wrong? Is there a problem with the transportation channel? Tombkeeper's grim expression turned grim. The transportation channel was destroyed by force. Destroyed by force? Something happened to Schenker's little store. Tombkeeper shook his head and said, no, it was destroyed from my side. After saying that, he walked out furiously and said to the group of guards, has anyone come in during this period of time? Hearing that, the group of guards was stunned and said doubtfully, no one. No one can destroy the transportation channel for no reason. Tell me, who was the last one who came in? The last one. Oh, I remember now. It was Dick. That was 6 years ago. He said that he was here to maintain the transportation channel. Tombkeeper was furious when he heard that. Ignoring his usual dignity as a chief, he said furiously, Bullsh *T. I built the transportation channel myself. When did I say that it needed maintenance? That damn Dick must be the one who did it. Where is he? Find him. Lord Dick went out to train 6 years ago. Zichen walked out with a cold expression on his face. Tombkeeper said guiltily, it's my fault for not being strict enough. In these years, because there was no war, the natives got close to those invaders. They must have been tempted. It's not your fault. 8,000 years had passed. If the Wong clan wanted to do something, even Zichen wouldn't be able to stop them, let alone Tombkeeper. Zichen said in a deep voice, if it was 6 years ago, according to the flow of time, only a month has passed in the battlefield of despair. Can the transportation channel still be repaired? Yes, but the channel is severely damaged. It will take a long time to repair it. There's no time. Repair the channel first. We'll go directly to Imperial Sky City. After saying that, Zichen left. Suddenly, he stopped and turned his head to ask, was there anyone from the Wong clan among the people who came earlier? I don't think so. Zichen nodded and didn't say anything else. Light flashed around him, and he teleported away with the group. Now that Zichen had the domain world, he could teleport even further. It didn't take long for them to reach Imperial Sky City where Schenker was. With a flash of light, Zichen and the others appeared in the sky above the transaction channel. Then, they landed on the ground. The forbidden space array above the transaction channel didn't have any effect on them. Who's there? This scene was immediately noticed by the guards in the city. In an instant, more than 10 people appeared and surrounded Zichen's group with weapons in hand. Zichen swept his gaze across the crowd and said, bring me to the transportation channel to Imperial Sky City. Chapter 1787. Zichen's words didn't deter the guards. One of them coldly snorted, what arrogance! Are you ordering us around? Which clan are you from? Don't you know the rules of this trading ground? How dare you behave so atrociously here? You guys are simply, bang. It had been a month since the teleportation array was destroyed. This matter was clearly targeted at Old Man Schenker. Since the latter's fate was unknown, how could Zichen have the time to listen to the guard's long-winded words? He directly waved his hand, sending the guard flying. Time is of the essence. You guys lead the way immediately. Zichen looked at the other guards, appearing somewhat impatient. How dare you? You. When the guards saw this, they immediately shouted in unison. Energy surged around them as the weapons in their hands gleamed coldly. Swoosh. This time, Zichen directly waved his sleeves. A surge of energy surged, directly sending the guards flying. In the distance, the crowd's expression changed drastically when they saw this scene. They were wondering where this fierce person came from, actually daring to attack the guards. With just a wave of his hand, he sent over a dozen guards flying. His combat strength was indeed strong. Under the pressure of time, Zichen couldn't care less and directly released his powerful aura. In an instant, the cold Zichen seemed to have turned into a ferocious beast in the eyes of the crowd. Where is the nearest teleportation array to the Imperial Sky City? Zichen's voice was cold, filled with majesty. Facing such a terrifying pressure, the crowd immediately felt a sense of suffocation. They wanted to speak, but no words came out. A gentle energy surged out from Dongqing's body. This energy dissolved Zichen's aura, greatly reducing the pressure on the crowd. They heaved a sigh of relief. One of the cultivators stepped forward, preparing to speak. Suddenly, a shout rang out from afar. How dare you behave so atrociously here? Do you not put the allied clans in your eyes? At that moment, several dozen guards shot out. Every single one of them surged with a powerful presence of the ninth heavenly layer. They were filled with killing intent. Scram! Zichen roared in anger. A sound wave rippled out in all directions. The passers-by only felt their sea of consciousness tremble before they lost consciousness. Fortunately, they recovered in an instant. However, the guards that had flown over were all sent flying and coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. With just a roar, dozens of powerful guards were sent flying, coughing up blood. Among them, there were even 2 late-stage 9th-tier martial artists. Such an ability caused everyone's expression to change greatly. They were incomparably shocked. Clearly, even those rankers on the rankings wouldn't be able to do so. In their eyes, only the Realm Lord would be able to do so. Could it be that this person was a Sector Lord? Zichen was very famous, but not everyone knew Zichen. After the dozens of guards coughed up blood and were seriously injured, the other guards saw that the situation was not good, but they did not dare to go forward again. At this moment, a ray of light flew over. Before the person arrived, a voice rang out, "I am Pude, a native, one of the people in charge of the trading area. What can I do for you, sir?" Pud was afraid that Zichen would expel him as well. Zichen's expression eased as he spoke. "Bring me to the teleportation platform. I want to go to the Royal Heaven City." "Sir, please follow me." The situation was urgent. Zichen took large strides forward. Manshur and the rest didn't say a word. From Zichen's expression, they could tell that something had happened to Old Man Schenker. Everyone heard Pude's words clearly. When they heard the name Zichen, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect that this powerful existence who ignored the rules of the trading area was actually Zichen. For a moment, all sorts of discussions rang out. Along the way, Pude carefully asked, "Sir, there are a total of 3 cities in the Royal Heaven City. May I know which one Sir wants to go to?" "The 7th level." Pude revealed a difficult expression as he replied, "Unfortunately, the teleportation array of the 7th level city is currently under repair and is unable to be used." "The 8th level can be used?" Zichen asked, his expression turning increasingly cold. There was no such coincidence in this world. Everything must be part of the Wang clan's scheme. "Yes, bring me there." Everyone quickly arrived at the teleportation array. The person in charge of the teleportation array had clearly heard the news and had already activated it. With a flash of light, Zichen's group of 8 disappeared. Because of the departure of Zichen's group, the entire trading area was in an uproar. That was Zichen just now. Didn't he go to the depths of the world? He's back. Could it be that he has already broken through to the Sector Lord realm? They are the first batch to return. Could it be that they have already broken through to the Sector Lord realm? The entire trading area was in an uproar because everyone knew that the experts who entered the dragon boat had all died. Only Zichen's group of 8 were still alive. But who would have thought that the 8 of them would actually return? According to the battle prowess displayed by Zichen, everyone guessed that they had already broken through to the Sector Lord realm. The news quickly spread and reached the ears of the people from those forces who wanted to see Zichen but failed to do so. He indeed sensed the abnormality. Seems like this time, the Wang clan is going to be unlucky. Isn't that so? Who would have thought that Zichen would suddenly return at this time? This is Schenker's good luck. It's been 6 years and Schenker's store hasn't been breached. 6 years? It's only been a month. Schenker's life might be saved, but the overall situation isn't something that can be changed by Zichen alone. That's not necessarily true. What if Zichen and the others really become sector lords? At the same time, in the 9th layer city, the heavily injured Wang Kuan was being carried towards a secret teleportation array. In addition to Wang Kuan, there were many Wang clan cultivators and newly recruited Wang clan experts. They stepped into the teleportation array one after another and disappeared. When the last person left, cracks appeared on the teleportation array. Finally, it exploded and was completely destroyed. Zichen and the others arrived at the 8th layer city. When they appeared, they saw a light barrier that enveloped the entire city. Zichen and the others were very clear about this light barrier. It was the city protection array. Why would the array be activated all of a sudden? Could it be that someone is attacking the city? Wu Xie's face revealed a hint of doubt. We'll know when we see. Walking out of the teleportation array, Zichen smiled coldly. In a flash, he was at the city gate. At this moment, there was a commotion at the city gate. Many 8th layer cultivators had gathered here and were quarreling with the guards. Why are you rushing us? Will we die if we wait a day or two? Why do we have to close the city gate all of a sudden? We still have to go out and kill the foreign races. Didn't I tell you that the city protection array is being maintained for official business? Maintenance? Why haven't I seen it before? That's because you're late. All right, get out of here. If you dare come up again, I'll kill you without mercy. Hearing the cold words of the guards, these people tactfully shut their mouths. Suddenly, a powerful aura appeared. This aura fell on the hearts of the crowd, causing their faces to change drastically. They felt a strong sense of suffocation. Sensing the abnormality, the crowd raised their heads in shock. They saw 8 people standing in the air. The leader, a black-robed man, said coldly, "Open the city gate." "Sir, there's a large array that can't be activated." The guard was so shocked that his voice trembled. "Then close the large array." Zichen's voice was still cold. "Sir, the large array can't be closed." The shocked guard was also in a difficult position. "Then break the large array." As soon as Zichen's voice fell, the aura around Manshur behind him became violent. A giant figure as tall as a mountain appeared. Manshur held the mace in his hand. The 2 layers of realm power began to surge and slowly infused into the weapon. The mace began to vibrate. An aura that belonged to a realm lord spread out. Sensing this aura, the faces of all the cultivators in the city changed. They exclaimed, "Realm lord! It's a realm lord! Heavens, it really is a realm lord! This is the battlefield of despair. Aren't realm lords not allowed here?" With a loud roar, Manshur smashed towards the light barrier in the sky. Under the influence of the realm power, the sky turned into a black hole wherever the mace passed. At a glance, the mace seemed to be moving forward with a black hole. Boom! The entire large array began to tremble and distort violently. As expected of the Great City Barrier Array, Manshur's attack that was comparable to a realm lord's did not break it. Immediately after, Manshur's second attack landed. The large array distorted even more violently. Cracks appeared in it. There are cracks in the large array. 2 attacks. It's only 2 attacks. The large array has reached its true limit. Just as everyone exclaimed, Manshur's third attack landed. The large array shattered with a loud bang. 3 attacks to break the array. The city was dead silent. At this moment, they had no choice but to believe that Manshur had reached the Realm Lord realm. "Let's go." Zichen's body flickered as he disappeared with the crowd. In the next moment, Zichen appeared outside the Sevenfold City. At this moment, the city was also enveloped by the large array. Break, Zichun said coldly. At this moment, in the sevenfold city, Schenker's little store was surrounded by dozens of cultivators. Above the store, there was also a resplendent defensive light barrier. This light barrier appeared a month ago. At first, it was very large. However, after a month of attacks, the light barrier's energy was constantly being depleted. Its surface was also getting smaller and smaller. Outside the main entrance of Schenker's little store stood two peak 9th level cultivators. They were not ordinary peak 9th level cultivators. Instead, they were experts on the king's list. One of them was AoE, ranked 11th, and the other was Wang Su, ranked 15th. The two of them were the main force in this attack on Schenker's little store. Looking at the light barrier in front of him, AoE, ranked 11th on the king's list, sneered, "In half a day, this large array will definitely break. Schenker will also die without a doubt." Beside him, Wang Su said, "It's better to speed up. Didn't we receive news that there's an unforeseen event?" AoE snorted disdainfully and said, "What unforeseen event can happen here? The Great City Barrier Array has already been activated. Who can break it? As long as we kill Schenker, we can leave easily." The person who spoke earlier said, "I really don't understand why we have to kill this old man for no reason. They won't affect our plan much. Who knows? Maybe they feel that this old man is a hindrance." After a short pause, AoE said, "Enough? Everyone, let's focus and attack with all our might. Let's try to break this place open and find that old man Schenker." Everyone nodded repeatedly. After completing this task, they would be able to leave. There would be a lot of resources waiting for them. At this moment, a violent aura suddenly surged out from outside the city. This aura was very powerful. Even though they were separated by the Great City Barrier Array, everyone could still clearly sense it. Chapter 1788. Schenker's store had already been surrounded for a month. During this period, not only did the 9 heavenly guards attack, there were also 2 experts on the ranking. Even after attacking for a month, they still failed to break through Schenker's store. The 9 heavenly guards in the city ignored this matter. It was obvious that they were instructed to do so. When the group of 7 heavenly guards saw this, they knew very well that if this continued, the store's defenses would be breached sooner or later. During this period of time, some of Old Man Schenker's deeds had been circulating in the city. Some people said that Old Man Schenker had a very good relationship with Zichun, who was ranked first on the soldier ranking. Back then, he was ranked first on the soldier ranking. Now, he was ranked first on all 3 soldier rankings. His battle prowess was unparalleled in the Imperial Sky region. Unfortunately, Zichun had disappeared for 100 years. Even if he was still alive, he couldn't rush back to rescue them immediately. However, when everyone reappeared on a new day, they discovered that the Great City Barrier Array of the 7 heavenly guards had been activated without any warning. This was baffling. Moreover, there were rumors in private that Schenker's helper had returned. In the current situation, the only person who dared to help Schenker and had the ability to help him was Zichun. But would Zichun appear? Seeing that Schenker's store was about to fall, the faces of the 7 heavenly guards were filled with reluctance. Schenker's store was honest and never cheated anyone. Although they didn't have a deep relationship with each other, they had a good impression of each other. Just as the new round of attacks began, a powerful aura suddenly surged out from outside the city. Even though everyone was separated by the Great City Barrier Array, they could still clearly sense this aura. Realm Lord. For a moment, everyone's expression changed as they exclaimed in unison. This was the aura of a Realm Lord. Including the 2 experts on the soldier ranking, everyone who sensed the aura of a Realm Lord immediately raised their heads and looked toward the sky. They saw a tall giant standing in the sky. Black light circulated around his body, and he held a huge mace in his hand. Is that a foreign race? A new foreign race? Is the foreign race going to invade the Imperial Sky City? Seeing the appearance of Man Shur in the sky, some of the cultivators who had just entered the city exclaimed, "Idiot, that's a powerful physique. It's Zichun's follower. Manshur, it's Manshur. It's definitely Manshur. I saw him once 100 years ago. He's Zichun's follower. Could it be that Zichun has really returned?" All kinds of discussions were going on in the city. At the same time, everyone was crying out in alarm as they looked at the mace that was falling from the sky. The mace carried a terrifying aura as it shattered the void and smashed onto the light barrier. Compared to the defensive light shield of the 8-layer city, the light shield of the 7-layer city was much weaker. However, in the eyes of ordinary people, the defensive formation was still indestructible. Humph, this is the great array of the city. No matter how strong you are, you cannot break it. AoE snorted coldly, completely unaware that his face had lost all color. Boom! The spiked mace smashed downwards, causing the entire Royal Sky City to tremble. The defensive barrier started to distort frenziedly before exploding apart under the shocked gazes of the crowd. One strike. This time, Manshur only used one attack to break the great defensive array. Damn it! How could it be like this? When AoE and Wang Su saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. Fear appeared in their eyes. At this moment, how could they still dare to attack Shenker's store? They couldn't even escape in time. Swoosh! With a flash of light, Zichun and the others appeared outside Shenker's store. The two experts on the great ranking list did not manage to escape in time. When they saw Zichun in the lead, an uproar broke out in the city again. She did not expect that Zichun would really come back at this critical moment. Zichun merely glanced at the two of them and said coldly, "Kill them all." Swoosh, swoosh, light and shadow flashed. Except for Zichun, who did not move, everyone behind him moved. A total of 7 rays of light circled around Shenker's store. Then, the 7 of them returned to their original positions. Apart from the 2 experts on the martial list, all the cultivators who participated in the siege of Shenker's store were dead. One had to know that those cultivators were all in the 9th layer. Although they were not on the martial list, in the eyes of the 7th layer cultivators, they were true experts. Yet, these experts died just like that. You guys. Aoyi's expression changed greatly. His eyes were filled with terror. With just this move, he could tell how powerful these people were. Moreover, in terms of ranking, he was much lower than them. Buzz. He chose to escape almost without hesitation. His and Wang Su's bodies flashed with light. That was the light that could only be emitted by teleportation arrays. But in the next moment, surges of realm energy enveloped the two of them, preventing the teleportation arrays around them from activating. With a flash of green light, a green sword ray swept past the necks of the two. In the eyes of the two, this sword ray was extremely slow. However, the 2 experts on the martial list were unable to dodge it. Pooh! Pooh! With a flash of the sword ray, 2 heads flew high into the air. Back then, Old Man Shenker treated them very well. Now that they saw these people besieging Shenker's store, they were naturally furious. Old Man Shenker's crisis was resolved just like that. Looking at the corpses on the ground, everyone was still in a state of shock. They could not believe that all this was real. Old man, come out. The danger has been resolved. Looking at the defensive light barrier in front of him, Zichun revealed a smile. Looking at the still light barrier, Manshur shouted, "Old man, hurry up and come out. Otherwise, this place of yours will be destroyed with a single strike of my staff." Inside the light barrier, the door of the store opened. A head popped out and looked around cautiously. It was Shenker. Seeing no one else, Shenker raised his head and looked forward. When he saw Zichun and the others, a hint of surprise immediately appeared on his aged face. "Zichun, it's really you guys. You guys are back." Zichun nodded. Manshur said, "Old man, why aren't you removing the light barrier? This is how you treat your guests. You guys came back at the right time. I almost lost my life." This sentence sounded like a complaint. However, the joy on Old Man Shenker's face could not be concealed. As a seal appeared in his hand, the defensive light barrier that could not be broken through after being besieged for a month dissipated just like that. Shenker's store reappeared in everyone's sight. Everyone walked into the store. Zichun said, "Old man, there are so many ways to escape. Why did you choose to stay here?" Zichun, who had been to Shenker's store, knew very well that there were many teleportation arrays here. However, Zichun was in such a hurry because he was worried that the Wang family would block all of Shenker's escape routes. Let's not talk about those unlucky things. I can see that you guys have not broken through to the Sector Lord realm. What exactly did you guys encounter in the depths of that world? Old man Shenker asked curiously. Let's talk about this later. Why did the Wang family target you? Are you clear about the purpose of the Wang family's recruitment? Zichun asked. Old man Shenker sat on a chair and said proudly, Of course I am clear about it. Speaking of which, the Wang family has invested a lot this time. They are prepared to do something ruthless. What do you mean? Zichun asked, puzzled. The Wang family has gathered many foreign races and brought them to the Royal Sky region. Almost all of them are at the 9th level. Among them, the soul-devouring race has the most. What do you think they are doing if they are not preparing to do something ruthless? Shenker said. Zichun looked at Shenker. You know about this matter? Of course. I know about it from the beginning. Then why didn't you stop them? Don't you know how terrifying the soul-devouring race is? It's easy to invite them in, but hard to send them away. It won't be easy to bring them back. Do you think I didn't stop them? If it wasn't for this old man being a busybody, do you think they would have sent out experts on the rankings to deal with me? Shenker rolled his eyes and said, Fortunately, I was vigilant and prepared. Otherwise, how could I have waited for you guys to return? Then do you know what the Wang family is preparing to do? Who knows? Maybe they are helping Wang Yuanshan obtain the position of Domain Lord. Domain Lord? Isn't he already a Vice Domain Lord? A Vice Domain Lord is better than a Domain Lord. Zichun pondered for a moment and said, I don't care if he is a Domain Lord or not. In short, it is wrong to bring the alien race into the Jammu continent. What? You want to stop it? Of course I want to stop it. Zichun was so determined. On one hand, he didn't want the alien race to invade the Jammu continent. On the other hand, he was worried that the Shuntian prefecture would be implicated. After coming to the battlefield of despair, Zichun guessed that the Wang family was related to some of the families in the Shuntian prefecture through their targeting. And this time, if the Wang family made a big move, it was bound to affect the Shuntian prefecture as well. Among them, Zichun was most worried about the family that had a lot to do with the alien race that even the prefecture lord couldn't touch. Old man Shenker leaned back and stretched comfortably, saying, Don't worry. This time, the Wang family has made full preparations. Almost all the transmission arrays in the battlefield of despair have been stopped. Now, it will be difficult for you to leave even if you want to. Zichun said indifferently, Of course, the regular channels won't work, but I believe that the other 4 families will have a backup plan. Old man Shenker said, You don't have to think about them. Although the Wang family started the war this time, do you think that the other 4 families don't know? They haven't made a move because they want to guard the battlefield of despair. However, the Wang family's harvest this time will definitely be shared by the other 4 families. Taking a deep look at Zichun, Old man Shenker said, These 4 families are really good at scheming. If the Wang family succeeds, they will naturally reap the benefits. Even if the matter is exposed, they will still take away the Wang family's properties. As long as they stay on the sidelines and watch the game between the 2 sides, they will benefit from both sides. Of course, if the Wang family fails, the benefits they will reap will naturally be less. You mean that if I go to the 4 families now, they will refuse me and won't let me use their transmission arrays? They must already know about your return. Looking at your current strength, they certainly won't refuse. But what if the transmission arrays are broken? Zichun smiled bitterly. Indeed, if all 4 transmission arrays were broken, how would Zichun be able to use them? However, looking at old man Shenker's calm expression, the latter should have some backup plans. Zichun said, They want to kill you not just because you meddled in their business, but because you have a way to make us leave, right? Chapter 1789. Zichun stared at old man Shenker, who showed a complacent expression. The Wang family had paid such a high price to kill him, who was only in the 7th division, so there must be an important reason. Shenker nodded and said proudly, I've been managing Shenker's little store for tens of thousands of years, and they can't even imagine how many teleportation arrays I built during that time. They think they can kill me by destroying a few teleportation arrays. That's just a daydream. I was just playing with them before. As for the passage to the Jianwu continent, I certainly don't lack it. Obviously, the Wang family also knew about this, and it was for this reason that they wanted to kill Old Man Shinker. However, it didn't matter whether they killed Shinker or not. Their ultimate goal was to destroy the teleportation arrays. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Manshur couldn't wait to go home. They had been here for long enough and didn't want to stay any longer. Shinker was stunned. Let's go now. Zichen thought for a moment and said, there are still some things to be done. Let's wait for one more day. On this day, Zichen returned to the world of dragons with his people. He came to say goodbye to the Tombkeeper. Tell those forces that if the dragon boats reappear, don't board them. The Tombkeeper nodded and watched Zichen leave with his people. See you again, said Zichen. See you again. The Tombkeeper and the natives watched Zichen disappear. When they returned to Shinker's little store, Shinker was fiddling with the teleportation array and muttering, it hasn't been activated for many years. It's almost rusted. After coming in, Zichen said directly, Old man, you're coming with us this time. Shinker looked up in surprise. Let's go together. You can't always stay here and be schemed against. Come back to Shuntian Prefecture with me. I'll find a good place for you to spend the rest of your life. Shinker shook his head and said, No, I'm needed here. Don't flatter yourself. When the Thunder Dragon returns successfully and the world rules are repaired, the invaders will no longer have an advantage. This world will belong to the natives after all. They will take it back sooner or later. At that time, you, an old man, will be dismembered. Shinker hesitated. He had stayed here for tens of thousands of years, and this place was like his home. He was not used to leaving so suddenly. After all, this place is not the Jianwu continent, nor is it our world. Come with me. Zichen persuaded again. If what Zichen said was true, there would be no more room for the invaders to develop in this world. All the invaders would retreat, and there would be no point for Shinker to stay here. All right. Shinker nodded, unable to hide his disappointment. He had been running this store for many years, and it could be considered his greatest achievement. However, he had to give it up today. Let's go. I'll open a small shop for you when we get back, Zichen said, not feeling that Shinker's departure was a pity. Mengshi was reclining on a reclining chair, holding a small teapot in his hand. His eyes were narrowed, and he was in a daze. Due to the recent changes in the situation, he spent most of his time at home, allowing the rain of swords and fire to fall outside. He closed the doors and windows so that he could not hear what was happening outside. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared in the room. There was also a strong aura in this light. This aura blew some of the decorations in the room to the left and right. Some of the exquisite jade artifacts fell to the ground and shattered. What's going on? Mengshi suddenly opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed in his turbid eyes. The power around his body spread out and froze the space around him. Time seemed to have stopped, and all the jade artifacts that were about to fall froze in midair. The strong wind disappeared, and the strong light dissipated. 5 men, 3 women, and 1 old man appeared in Mengshi's room. It's been many years since we last met. Old man, you really secretly broke through. As soon as he appeared, Shinker looked at Mengshi and said. When Mengshi saw Shinker, his eyes widened, and his face was full of disbelief. The previous space control disappeared in an instant, and the cracking sound rang out again. All kinds of jade artifacts that were frozen in midair fell and shattered. No longer feeling sorry for the jade artifacts, Mengshi said in disbelief, Shinker, it's you. Why did you come out? Why can't I come out? I thought you were going to die of old age in there. Mengshi stepped forward and gave Shinker a big hug, and then said with a smile, You set up the teleportation array in my house. This should be your life-saving method. Old man, you must have offended many people, and now you're being chased. Bullshit. Who in the world dares to chase after me? Shuntian and the others recognized Mengshi at a glance. It was this old man who took the bribe and almost killed them. Zichen looked at Mengshi, and a smile appeared on his face, and he called him senior. Oh, it's fine that you came back by yourself, but why did you bring a group of followers? Mengshi squinted his eyes and looked at everyone. I say, old man, You should be more polite. Who's a follower? Manshur, who was already angry at Meng Shi, spoke very impolitely. Meng Shi glanced at Manshur and said with a strange smile, "What a big temper. It's comparable to a sector lord. Unfortunately, your realm is too low, and it's not proportional to your temper." Manshur was stunned, and he wanted to go up and beat him, but he was immediately stopped by Wu Xie. "You're wrong this time. These people are famous people in the battlefield of despair." Shankar explained. "How famous? I only know this little guy, and I'm not familiar with the others." Meng Shi pointed at Zichun and said, "They all came back from the dragon boat." Shankar said, "What? Ancient dragon boat?" Meng Shi's eyes flashed, and he looked at Zichun and asked, "You really came back alive? What happened on the dragon boat?" Zichun didn't answer and asked back, "This question can be answered later. I want to ask Senior, do you know the recent movements of the Wang family?" Meng Shi looked at Zichun and said, "You also know about the Wang family. You came out this time, and you're not going to meddle in other people's business." Zichun said seriously, "It's everyone's responsibility to expel the foreign races." Meng Shi said disdainfully, "Responsibility my ass. That's just a trick to trick children. But it's rare for you to be so hot-blooded. But I advise you not to throw your lives away. This time, the Wang family caught us off guard and gathered many experts. It's not something you can stop. Haha, this time, the Shuntian prefecture is going to change hands. That little guy Tang Nua is done for." Shuntian prefecture, City Lord Tang Nua. Zichun said, "The Wang family is targeting the Shuntian prefecture, not the Imperial Sky region." Meng Shi glanced at Zichun in disdain and said, "The Imperial Sky region is the 7-prefecture alliance. What right does a mere Wang family have to dare to touch the Imperial Sky region? Making a move on the Shuntian prefecture is already the limit. This is also because Tang Nua has been holding back a foreign race clan. Otherwise, the Wang family wouldn't have anything to do with it." Zichun was surprised. "Senior also knows that there are foreign races in the Shuntian prefecture?" Meng Shi said, "As long as you're not a fool, you know." Zichun didn't understand, so he asked, "Since you know, why don't you work together to eradicate them?" "Brat, are you an idiot? Who would do something without benefits? Moreover, that foreign race clan has extraordinary battle strength. Who would let their own experts die for nothing?" Meng Shi said earnestly, "You're still too young. In this world, how can there be so many grievances? As long as there are enough benefits, humans and foreign races can become friends." Zichun couldn't refute this because he also had foreign race friends. Back then, he had even helped Zhouya. However, he definitely didn't agree with this statement. It was true that benefits came first, but there must be a limit to everything. There must be a bottom line. Meng Shi and the others clearly knew that there were foreign races in the Shuntian prefecture, but they just watched from the side. In Zichun's opinion, this had crossed the bottom line. "Let's go." At first, Zichun thought that Meng Shi was like him, a person with a bottom line, but now it seemed that was not the case at all. He was very disappointed and turned to leave. "Brat, don't think that the Wang clan only brought some foreign races from the battlefield of despair this time. They are indeed a combat force, but they are not the main force. The real main force is the realm overlords, and there are even many existences at the small perfection and great perfection realm. Perhaps you are not clear about the division of realms, but remember, be it the small perfection or great perfection realm, they are not something that ordinary realm overlords can compare to. Other than realm overlords, there are also experts from the empty realm. They are the real main force." Zichun waved his hand and said, "Senior, you don't have to worry about this. Shankar will stay with you. If we can come back alive, I will take him away. If we die, I'll have to trouble you, the realm lord, to settle him down. I think you won't ask for benefits from us." Zichun appeared with a smile on his face. Back then, Meng Shi had helped him. Although Shuntian Dao and the others told him that Meng Shi had taken something from the Wang family, Zichun still believed that Meng Shi had no intention of harming them. But now, Meng Shi showed an indifferent attitude, which disappointed Zichun very much. He was no longer polite with his words. "You are a little guy with character. Don't worry if you die. I will take care of Shankar." "Bullshit. I don't need you to take care of me." Meng Shi ignored Shankar and looked at Zichun, who was about to leave. He said, "Seeing that you are in such a hurry to die, I will add flowers to the brocade. I happen to have a teleportation array here that can reach Shuntian Prefecture. Oh, don't be in a hurry to refuse. In this vast imperial sky region, it seems to be the only teleportation array that can reach Shuntian Prefecture." Zichun stopped moving forward and turned to look at Meng Shi. With a complicated expression, he said, "Then I will have to trouble you. Follow me." Meng Shi chuckled and led Zichun and the others into the depths of the hall. In the meantime, Meng Shi opened a secret door and a flight of stairs that led underground appeared. The group went down. During this period, no one spoke. The atmosphere was very quiet. After descending for about a few hundred meters, Zichun saw many sealed stone rooms. There were a total of 7 of them. He guessed that there might be 7 teleportation arrays here that led to the 7 prefectures. The place you appeared at is a farm. The owner is called Old Farmer. If you see what is going on and need help to escape, you can ask him for help. Of course, he is usually very bored and will pay attention to the situation. The silence was broken by Meng Shi. He pushed open one of the stone rooms and gestured for everyone to enter. Zichun thanked him again and stepped into the teleportation array without hesitation. Manshur and the others followed closely behind. With a flash of light, everyone disappeared. The remnant light of Meng Shi's teleportation array frowned and muttered to himself, "Could this be the variable they have been waiting for?" Zichun stared at Old Man Schenker. The latter revealed a complacent expression. There must be an important reason why the Wang family spent so much effort to kill him, who was only at the 7th layer. Schenker nodded and said proudly, "I have been managing Schenker's store for tens of thousands of years. The number of teleportation arrays I built during this period is unimaginable to them. They think they can kill me by destroying a few teleportation arrays. They are simply daydreaming. I was just playing with them before. As for the passage to the Zhanwu continent, I certainly don't lack it." Obviously, the Wang family also knew about this matter. It was for this reason that they wanted to kill Old Man Schenker. However, it didn't matter whether they killed a mere 7th layer Schenker or not. Their ultimate goal was to destroy the teleportation array. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go quickly. Manshur seemed impatient and eager to return. They had been here for long enough and didn't want to stay any longer. Schenker was startled. "Let's go now." Zichun pondered for a moment and said, "There are still some things I need to do. Let's wait for another day." On this day, Zichun returned to the world of dragons with his people. He came to say goodbye to Musho. "Tell those forces that if the dragon boat reappears, don't board it." Musho nodded and watched Zichun leave with his clansmen. "Let's meet again if fate wills it," said Zichun. "Let's meet again if fate wills it." Musho and the natives watched Zichun disappear. When they returned to Schenker's restaurant, Schenker was fiddling with the teleportation array. He muttered, "It hasn't been activated for many years. It's almost rusted." After entering, Zichun said directly, "Old man, are you going with me this time? 8,000? Let's go together." Schenker raised his head in surprise. "Let's go together. It's not good to stay here and be schemed against. Come back to Shuntian Prefecture with me. I'll find a good place for you to enjoy the rest of your life." Schenker shook his head and said, "No, I'm needed here. Don't flatter yourself. When the Thunder Dragon returns successfully and the rules of the world are repaired, the invaders will no longer have any advantage. This world will belong to the natives after all. They will take it back sooner or later. At that time, an old man like you will be torn apart." Schenker hesitated. He had stayed here for tens of thousands of years. This place was like his home. He was not used to leaving so suddenly. After all, this place is not the Zhanwu continent, nor is it our world. "Come with me," Zichun persuaded him again. If what Zichun said was true, there would be no room for the invaders to develop in this world. All the invaders would retreat. It would be meaningless for Schenker to stay here. "Okay." Schenker nodded, unable to hide the disappointment on his face. He had been running this small restaurant for many years. It was his greatest achievement, but he had to give it up today. "Let's go. I'll open another small restaurant for you when we get back," Zichun said. He did not feel that Schenker's departure was a pity. Meng Shi was reclining on a reclining chair, holding a small teapot in his hand. He narrowed his eyes and was absent-minded. Due to the recent changes in the situation, he spent most of his time at home, allowing the rain of swords and fire to fall outside. He closed the doors and windows so that his ears could not hear what was going on outside. Suddenly, a burst of dazzling light appeared in the room. There was also a strong aura in this light. This aura caused some of the decorations in the room to sway left and right. Some of the exquisite jade objects even fell to the ground and broke into pieces. What's going on? Mengshi suddenly opened his eyes. A bright light flashed in his turbid eyes. The power around him spread out and froze the space around him. Time seemed to have stopped. All the jade artifacts that were about to fall froze in midair. The strong wind disappeared. The strong light dissipated. 5 men, 3 women, and 1 old man appeared in Mengshi's room. I haven't seen you for many years. Old man, you really secretly made a breakthrough. As soon as he appeared, Schenker looked at Mengshi and said. When Mengshi saw Schenker, his eyes widened. His face was full of disbelief. The previous space control disappeared in an instant. Cracking sounds rang out again. All kinds of jade artifacts that were frozen in midair fell to the ground and shattered. No longer feeling sorry for the jade artifacts, Mengshi said in disbelief, Schenker, it's you. Why did you come out? Why can't I come out? I thought you were going to die of old age in there. Mengshi stepped forward and gave Schenker a big hug. He then said with a smile, you set up the teleportation array in my house. This should be your life-saving method. Old man, you must have offended many people and are now being chased. Bullshit. Who in the world dares to chase after me? Shantian and the others recognized Mengshi. It was this old man who had accepted the bribe and almost killed them. Zichen looked at Mengshi with a smile on his face and called him senior. Oh, it's fine that you came back by yourself. But why did you bring a group of followers? Mengshi narrowed his eyes and looked at everyone. I say, you old man, be more polite. Who's a follower? Manshur, who was angry with Mengshi, spoke rudely. Mengshi glanced at Manshur and said with a strange smile, what a big temper. It's comparable to a sector lord. Unfortunately, your realm is too low. It's not proportional to your temper. Manshur was stunned. He wanted to go up and beat him, but he was immediately stopped by Wu Xie. You're wrong this time. These people are famous people in the battlefield of despair. Schenker explained. How famous? I only know this little guy. I don't know the others. Mengshi pointed at Zichun and said, they all came back from the dragon boat. Schenker said, what? Ancient dragon boat? Mengshi's eyes flashed. He looked at Zichun and asked, you really came back alive? What happened on the dragon boat? Zichun didn't answer. Instead, he asked, I can answer this question later. I want to ask Senior if you know the recent movements of the Wang family. Mengshi looked at Zichun and said, you also know about the Wang family. You didn't come out this time to meddle in other people's business. Zichun said seriously, it's everyone's responsibility to expel the foreign races. Mengshi said disdainfully, responsibility my ass. That's just a trick to trick children. But it's rare for you to be so hot-blooded. But I advise you not to throw your lives away. This time, the Wang family caught us off guard and gathered many experts. It's not something you can stop. Haha, I'm afraid the Shuntian prefecture will change hands this time. That little guy Tang Nuo is finished. Shuntian prefecture, City Lord Tang Nuo. Zichun said, the Wang family is targeting the Shuntian prefecture, not the Imperial Sky region. Mengshi glanced at Zichun in disdain and said, the Imperial Sky region is the 7 prefecture alliance. What right does a mere Wang family have to dare to touch the Imperial Sky region? Making a move on the Shuntian prefecture is already the limit. This is also because Tang Nuo has been holding back a foreign race clan. Otherwise, the Wang family wouldn't have anything to do with it. Zichun was surprised. Senior also knows that there are foreign races in the Shuntian prefecture. Mengshi said, as long as you're not an idiot, you know. Zichun didn't understand and asked, since you know, why don't you work together to eradicate them? Kid, are you an idiot? Who would do something without benefits? Moreover, that foreign race clan has extraordinary battle prowess. Who would let their own experts die for nothing? Mengshi said earnestly, you're still too young. In this world, how can there be so many grievances? As long as there are enough benefits, humans and foreign races can become friends. Zichen couldn't refute this because he also had foreign race friends. Back then, he had even helped the foreign race Zhouya. However, he definitely didn't agree with this statement. It was true that benefits came first, but there must be a limit to everything. There must be a bottom line. Meng Shi and the others clearly knew that there were foreign races in the Shuntian prefecture, but they had been watching from the side. In Zichen's opinion, this had already crossed the bottom line. Let's go. Zichen originally thought that Meng Shi was like him, someone with a bottom line, but now it seemed that was not the case at all. He was very disappointed and turned to leave. Brat, don't think that the Wang clan only brought some foreign races from the battlefield of despair this time. They are indeed a combat force, but they are not the main force. The real main force is the realm overlords, and there are even quite a number of minor perfection and great perfection existences. Perhaps you are not clear about the division of realms, but remember, be it minor perfection or great perfection, they are not something ordinary realm overlords can compare to. Other than realm overlords, there are also experts from the empty realm. They are the real main force. Zichen waved his hand and said, Senior, you don't need to worry about this. I'll leave Schenker with you first. If we can come back alive, I'll take him away. If we die, I'll have to trouble you as the realm lord to take care of him. I think you won't ask for benefits from us. Zichen appeared with a smile on his face. Back then, Meng Shi had helped him. Although Shuntian and the others told him that Meng Shi had taken something from the Wang family, Zichen still believed that Meng Shi had no intention of harming them. But now, Meng Shi showed an indifferent attitude, which made Zichen very disappointed. He was no longer polite with his words. You're a little guy with character. Don't worry if you die. I'll take care of Schenker. Bullshit. I don't need you to take care of me. Meng Shi ignored Schenker and looked at Zichen, who was about to leave. He said, seeing that you're in such a hurry to die, I'll just add flowers to the brocade. I happen to have a teleportation array here that can lead directly to Shuntian Prefecture. Oh, don't be in a hurry to refuse. In this vast Imperial Sky region, it seems to be the only teleportation array that can lead directly to Shuntian Prefecture. Zichen stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Meng Shi. With a complicated expression, he said, Then I'll have to trouble you. Follow me. Meng Shi chuckled and led Zichen and the others into the depths of the hall. In the meantime, Meng Shi opened a secret door and a flight of stairs that led underground appeared. The group went down. During this period, no one spoke. The atmosphere was very quiet. After descending for about a few hundred meters, Zichen saw many sealed stone rooms. There were a total of 7 of them. He guessed that there might be 7 teleportation arrays here that led directly to the 7 prefectures. The place you appeared in is a farmer's house. The owner is called Old Farmer. If you see what's going on and need help to escape, you can ask him for help. Of course, he's usually very bored and will pay attention to the situation. The silence was broken by Meng Shi. He pushed open one of the stone rooms and gestured for everyone to enter. Zichen thanked him again and stepped into the teleportation array without hesitation. Manshur and the others followed closely behind. With a flash of light, everyone disappeared. As for the remnant light of Meng Shi's teleportation array, he frowned and muttered to himself, Could this be the variable they've been waiting for? Chapter 1790. Behind Meng Shi, Shink said, You shouldn't have underestimated them. Meng Shi replied, I didn't underestimate them, but you are provoking them. Young people are impulsive. Only after being provoked can they erupt with greater strength. They are already very strong. Strong? They are just in the regional realm. They can't do anything at all. Meng Shi said indifferently, This time, I think Shuntian Prefecture is doomed. Young Master Tian spent all day playing chess. I really don't know what's so good about a broken chess piece. If he had that time, he might as well ask for help. Now, the entire Shuntian Prefecture is going to be involved. I think his brain has already turned stupid from playing chess. Shuntian Prefecture's Prefecture Lord, Tang Nua's residence. It was the same chessboard as before. Tang Nua and young Master Tian sat on the 2 sides of the chessboard. The 2 were still playing chess. However, at this moment, The white chess piece had the upper hand, and the black chess piece was completely suppressed. The variable chess piece that was once on the chessboard had completely disappeared. The huge residence seemed too quiet at this moment. The tea in the teapot beside the two had already been poured out. However, no maidservant came to refill the tea. Time seemed to have returned to more than 100 years ago. Young Master Tian, who was holding the black chess piece, stared at the chessboard for a long time without making a move. Opposite young Master Tian sat Shuntian Prefecture's prefecture lord, Tang Nuo. Today, he wore battle armor and exuded an austere aura. There was a huge sword beside him. He looked like he was going to war. Looking at young Master Tian, who did not make a move for a long time, Tang Nuo said slowly, "How long has it been since we played this game?" Young Master Tian was still dressed in white, untainted by dust. He said casually, "If we count the time of this game, it has been more than 100 years. If we count from before, it should be 19,000 years. 19,000 years. I have been the prefecture lord for exactly 19,000 years." Tang knew aside and said, "A game of chess for 19,000 years. During this period, there were victories and losses. There were endless variables, and the calculations never stopped. Now, it is finally coming to an end." Young Master Tian said, "This game took too long. During this time, the chess pieces kept disappearing. It is indeed time to decide the victor. Everyone, since you are here, show yourselves." He, as expected of the heavenly young master, who is even more proficient in the Tao of divination than the heavenly fate teller. "You actually predicted our appearance." A cold laugh came from the void, and a middle-aged man appeared. The middle-aged man appeared behind young Master Tian and in front of Tang Nuo, but neither of them turned around or raised their heads. Tang Nuo was on the white side, but his eyes were fixed on the black pieces. Young Master Tian had a black piece in his hand, but he did not put it down. "I didn't expect that the first to appear would actually be someone from the Wang clan, the vice-regent lord of the Royal Heaven region, Wang Yuanshan. His cultivation base is already at the peak of the world overlord realm." Young Master Tian's words seemed to carry a strange magic. On the chessboard, a chess piece near the front suddenly lit up, emitting a dazzling light. Vaguely, one could see the image of Wang Yuanshan within the chess pieces. Young Master Tian shook his head and said, "But you are only a chess piece in the end. I'm afraid you are not qualified to see my move." Hearing this, Wang Yuanshan stopped and looked at young Master Tian's back. His expression changed, but he did not dare to step forward. His eyes were filled with fear. "Although I am a chess piece, I am also the vanguard." At this moment, a ray of light lit up on the black chess piece. A ray of black light shot out from the chess piece and transformed into a human figure that appeared in front of Wang Yuanshan. This was a short but sturdy man with a long beard, like a dwarf. He did not release a strong aura around him, but he blocked in front of Wang Yuanshan, who was already in the Great Perfection realm. Seeing this scene, Wang Yuanshan's expression changed slightly as he said, "I didn't expect you to have such means." Tang Nuo remained silent. Young Master Tian said, 10,000 years is enough to nurture a great perfection. With the resources that the Shun Tian Prefecture Lord can mobilize, he can indeed nurture a Sector Lord Perfect Circle without anyone knowing." Another indifferent voice sounded out, and another person appeared out of thin air. This was a tall and thin old man with a goatee, and he floated over in the air. Guest Elder of the Zhou clan, Old Man Dumu, at the Minor Perfection Realm. If you don't have any good fortune, you will never be able to reach the Great Perfection Realm. Young Master Tian's voice rang out again. Another white chess piece emitted a bright light. This white chess piece was placed slightly behind Wang Yuanshan. "Humph," Old Man Dumu coldly snorted. He stood behind Wang Yuanshan and no longer moved forward. Tang Nuo's gaze finally left the chessboard. He calmly said, "The other chess pieces, come out. Could it be that you want to wait for your names to be called out one by one? None of you can leave the chessboard. Come out." Swish, swish. Beams of light flashed as figures appeared one after another. Those who had the qualifications to appear here were naturally all at the World Overlord realm. They were all true World Overlords. This was a contest between a prefecture and two aristocratic clans. Those who came were all true experts. The people here were directly divided into 3 groups. The first group was at Wang Yuanshan's level, at the Great Perfection Realm. They had 81 pure streams of world energy around them, forming a cycle of world energy. Other than Wang Yuanshan, there were 4 others. The second group was at the Lesser Perfection Realm. They only had 9 streams of world energy, forming a small cycle. There were a total of 12 of them. As for the third group, they were world overlords who had 9 streams of world energy and were unable to form a cycle. There were a total of 23 of them. These people were either from the Wang clan of the Royal Sky Domain or the Zhou clan of the Shuntian Prefecture. At this moment, the 2 clans had joined hands and actually mobilized over 10 world overlords. This was definitely the full force of both clans. At this moment, on the chessboard in front of the Prefecture Lord, the white chess pieces lit up, emitting resplendent light. We have a total of 40 people. What do you have? The appearance of so many world overlords caused Wang Yuanshan to be filled with confidence. He couldn't help but ask the 2 people in front of him. Compared to the 40 world overlords here, the Shuntian Prefecture side only had a single person. It seemed very lonely. Wang Yuanshan smiled complacently and said, I heard that in the past, on your chessboard, there were still existences at the level of heavy. I wonder if these chess pieces are all glowing. I wonder how many of these existences can be stored on your chessboard. As his voice faded, beams of light flashed in the entire Prefecture Lord's mansion. Every beam of light was a human figure. After their figures appeared, they all released the aura of a 9th-layer domain. There were no less than 200 of them, and every one of them was at the peak of the 9th layer. Among them were humans, Dax clan, Soul-Devouring clan, Skeleton clan, Winged Bird clan, and other clans from the battlefield of despair. The Zhanwu continent was a complete high-level world. The appearance of these foreign clans wasn't restricted by the rules. Compared to the Soul-Devouring clan, this world was indescribably wonderful. It was comparable to an inexhaustible treasure trove. Young Master Tian didn't even turn his head and said, in the past, there were indeed heavy ones. There were even 1 or 2 layers. However, the final battle is imminent, and the final battle strength will be displayed. My chessboard naturally needs to be upgraded again. Those who aren't on the board aren't even considered cannon fodder. Wang Yuanshan said coldly, what a big tone. Not even considered cannon fodder. You should know that they all came from the battlefield of despair. There are many experts on the rankings among them. Once they act, they can slaughter all the cultivators in Shuntian Prefecture in a single day, turning this city into a ghost town. Young Master Tian shook his head and ignored Wang Yuanshan. He continued, since the chess pieces have appeared, why haven't the players appeared? Could it be that they'll only appear after I make my move? Wang Yuanshan continued, the situation is clear. If you don't have a backup plan, you'll definitely die. What's the point of others not appearing? Young Master Tian smiled faintly and said, even if they're fully prepared, they're still so cautious. In fact, it should be said that they're timid. They're afraid that we have other trump cards, so they want to see all the black pieces. Wang Yuanshan was silent. Obviously, he agreed. Young Master Tian waved his hand and said, forget it. Since you want to see, I'll fulfill your wish. After saying that, he waved his hand and drew a line on the chessboard. There weren't many black pieces in the first place, but they disappeared in the next moment. At this moment, the entire chessboard was filled with white pieces except for 2 black pieces. Such a scene was out of everyone's expectations. Wang Yuanshan was even more stunned. Then, he laughed out loud, haha. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. After 19,000 years of competition, both sides have suffered endless casualties. No one has taken the initiative, and it can be said that both sides are evenly matched. But after all, you're still newcomers. Moreover, you started the competition as soon as you arrived. You lack the most fundamental foundation. In the continuous competition, you've stopped our development, but at the same time, you've also suppressed your development. It's really not easy to have 2 chess pieces on the board. Wang Yuanshan's analysis was not baseless. Although Tang Nua had the support of the entire Shuntian Prefecture, the foundation of the Shuntian Prefecture was each family and each city. They all had their own will and wishes, and did not belong to Tang Nua alone. In terms of cohesion, Tang Nua was weaker than these two families. In addition, both sides were constantly competing, and various geniuses were constantly dying. It was as if they were moving forward in parallel, and there was no progress at all. In these years, the two families developed slowly, and there were not many powerful existences. The Shuntian prefecture, where Tang Nua was the same. Even if Wang Yuanshan had already pointed it out, the existence in the dark still did not appear. It could be seen that even if the other party only had 2 chess pieces, they were still afraid. Forget it. Since you want to see it, I'll let you see. As young Master Tian's voice fell, the second black chess piece released a bright light, and then turned into a tall and thin man. As soon as he appeared, there was a mountain-like aura emerging. Under this aura, even the great perfection stage was moved. Wang Yuanshan, who was very proud of himself before, after seeing this person, his expression changed greatly, and he exclaimed, "Long Fei, it's actually you. Didn't you leave? Why are you here in the Shuntian prefecture?" Back then, in the isolated battlefield, Long Fei was the number 1 for 10,000 years, and Wang Yuanshan was the number 2 for 10,000 years. Knowing that he could not be stronger than Long Fei, Wang Yuanshan took the initiative to leave the battlefield of despair and came to the Zhanwu continent to develop. Now, Wang Yuanshan was at the great perfection stage, and Long Fei was only at the small perfection stage. But looking at Wang Yuanshan's appearance, he was very afraid of Long Fei. Long Fei glanced at Wang Yuanshan and said indifferently, "Of course I'm here to return the favor from back then." Back then, Long Fei was the same as Zichun. As soon as he entered the city, he was oppressed by power. At that time, Tang Nua, who was ranked first, just happened to be out of the city. Chapter 1791. On the chessboard, at the moment, the white pieces had the upper hand, and there were only 2 black pieces left. Turning the chess pieces into combat power, the Shuntian house only had 1 great completion and 1 lesser completion. Long Fei's appearance made Wang Yuanshan, who was at great completion, pale, but this was purely because of the psychological trauma from the battlefield of despair, and had nothing to do with fear or combat power. The difference in both numbers and combat power between the 2 sides was huge, and they were not on the same level at all. Rumor has it that young Master Tian's chessboard is a treasure, and it can sense all the means of the opponent during the game. Seeing it today, it really lives up to its reputation. A loud laugh was heard, and an old man appeared directly next to the chessboard. He stood at the side of the chessboard like a bystander, carefully looking at the game of chess, and was very satisfied. Player, Zhouankong, Realm of Empty Realm. Tang Nua glanced at the old man and said faintly, "That's right. Over the years, we have played many games, and the difference between winning and losing was not big. But in these 200 years, you have obviously had the upper hand and ruined many of our plans." Zhouankong nodded and said, he was obviously the one who was at a disadvantage, but there was no trace of depression on his face, and instead there was a sense of pride. "However, you have also expended quite a bit of energy. Looking at the Go game now, it seems that we have been too impatient. Otherwise, in a few more years, you might not even have a single Go piece. However, this is not bad either. You only have 2 Go pieces. Let's see what you can do." "Not 2, but 3, Yizichin said. Another voice was heard in the dark, and then an old woman in a long robe appeared. Her pair of small but sharp eyes stared at the shining black piece in young Master Tian's hand. Player, Zhou Chuanling. The previous head of the Zhou family, an empty realm cultivator. As everyone knows, young Master Tian is not only proficient in the way of games, but he is also best at innate calculation. He is known as a senior brother who is admired by fortune tellers. I think this piece has not been placed yet because he is waiting for a variable." When Zhouankong heard this, his gaze fell back on young Master Tian. He said, "Oh, so it's a variable chess piece. I thought it was just an ordinary chess piece. But so what? I don't believe that a mere variable chess piece can change the overall situation. It can even make the scattered Shuntian prefecture instantly come together." Another voice came from the darkness. "Even if the variable has the ability to do so, if you don't place your piece, you'll miss everything. it was apparent that a third mighty one from the empty realm had appeared. The opponent was Wang Huangkue, the previous head of the Wang clan. As soon as he appeared, he stood beside the chessboard and looked at the chessboard with satisfaction. This was a middle-aged man who stood with his hands behind his back and a slightly arrogant expression on his face. The three of them ignored Tang Nua and looked at young Master Tian. Zhou Kong sighed and said, "Whether this piece is placed or not, the outcome is already decided." Roar. An enraged roar filled the entire mansion, causing it to tremble. Beneath the chessboard, a violent aura surged out, causing the ground to tremble. It was as if some ferocious creature was about to burst out of the ground. Humph! Tang Nua snorted coldly. His heavy voice carried a powerful penetrating force as it went straight to the ground. The roar stopped in an instant, and the ground stopped trembling. Everything returned to normal. The old woman, Zhou Chuanling, took a look at Tang Nua and said indifferently, "You can no longer suppress the seal. In our eyes, you're just a piece of trash. The only thing you can rely on is young Master Tian, but we all know that he only knows how to calculate and not fight. He's practically a piece of trash. Do you think he can take on three of us at once?" The middle-aged man stepped forward and said, "Even if you still have a variable chess piece on you, it's too late. The entire mansion has been locked down. Even the empty realm will not be able to come in for a while, let alone the realm lords. You've lost this game." Seeing that the situation was indeed so, Tang Nua looked at young Master Tian and said, "Brother Tian, we have to admit defeat." Young Master Tian smiled faintly and said, "You're wrong, Chief. You and I have been playing games for years, waiting for this day. How can we admit defeat so easily?" As soon as he finished, the black chess piece in his hand suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Such an unforeseen event caused everyone's expression to change. Their gazes fell on the chess piece. Faintly, they could hear the roar of a dragon coming from the chess piece. "This is..." Everyone looked at the black chess piece. A confident smile appeared on young Master Tian's face as he said, "This is the variable of the past. It has finally been activated again." The black chess piece in young Master Tian's hand shone even more brightly. As soon as he finished speaking, young Master Tian placed his chess piece. This black chess piece appeared on the chessboard and once again emitted a dazzling light. At the same time, 7 more black chess pieces appeared beside this black chess piece. At this moment, there were 10 black chess pieces on the chessboard. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression immediately changed. Their gazes were fixed on the variable black chess piece. On the black chess piece, there was a faint shadow of a dragon flashing. The black chess piece had turned into a dragon. Just as the black chess piece in young Master Tian's hand shone brightly, Zichun and the others appeared in a private residence in Shuntian Prefecture. As soon as they appeared, they looked at the sky above Shuntian Prefecture and felt emotional. When they left, they were still very weak. When they returned, each of them had the strength to fight against a realm lord. The entire Shuntian Prefecture was still very lively. The sound of hawking continued, and there was no sign of danger at all. "There's no danger." Manshur scratched his head and spread out his spiritual sense, but he did not find anything unusual. When everyone turned around again, there was already an old man in linen clothes standing behind them. He carried a hoe on his back and looked like an old farmer who had just returned from the fields. "Welcome to my house." The old farmer put down the hoe with a simple and honest smile on his face. To be able to appear behind everyone without a sound, he was obviously not an ordinary farmer. Zichun went up and bowed. The old farmer did not decline and accepted the bow right away. Then he asked, "What do you want to know?" Zichun said, "The current situation of Shuntian Prefecture." The old farmer waved his hand and motioned for everyone to return to the house. After everyone sat down, he said, "Everything is normal in Shuntian Prefecture. There is no situation." Zichun asked again, "What about the Prefecture Lord's residence?" The Prefecture Lord's residence is sealed by a powerful energy. Those below the empty realm cannot enter at all. The problem was indeed in the Prefecture Lord's residence. Zichun believed that all those people had already entered, and the final battle must have been fought there. However, he could not help but gasp when he learned that those below the empty realm could not enter. After pondering for a moment, Zichen asked again. I want to know what is happening in the Prefecture Lord's residence. As early as a month ago, Prefecture Lord Tang Nua dismissed all the experts in the residence. Now in such a large residence, there are no more than 5 people who belong to Prefecture Lord Tang Nua. 5. Zichen's expression changed when he heard that. He knew that the Wang family had gathered hundreds of people just from the 9th-tier foreign races. That's right, there are no more than 5. Just 5 days ago, a group of people sneaked into Shuntian Prefecture and were then hidden by great powers. These people should be in the Prefecture Lord's residence at this moment. How many people are there? If we don't count the hundreds of strange-looking domain realm cultivators, there should be nearly 40 realm lords. As for whether there are any empty realm cultivators, I'm not sure. Everyone could not help but gasp when they heard that. Nearly 40 realm lords. That was a terrifying combat power. This is too unbelievable. So far, I haven't seen a single realm lord. How did dozens appear all of a sudden? Manshur said with his eyes wide open. How can you say you haven't seen them before? Those in the depths of the world were also realm lords. That's different. I've never seen a realm lord of the Zhanwu continent. Ignoring the bickering of the two at the moment, Zichen pondered for a moment and asked, since Senior is so well informed, I think you must have a way to send us into the Prefecture Lord's residence. Get ready to go in. The old farmer said in surprise, since you dared to come here, you must have some confidence. But I want to remind you that your opponents are not domain realm cultivators, but realm lords. Other than realm lords, there are also powerful empty realm cultivators. At your level, you will only be cannon fodder if you go in. If that's the case, Senior, you can send us in, Zichen said. The old farmer sighed and said, you have to think about it carefully. You will die if you go in. If you want to leave now, I can send you out. Zichen shook his head and said, I've already thought about it. The old farmer looked at the others. You guys won't be foolishly going to your deaths, right? Manshur said in a clear voice, we would rather die in battle than live like cowards. Very well, come with me. The old farmer nodded with a calm expression on his face. There was no admiration or regret. He led everyone to a teleportation array and said, this is a one-time teleportation array. Once you go in, you will not be able to come back. You only have one chance. Think about it carefully. There's no need to think about it. Let's go. Zichen stepped into the teleportation array and activated it. Manshur and the others followed. Everyone was still staring at the 8 chess pieces. In the next moment, 8 beams of light flew out of them. Immediately after, 8 people suddenly appeared on the scene. Everyone's eyes almost subconsciously fell on the 8 people. Then, their faces were filled with surprise and shock. At the same time, there was also a strong sense of disbelief. The 3 empty realm cultivators were all stunned. Even with their composure, they immediately lost their composure after seeing the 8 people at this moment. It was not that the 8 people were too strong. On the contrary, even if all 8 of them were at the peak of the realm of sector lords, they would not be surprised and would not lose their composure like this. That was because young Master Tian's path of divination was very strong, and it was said that it surpassed the path of heavenly divination. However, the 8 people's realms were too low, so low that they could only be used as cannon fodder. For existences at the realm of sector lords, those at the domain realm were indeed cannon fodder, and they could only be cannon fodder. Zhouankong turned to look at young Master Tian. He, who knew the other party's methods of divination, asked in disbelief, Are you sure that these are the variables you were talking about? Young Master Tian nodded and said, Of course I'm sure. These are the variables I was talking about. There will always be discrepancies in any divination. I didn't expect the hidden dragon to be hibernating. Chapter 1792. Zhouankong was stunned and said, So, you admit that the deduction has failed, and the variables are no longer useful? Tian Gongzi was silent. Under such circumstances, silence naturally meant consent. Haha. Zhouankong could no longer hold it in and laughed. Then, the laughter began to spread, and the other 2 empty realm masters also laughed. Tian Gongzi's deduction had obviously failed, and the final variable was just a mere regional realm, which was a nonsensical variable. A mere 8 domain realm masters could be killed by sending a realm lord. The realm lord was extremely fearful of young Master Tion. At this moment, when he saw how his Tao of evolution was actually like this, he laughed out loud. Even those foreign races who were very nervous earlier couldn't help but laugh at this moment. However, the laughter didn't last long, and suddenly there was a cry of surprise. Zichun! It's Zichun! It's Zichun! I've seen him before. It's definitely him. How could it be him? Didn't he step onto the dragon boat and enter the depths of the world? Why is he here? He came back alive, but why is he still in the domain realm? These foreign races no longer laughed, but their expressions changed drastically, and all kinds of exclamations rose and fell. There were many realm lords in the field, and there were even some from the empty realm, but after these foreign races saw him, they didn't lose their composure like before. However, after seeing Zichun, they all lost their composure. Because Zichun's fame was too great, so great that he was almost an invincible existence in the battlefield of despair. These exclamations immediately reached the ears of the realm lords, and for a moment, many of their expressions changed, and their gazes fell on Zichun again. Anyone who had entered the battlefield of despair knew the significance of the ancient dragon boat. No one could return, and they didn't have the courage or strength to board the boat, but they didn't expect to see someone return alive this time. Hearing the discussion, Long Fei turned around in confusion and saw Zichun at a glance, and he was very surprised. He didn't expect that the variable that Tian Gongzi had been praising was actually him. It had only been 100 years since they last met, and he had grown to such an extent. Zichun and the others appeared, and while they still didn't understand the situation, mocking laughter came from all around. Those Sector Lord-level existences emitted an aura that made them feel suffocated. Zichun looked around, wanting to see someone he was familiar with. Suddenly, he saw Long Fei, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. Lord Long Fei, why are you here? When Manshur and the others heard this, they all looked at Long Fei with curious gazes, looking at this legend of the battlefield of despair. Before Zichun's rise, they would often hear of Long Fei's name. Back then, Zichun was also crowned as the second Long Fei. Long Fei nodded at Zichun. After that, Zichun turned his head again, looked at young Master Tian and Palace Master Tang Nua, and bowed respectfully. The two of them nodded in response. There was no disappointment on their faces. Instead, there was relief. His gaze swept past the dozens of sector lords, and finally landed on the 5 great perfection realm experts and 3 empty realm experts. Zichun said embarrassedly, "We don't seem to be of much help." "You're Zichun. Don't flatter yourself. Not to mention not being of much help, you can't even help with a small matter. You're purely here to die." A cold voice sounded, and Wang Yuanshan looked at him coldly. Zichun looked back at Wang Yuanshan and said indifferently, "You're Wang Yuanshan, trying to get people to deal with me in the battlefield of despair." "That's right. I killed your son." Wang Yuanshan gritted his teeth and said, "Then you deserve to die even more. Your Huping City will also disappear because of your stupidity." Zichun didn't fear Wang Yuanshan at all, and his fighting spirit rose. He said, "Whether I die or not, we'll talk about it later. Since I'm here, I can't leave empty-handed. I wonder what Zichun can do now." Young Master Tian waved his hand and said, "Let's watch the show first." Zichun nodded, then retreated and stood behind Long Fei. Roar! A roar came from the ground again, and even the entire mansion was trembling. The baleful aura kept on surging. "No matter how much you struggle, you won't be able to get out. Just stay here peacefully." Tang Nua's cold voice sounded, and a surge of energy was injected into the ground. At this moment, within 100 meters of the ground, lines of light began to shine. This light turned into a seal, and the entire ground became quiet again. Zichun and the others' faces changed. They didn't expect there to be something underground. Looking at the lines of light, it was obviously a seal that sealed a ferocious creature. Cough, 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 cough. Amidst the coughing, an old man suddenly appeared. He was holding a walking stick in his hand, and his back was hunched. He was so old that he almost couldn't walk. Leaning on the walking stick, he shakily came to the side of the chessboard and coughed again. "I'm old, and I can't walk anymore." Every time he coughed, it was as if a heavy hammer was pounding on his heart. Zichen's expression changed drastically, and his face was filled with shock. It was obvious that if the other party wanted to, just a cough could shatter his heart. Looking at the side, Manshur and the others, as well as the realm lords, were all pale. Only Great Fulfillment and Great Fulfillment were safe and sound. How strong was this old man? He was definitely not from the empty realm. Zichen secretly guessed. Young Master Tion's expression changed as well. He turned his head to look at the old man who seemed to be nearing the end of his lifespan and could die at any moment. He said respectfully, "I didn't expect that even you would come personally." The old man smiled and said, "Thanks to you. My main body strength is quickly depleting. Taking advantage of the loosening of the seal, I came here to bring my main body back. Speaking of which, if I didn't come to bring my main body back, this old man would be buried in the ground." Young Master Tion said again, "Actually, why are you so stubborn? You are yourself, and only yourself. Your main body is of a foreign race." Zichen's expression changed. He guessed that the other party came for the thing underground. Now, he could be sure that the thing underground was of a foreign race. And this old man, who even he couldn't see through, seemed to be a clone of a foreign race. The old man said, "But if my main body dies, I will die too." "This is just your wishful thinking. Actually, if my main body dies, you will live better. Everything now is just my main body's final struggle. Haha, this is just your guess. I am old and afraid of death, so I don't dare to gamble. I only know that if my main body dies, I may die, but as long as my main body is alive, I will live better." Young Master Tion bowed slightly and said, "It seems that I still can't convince you. Since you are here, the other one must be here too. Seeing you little guys grow up, this old woman is very gratified. Speaking of which, I watched you all grow up. I really don't want to be enemies with you." Another old voice was heard. Another old man with a cane appeared. This time, it was an old woman. She was so old that she could barely walk. However, to be able to appear here out of thin air and speak in such a tone, there was naturally someone who surpassed the empty realm. Zichen and the others watched all of this quietly, not even daring to breathe. They thought that being invincible in the battlefield of despair was already very powerful. However, looking at the situation before them, they found that their invincibility was at the bottom. The old woman walked to the other side of the chessboard, trembling. Young Master Tion immediately got up and bowed respectfully to the old woman. His attitude was much more respectful than when he was with the old man. The old woman nodded in return. Tang Nua, who had not moved all this while, also got up immediately. After bowing respectfully, he shouted, "Tang Nua greets teacher." As soon as those words came out, more than half of the people present were stunned. Zichen even opened his eyes wide and looked at all of this in disbelief. Teacher. This old woman was actually Tang Nua's teacher. That was too unbelievable. The old woman hugged her body and looked up at the tall Tang Nua. She seemed to be having a hard time. Tang Nua quickly bowed. The old woman said, "My good student, you've made your teacher very sad." Tang Nua remained silent. There was a hint of guilt on his face, but more than that, there was determination. "I've been training you since you were young. My goal was to make you the head of Shuntian Prefecture, but you actually strengthened the seal of your main body after becoming the head of the prefecture, preventing it from breaking out. This has been a hindrance for nearly 20,000 years. You're right, teacher. I, Tang Nua, am indebted to you for teaching me your skills. However, my main body is cruel and violent. Once it appears, the entire Shuntian Prefecture will be bathed in blood. I hope you can understand my difficulties, teacher. The demon of my main body is not something that can be released." The old woman kept knocking on the ground with her cane and said angrily, "You mean to say that I'm a demon too? Teacher, why put the blame on yourself? You're actually a spiritual body that has long escaped the control of your main body. You are yourself, and you have nothing to do with your main body. But now your teacher is about to die, and you're not going to save me?" Brother Tion has deduced many times. When your main body dies, you will be free. If you don't believe me, you can ask Brother Tion. The head of the prefecture is right. I can guarantee that you'll be fine. The old woman said with dissatisfaction, Do I believe your guarantee or your deductions? For nearly 20,000 years, you guys have been suppressing us and trying to kill your main body. We've been severely restrained, and now we've finally done our best to prepare for a battle. But in the end, you've only brought out a few people. Is this what a battle of life and death looks like? Look at your deductions. You've actually pinned your hopes on some people in the domain. Looking at young Master Tion's embarrassed expression, the old woman said, All right, I don't want to talk nonsense with you guys anymore. The situation is clear. If you guys release your main body now, I won't make things difficult for you. Tang Nua shook his head and said, If I release my main body, Shuntian Prefecture will be bathed in blood, and everyone will die. Zhouan Kong of the Empty Realm said, So what? You don't even care about your life and death now. Shuntian Prefecture has abandoned you. Why do you care about their life and death? If the huge Shuntian Prefecture could be as strong as an iron plate, do you think we'd come? Tang Nua said, It's not as strong as an iron plate now, but it will be in the future. Zhouan Kong said, Do you think that's possible? Isn't Tiger God Mountain known as the cradle of higher life forms? Why didn't they come to help you this time? Aren't there many higher life forms in other places of Shuntian Prefecture? Any one of them is a powerful realm lord. Why didn't they come to help? Tang Nua shook his head and said, No matter what, my main body can't leave. The old woman said angrily, So, you insist on starting a war. Are you saying that with just the few of you, you still can't see the situation clearly? The old woman looked back at Zichen and the others and said, I see that their talents are good, and their future achievements are limitless. This little guy is even more so. Do you want me to kill them now? As she spoke, a cold, murderous intent locked onto Zichen. This murderous intent locked onto him, but it seemed to have completely imprisoned Zichen, making him unable to move at all, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Zichen believed that if the old woman made a move, he would die in an instant. Chapter 1793. The woman in the air quietly laid down. Her body emitted a holy light that illuminated this space. She was a peerless beauty, like a fairy who had descended to the mortal world. She was quietly sleeping, but no one would have the heart to profane her. Her eyes opened, her eyelashes trembling. Her beautiful eyes were still filled with a hazy light, like a sleeping beauty who had just woken up. Who is it that woke me up? Her voice was ethereal, untainted by the aura of the mortal world. Her long eyelashes trembled, and a bright light gradually appeared in her hazy eyes. She had completely awakened and was quietly sitting in the air. She was cold and elegant, and her entire person was even more holy. So it's him. Her red lips moved slightly, her beauty moving. After deducing the cause and effect, she slightly raised her willow leaf-like eyebrows. It's really troublesome to wake me up now. A hint of resentment and dissatisfaction appeared on her face, adding some vitality to her. Her every frown and smile seemed to be able to cause chaos, causing heaven and earth to lose their color. After a slight hesitation, her figure disappeared into the void. Facing the old woman's killing intent, although Zichen couldn't move his body, his mind was working rapidly. The current situation was basically clear. Under Tang Nua's feet, there was a foreign race old monster sealed underground. It was unknown what method this old monster used to create two clones. These two clones were relatively powerful. One of them was the Wang clan's old ancestor, the one who established the Wang clan of the Royal Heaven region. The other one was the Zhou clan's old ancestor, the one who established the Zhou clan and occupied half of the Shuntian prefecture. The Zhou clan's old ancestor was Tang Nua's master. He nurtured Tang Nua from a young age, so that Tang Nua could one day break the seal and rescue his original body after becoming the prefecture lord. However, who would have thought that after Tang Nua successfully became the city lord, not only did he not break the seal, he even strengthened the seal. After that, he used the Shuntian prefecture as the overall situation with the Zhou clan and fought for 19,000 years. Now, the seal underground had loosened, and the foreign race old monster was about to die from the seal. However, He thought of a way to summon the old ancestors of the two great clans and used a secret method to greatly reduce their lifespans. The two of them had no choice but to gather experts and fight to the death here. This was a truly high-level battle, It could be said to be the largest battle of sector masters in Shuntian Prefecture in the past 20,000 years. Because Ziqian had heard that the Wang family had gathered so many foreign cultivators, he was worried about the people of the world. Ignoring the advice of others, he brought his men and forced his way here. Things were that simple. What followed was a battle of life and death. However, the old woman didn't act according to common sense. Her first move was to kill Ziqian. Tang Nua remained silent in the face of the old woman's threat. He had no intention of stopping her. Young Master Tian smiled faintly and said politely, "As long as you are willing, you can kill everyone here as you please." The old woman swept her eyes over Ziqian. The difference in combat strength between the two of them could be said to be the difference between heaven and earth, between an adult cultivator and a newborn baby. Regardless of whether it was a foreign race or a human, it was a matter of face. If there was no one around, it would be fine to kill him. But now, in front of so many sector lords and domain realm experts, how could someone as powerful as her make a move? Moreover, if news of this spread, it would be very bad for her reputation. The old woman snorted and said, "Since you are so stubborn, I can only kill you one by one. Who will be the first to kill him?" The old woman looked at Ziqian and decided that he would be the first to die. Under normal circumstances, facing Ziqian, a domain realm expert would naturally be the first to come. However, there were hundreds of domain realm experts present. There were humans and foreign races, but not a single one of them took the initiative to step forward. Everyone present looked at Ziqian with deep fear in their eyes. Ziqian wasn't very famous here, but he was definitely a tyrant in the battlefield of despair. As people from the battlefield of despair, how would they dare to take the initiative to find trouble with this tyrant? Seeing that no one stepped forward, the old woman, who was already in a bad mood, had an ugly expression on her face. She swept a glance over the Wang family members and said, "Didn't you say that you would find powerful experts who aren't afraid of death? Why are they all trash?" Her words were very rude, but when those domain realm experts heard it, they didn't even dare to show their anger. In the battlefield of despair, they were naturally existences who weren't afraid of death, and they didn't fear anyone. However, this didn't include Ziqian. Ziqian was infamous. When he first entered the 9th level, he was able to kill powerhouses on the commander list. When he was in the middle of the 9th level, he was able to become the first on the commander list. Now, he was at the peak of the 9th level. Wang Yuanshan's expression was very ugly. He swept his gaze over those domain realm experts. His eyes were very sharp, as if to say, "I paid the price for you to work, not to stand guard. I'll do it." A cold voice rang out. An existence shrouded in a black robe appeared. This was a member of the Soul Devourer clan. During the time he had been in the Zhanwu continent, he had relied on his innate ability to deeply understand the rules of the Zhanwu continent. At this moment, he was the nemesis of all the natives of the Zhanwu continent. This was also the source of his confidence. In the battlefield of despair, your battle strength was unparalleled. I want to see if your battle strength is still as strong when you return to this world. The Soul Devourer clan walked towards Ziqian, and the soul power around him began to surge. Now, Ziqian's opponent was no longer a domain realm expert. He couldn't be bothered to deal with the opponent, and he didn't want to waste time. The danger in front of him also represented an opportunity that he had to seize. Therefore, he stretched out his hand, formed a sword with 2 fingers, and pointed forward. A ray of golden sword chi appeared from the tip of his finger and went straight towards the Soul Devourer clan. "It's useless." The Soul Devourer clan sneered. All physical attacks were useless against him. The soul power around him surged as he prepared to disintegrate. But suddenly, an even stronger power shot out from the golden sword chi, directly locking onto and imprisoning him, just like how the old woman's killing intent had imprisoned Ziqian. Puffed! The sword chi pierced through the Soul Devourer clan's forehead. The latter's body trembled and then dissipated into soul power. The battle was over. Seeing the peak 9th level Soul Devourer clan die, the other domain realm experts' expressions changed. The wariness in their eyes turned into fear. Even the domain lords looked at Zichun in surprise. They didn't expect Zichun to win so easily. Trash. The old woman snorted with dissatisfaction. After losing the first battle, the other Wang family experts were also embarrassed. Young Master Tian and Tang Nuo were still indifferent, as if they had already guessed the outcome. Long Fei appeared to be a little surprised, while the short Great Perfection deity in front of him was indifferent. Zichun glanced at the domain realm experts, who didn't dare to look at him at all. They either lowered their heads or deliberately avoided his gaze. Zichun smiled disdainfully and said, "Since you said you're trash, then don't come up to die. Since I'm called a variable, you should at least arrange an opponent at the domain lord level for me." His words were arrogant and made many people unhappy. Wang Yuanshan mocked, "Do you think you can deal with a domain lord just because you killed a domain realm expert? What do you think a domain lord is?" Zichun replied indifferently, "Of course I'm an enemy. Do you think I'm a sparring partner? What a sharp-tongued brat. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Wang Yuanshan was angry and waved his hand. A domain lord walked out from behind. He looked at Zichun emotionlessly, as if he was looking at a dead man. He said indifferently, "Don't think you're the only one who stayed in the land of despair. I also came out from there." Zichun didn't like to hear this. There were too many people who stayed in the land of despair, but could they be on the same level? Speaking of which, even Long Fei wasn't on the same level as Zichun, let alone these unknown people. Die. The opponent didn't waste time. After stepping forward, pure domain force surged around him and he attacked Zichun. Although there was only one domain force, it was still powerful and terrifying. Zichun stood in place and didn't move. He stared at the incoming attack. Because of his field of vision, this attack didn't have the illusion that it was slow. It was fast and powerful. However, Zichun still didn't have any intention of dodging. He didn't even put up a defense. He just stared at the domain force attack like a fool. Is he an idiot? Why isn't he dodging? He's just courting death. It's not that he doesn't want to dodge, but he can't. As expected, the difference between a domain lord and a domain lord is like heaven and earth. He can kill a peak domain lord, but in front of a domain lord, he can't resist at all. Some domain lords in the distance were discussing softly. As for the other experts present, they were silent. Their eyes were also filled with confusion. They couldn't understand why Zichun didn't dodge. There was only one domain force. It was impossible that he couldn't dodge. However, when the attack landed on Zichun, Zichun still didn't dodge. Bang! When the domain force hit Zichun, Zichun still didn't move. He allowed his body to retreat. At the same time, the domain force entered his body and wantonly destroyed the vitality in Zichun's body. However, Zichun's defense was too strong. A mere domain force couldn't cause any effective damage to him. The destroyed life force was also constantly being repaired. With this attack, Zichun retreated 20 meters. There wasn't a trace of injury on his body. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed. When they were in this realm, they wouldn't dare to block the domain lord's attack like this. The domain lord in front was also shocked. He looked at Zichun in disbelief. Although the attack just now didn't use his full strength, it was definitely a domain lord's attack. However, Zichun was unscathed. Long Fei's eyes flashed and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Young Master Tian and Tang Nuo were still expressionless. The faces of the two progenitors darkened further. A hint of surprise flashed through the eyes of the dwarf. Zichun rubbed his chest. Under the gazes of the crowd, he walked up and stood in the same position as before. He said, "Your strength should be more than this, right? You're still lacking. Come again." Go to hell. The domain lord was furious. This time, he directly attacked with 3 domain forces. This force was very strong and fast. It almost instantly arrived in front of Zichun. Bang! Zichun's body was directly sent flying. No one knew if he deliberately didn't resist or if he really couldn't resist in time. After this strike, blood trickled down Zichun's mouth. 3 deep wounds appeared on his chest, and within those wounds, there were waves of world force wreaking havoc and vitality. Zichun gritted his teeth and stood up while enduring the pain. All of his spiritual sense was placed on the domain force. He quietly observed, experienced, and comprehended. He hadn't been able to break through. Today, he wanted to use this method to take that final step. He slowly walked forward. Ignoring the injuries on his body, he shook his head and said, "You're still lacking. A mere domain lord is only it." Everyone looked at Zichun strangely, who didn't dodge or defend in a fight. Moreover, he deliberately provoked him with words. Wasn't this purely courting death? The domain lord in front was furious. He completely mobilized the domain force in his body. There were a total of 5 domain forces. He directly launched his strongest attack. Boom! Zichun drew a line of blood in the air. The bones in his body kept breaking. When he fell to the ground, his chest was already badly mutilated. No one understood why Zichun did this. But when everyone was confused, he said, "I understand." Chapter 1794. After taking 3 consecutive hits from the Realm Lord, he didn't defend or dodge. He used his body to take it head-on. Zichun's actions had already confused everyone. No one could understand what Zichun was doing. What was the point of doing this? He was simply courting death. Obviously, it was impossible. No one would foolishly court death. The stronger one was, the more they cherished their lives. But if he wasn't courting death, why didn't he defend or dodge? Could it be that he wanted to use the pressure to break through to the Realm Lord realm in one go? This was even more impossible because there would be an excess of realm power during this period. Everyone was puzzled. Their faces were filled with confusion. This included the City Lord and young Master Tion who could deduce, as well as the 2 old ancestors and the 3 empty realms. Everyone was puzzled and didn't understand, but Zichun said that he understood. This made everyone even more confused and puzzled. The last 2 realm powers were currently wreaking havoc in Zichun's body, forcefully destroying Zichun's life force. Zichun, on the other hand, was feeling this pure realm force. He could even feel the attribute of this realm force. It was a very ordinary elemental law. It was just one of the forces of nature. This realm power's attribute was too ordinary. Its attack was obviously insufficient. While sensing this realm power, Zichun was thinking about how to destroy this power. This was also his original intention when he comprehended the rules. Unequal rules needed to be destroyed. Unequal rules also needed to be abolished. This was the original intention of destroying the rules. Now, destroying the rules needed to level up, but Zichun hadn't found the right way. The appearance of the realm power was a new kind of power. How should he destroy it when inequality appeared? In Zichun's body, this power was wreaking havoc. His destruction rules couldn't stop it, nor could they stop it, because this was a power of higher quality and a higher level. At this moment, Zichun needed a realm power to destroy this realm power, just like how his family relied on their power to suppress him. If he didn't want this to happen again, other than becoming stronger, he also needed his opponents to become weaker, strengthen himself, and destroy the opponent's foundation. This was the destruction rules back then. But now, a difficult path was placed in front of Zichun, and that was that there was no destructive realm power in this world. That was why he couldn't sense it even after so long. While his body was constantly being destroyed, Zichun's perfect spiritual senses continued to operate. He didn't put up any form of defense, instead suppressing his body's powerful regenerative abilities to the lowest possible level, allowing the realm force to wreak havoc within his body. At this moment, Zichun was prepared to use death to stimulate himself. What should he do without the destructive realm force? This was something that did not exist in this world, so how could one comprehend it? If he couldn't comprehend it, Zichun would die here. How to resolve the crisis of life and death? How to break through the realm force? This was the problem that Zichun was facing. Death was approaching. Zichun could sense that many parts of his body's vitality had been destroyed, but he continued suppressing his perfect body as his mind rapidly circulated. He wanted to break out of this situation. At this moment of life and death, a bolt of lightning suddenly streaked across Zichun's spiritual sea and 2 words appeared. Create. There was originally no law of destruction in this world. But Zichun had forcefully created the law of destruction based on his experiences and comprehended many laws. Now, it was the same principle when it came to the realm force. Since there was no destructive realm force, he could only create it. There was no path in this world to begin with, but it would become a path when many people walked on it. There was no destructive realm force in this world to begin with. If one created it and used it, it would be destructive realm force. In an instant, Zichun was enlightened. In the monk's words, "Patron, you have an epiphany. Patron, you were wrong in the past." Why did he insist on comprehending this world's destructive realm force? The destructive realm force he knew didn't exist in this world at all. He could only create it himself. Next, you will be the destructive realm force. The energy in Zichun's body began to circulate as one realm force after another appeared. This was the realm force that Zichun had comprehended back then, the realm force that belonged to this world. After these realm forces appeared, they gathered together. With a thought from Zichun, they fused and evolved into another unfamiliar realm force. Zichun named this realm force Destruction. This was a newborn realm force. It was all-encompassing. There were the 5 elements: nature, good and evil, true and false. Looking at the newborn realm force, he had an epiphany. He understood. The destructive realm force that had just taken form was rapidly growing. It instantly broke through the first level and reached the second level. Following that, it reached the third level and the fourth level. The destructive realm force created by the fusion of many realm forces reached the fourth level the instant it took form. The realm force that was still wreaking havoc in his body was immediately dispersed by the fourth level of the destructive realm force. At the same time, Zichun no longer suppressed his body. His perfect body began to repair itself. As for the others around him, when they sensed the new realm force produced in Zichun's body, they suddenly felt a sense of palpitation for some reason. They didn't sense the fusion of many realm forces. They only sensed the destructive realm force expelling the pure realm force. As for this realm force, it was clearly extraordinary. However, only existences above the lesser perfection stage could sense it. 3 breaths later, Zichun stood up. There were no more injuries on his body. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Everyone was an expert, so they naturally understood what had happened in such a short period of time. Zichun had comprehended the realm force and expelled the pure realm force of a realm lord. For such a situation to occur, it could only mean that the quality of the realm force Zichun had comprehended was higher. It was like the same battle beast. One was a mutated king, while the other was an ordinary battle beast. How could this be? The realm lord from before looked at Zichun, who stood up and scathed, in disbelief. His 3 full-powered strikes had failed to kill a defenseless domain realm expert. This was something that was still unbelievable even though he had seen it with his own eyes. You've already attacked 3 times. It's my turn now, right? Zichun walked towards the realm lord in front of him. His heart was filled with excitement and joy. The threat of death allowed him to comprehend one move. His subsequent journey as a realm lord would be smooth sailing. Manshur and the others obviously saw this. Their faces were also filled with joy. They were happy for Zichun from the bottom of their hearts. On the chessboard, young Master Tian saw the hibernating hidden dragon and bared his fangs. I don't believe it. You're just a domain realm expert. I want you dead. The realm lord was completely enraged. His facial features began to distort. The 5 complete realm forces around him began to circulate crazily. A powerful aura was released. Boom. He raised his hand and struck out a palm at Zichun. On the palm print, energy surged and the 5 realm forces filled the surface of the palm print. This time, Zichun still did not dodge. Instead, he chose to take the initiative to attack. 4 layers of destructive realm forces appeared on Zichun's fingertips and slashed forward at an extremely fast speed. Pooh! The 4 layers of destructive realm forces easily cut through the 5 pure realm forces and swept through the palm print, heading straight for the realm lord's face. Seeing that his attack was easily broken, the realm lord's expression changed greatly. The realm forces around him surged and propped up a defense. Even so, he could still feel a strong sense of danger in his heart. His figure retreated at the same time. Pooh! Unfortunately, Zichen's attack was even faster. It instantly broke through his defense and swept through his body. The destructive realm forces dissipated, and the realm lord's body was also separated from the middle. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Zichen, who was in the domain realm, killed a realm lord, and it was an instant kill. The originally quiet surroundings suddenly became deathly silent. The faces of the foreign race's domain realm experts were filled with shock. At this moment, they no longer had any fighting spirit in their hearts. Those realm lords were also shocked. One strike to kill a person who was of a higher level. Then, the combat strength Zichen displayed at this moment was similar to that of a realm lord at small perfection. Looking at the separated corpse of the realm lord on the ground, they were so shocked that they could not say a word. When they looked at Zichen again, they no longer mocked him. Their eyes were filled with fear. The faces of the few empty realm experts were filled with surprise. Although they had heard that a domain realm expert could kill a realm lord in an instant, they had never seen it with their own eyes. The gazes of the two old ancestors also fell on Zichen again, their eyes flashing. Not bad indeed. The Zhou family's old ancestor nodded and said, "To be able to comprehend such a strange realm force, he does indeed have the qualifications to be a variable. However, in the end, he has only comprehended the realm force and has not truly broken through. His combat strength is ultimately limited. To be able to kill a realm lord with 5 realms force, it was obvious that the current Zichen was no longer someone that an ordinary realm lord could kill." As the old woman turned her head, a small perfection expert walked out. This was an old man, the Zhou family's guest elder, Elder Dumu. The minimum standard for small perfection was to form a cycle with 9 realms force. Under such circumstances, whether it was attack or defense, they would be much stronger. Every realm lord was a famous existence, and every small perfection expert was even more famous. Elder Dumu was naturally a very famous existence in normal times. However, there were even existences stronger than the empty realm here. A mere small perfection expert was nothing. Elder Dumu did not reveal his name. His expression was very solemn. As he walked forward, 9 realms force appeared on the surface of his body, forming a small cycle. Of course, the aura surging around his body was much stronger than the previous realm lord. It was equivalent to the extreme peak city lord who had once used the dragon's power to erupt. However, in front of Zichen, the extreme peak city lord was finished with a single slash. At that time, Zichen was only at the peak of the 9th level and had yet to comprehend the realm force. Now, Zichen, who had comprehended the realm force, could instantly kill a realm lord. Naturally, he did not put small perfection in his eyes. The opponent glanced at Zichen, then clenched his fist and punched towards Zichen. 9 realms force surrounded the surface of the fist, forming a small cycle, and went straight towards Zichen. The opponent's attack was very direct, very powerful, and very terrifying. Around them, everyone held their breaths as their eyes stared straight ahead. Facing this attack, Zichen also clenched his fist. On his fist, 2 types of lightning force of yin and yang appeared. Against an expert of small perfection, without the help of a weapon, Zichen would have to use 2 types of extreme power. With the addition of 2 types of power, in addition to the 4 layers of realm force, the power contained in Zichen's punch was more than 10 times stronger than before. Everyone around was moved by the 2 different types of power that Zichen displayed. First, it was the powerful realm force, and then there were 2 types of energy. Everyone found that this domain realm seemed to have become more and more mysterious. Tang Nuan nodded, looking very satisfied. Young Master Tian's face finally revealed a slight smile. Long Fei's eyes were filled with surprise. The dwarf beside him had a very serious expression. Zichen had already punched out. 2 types of energy exploded, releasing a destructive aura, causing the expressions of all the large perfection experts to change drastically. Chapter 1795. Boom. The 2 fists collided, causing a loud explosion. Zichen's fist carried an unstoppable force, instantly destroying Old Man Dumu's fist. Immediately after, the yin and yang lightning power rushed forward, forcibly breaking through his defense and hitting his chest. Terrifying energy instantly exploded, and Old Man Dumu's chest was already badly mutilated. Popping sounds could be heard from his bones. The fourth layer of realm power rushed into his body, forcibly destroying his life force. Old Man Dumu flew backwards amidst the violent energy. After landing, he did not move. One strike, just one strike, and Old Man Dumu, who was at the small perfection realm, died. The surroundings were deathly silent. The faces of many domain realm experts were filled with shock. The group of sector lords also revealed shocked expressions. The small perfection realm experts' faces were filled with disbelief. No one would have thought that Zichun, who was only at the domain realm, could not only kill a sector lord, but also a small perfection realm expert. With such battle strength, Zichun was enough to attract everyone's attention. No one cared about Old Man Duma's life or death. All eyes fell on Zichun, and even some fell on the people behind Zichun. If Zichun had such means, then was it possible that the domain realm experts who came with him had the same means? All the sector lords present were moved by Zichun's strength, including Longfei and the great perfection realm dwarf beside him. The three empty realm experts were also stunned. The two existences who had surpassed the empty realm constantly looked around, as if they wanted to see through him completely. I never thought that my Shuntian prefecture would have such a proud son of the heavens appear. This is really a great fortune for Shuntian prefecture. Zhou family's ancestor looked at Zichun with admiration from the bottom of his heart. Little guy, if you are willing to join the Zhou family now, I can spare your life, and in the future, my Zhou family will do our best to nurture you and provide you with all the resources you need. This Zhou family's ancestor actually had the intention to rope him in. Zichun glanced at the old woman and said indifferently, "I'm sorry, but we walk different paths. Furthermore, I hate those who collude with other races the most." What an arrogant kid. Don't think that you're invincible just because you killed a lesser consummation. Not only are there great consummation beings here, but there's also the empty realm. Killing you is just a matter of minutes. The old woman's face immediately turned cold after being rejected. While they were talking, Wang Yuanshan walked out. He smiled coldly at Zichun and said, "Brat, your life is mine." A sector lord at the Great Circle was considered a pinnacle sector lord. His combat strength was extremely strong, but this also ignited Zichun's competitive spirit. Flames seemed to be burning in his eyes. "Your opponent is me." Suddenly, Long Fei took a step forward and blocked in front of Zichun. Although he had already seen how strong Zichun was, Long Fei was still worried that he wouldn't be able to defeat Wang Yuanshan, who was at the Great Circle, so he intentionally blocked Wang Yuanshan for him. Wang Yuanshan looked at Long Fei, and his expression became unnatural. He slowly said, "It's useless. Even if I don't kill him, the other Great Circle beings will definitely make a move. You should know that there are 5 Great Circle beings here." "That's right. Thank you for your care, my lord. I'm not talented, but I also want to see the strength of a Great Circle being." Zichun's voice sounded from behind. Long Fei turned back to look at Zichun. He saw confidence and high fighting spirit in Zichun's eyes, so he didn't hesitate and nodded and retreated. The others also saw Zichun's confidence, but many people couldn't understand where Zichun's confidence came from. One had to know that he was about to face a Great Circle being. This kind of existence had all 81 realm powers and could form a perfect cycle. Their combat strength was definitely not something a lesser circle could compare to. In addition, Zichun was facing Wang Yuanshan, who was the deputy domain lord of the Imperial Celestial region. This kind of existence couldn't be compared to ordinary sector lords. He had emperor-level battle skills and definitely had an emperor-level weapon in his hands. Wang Yuanshan's true combat strength was actually not weaker than an empty realm expert. They couldn't understand where Zichun got the confidence to deal with such a level of existence. "If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Wang Yuanshan smiled coldly and walked towards Zichun. His eyes were very cold. It could be said that the two of them had a deep hatred. Zichun stood where he was, and in the next moment, a weapon appeared in his hand. It was a sheathed long blade. Seeing this scene, the corner of Wang Yuanshan's mouth couldn't help but reveal a hint of mockery. He knew Zichun very well and knew that this weapon was only king level. If this was Zichun's greatest reliance against a great circle being, then Zichun had no chance of winning. I wanted to let you see the power of an Emperor-level weapon, but I was afraid that it would scare you to death. Fortunately, I'll forget about it. However, I have an Emperor-level battle skill here. Take a look. Emperor's Extreme Finger. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yuanshan pointed a finger at Zichun. This finger contained 99 pure realm powers. As soon as the finger was formed, the space there began to distort, and violent energy continued to surge. The entire residence had been sealed by great powers, and even the empty realm experts had difficulty entering. It was obvious that the space there was very stable, but Wang Yuanshan's attack still caused such a power. If this had happened elsewhere, the appearance of this finger would have caused a change in the world. Facing this Emperor-level finger, Zichun's reaction was very simple. Two types of energy surged around him, and these two types of energy were injected into the blade at the same time. Swoosh! Then, Zichun pulled out the blade with force. A bright blade light flashed between heaven and earth. This saber light looked ordinary, as if it was just bright. The domain realm experts couldn't see anything special, but they were attracted by the bright blade light. The same was true for the realm lords, and even the lesser circle beings were confused. However, everyone at the great perfection level and above had a drastic change in expression when they saw this saber. Emperor-level battle skill. Emperor-level weapon. Several exclamations sounded one after another, and everyone's expression changed. The bright blade light instantly swept past Wang Yuanshan's attack, and then swept past Wang Yuanshan's body. Poof! Poof! Then, the blade light continued to move forward, sweeping past the body of a lesser circle, and then a realm lord before finally dissipating. Zichun, who had sheathed his long blade and stood in place, couldn't help but sigh. In the path of the attack, Wang Yuanshan's figure had already disappeared. However, on this straight line, the lesser circle and realm lords' bodies were split in two, and their vitality was gone. After killing two realm lords with one slash, Zichun didn't look excited. Instead, he looked disappointed because Wang Yuanshan was still alive. At this moment, Wang Yuanshan was standing 10 meters away. There was no color on his face, and his eyes were filled with intense fear and lingering fear. There was an obvious red mark on his head and chest, and dark red blood was seeping out from it. Next to him stood the Wang family's ancestor. He was the one who had attacked in an instant and saved Wang Yuanshan. Otherwise, Wang Yuanshan, who was careless, would have been split in two. This was because that slash was too unexpected, and it was so fast that even a greater circle couldn't withstand it. Because of this slash, the scene fell into a dead silence once again. Too powerful, too terrifying, too unbelievable. A domain realm expert almost killed a greater circle with one slash. Even though they saw it with their own eyes, they still couldn't believe it. There were too many oddities in this. For example, why was a domain realm expert able to use an Emperor-level battle skill and an Emperor-level weapon? The expressions of all the greater circle experts changed, and their eyes were filled with seriousness and fear. They asked themselves honestly, if they had been the one who had been struck by the saber just now, what chance would they have of keeping their lives? If they attacked first with all their strength, they might still be able to survive. If they were careless, they would definitely be killed with one slash, just like the lesser circle and realm lord. Good job. Longfei couldn't help but shout while everyone was shocked speechless. He looked very excited. No wonder young Master Tian valued Zichun so much. It turned out that this person had such talent. At this moment, Longfei was also very impressed with Zichun. At the very least, when he was at that realm, he was far from Zichun's methods. At this moment, Zichun displayed such powerful combat strength. The domain realm experts he brought were somewhat thought-provoking. After all, with Zichun's record, it didn't seem that impossible that his companions could kill enemies of a higher realm. Wang Yuanshan, who came back to his senses, was full of anger. He wasn't defeated by Zichun, but he was careless. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and a long sword appeared in his hand. As the energy surged, a violent aura swept through the place. Wang Yuanshan held the Emperor weapon and glanced at Zichun. He was unconvinced and said, again. Beside him, The Wang family ancestor waved his hand and said, "Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Since it's a variable calculated by young Master Tian, it's natural for it to be extraordinary." Everyone believed that this might be Ziqin's greatest trump card. However, because of their previous underestimation, 2 lesser circle experts and 2 realm lords had died. Moreover, Zichun was a variable on young Master Tian's chessboard. Who knew what kind of secret tricks he would have next? On the chessboard, great perfection was the strongest combat strength, so there naturally couldn't be any losses. The old man's eyes swept past Zichun and looked at young Master Tian. He said, "Since he's a chess piece, he naturally has the combat strength of a chess piece. At most, he's a realm lord. On Kong, you go." If it had been before, Zhou Kong would not have made a move. If an empty realm expert made a move against a domain realm expert, he would be laughed at. However, after Zichen displayed such powerful means, the variable that was ridiculed by everyone before added too much mystery to Zichen at this moment. Zhou Kong nodded. As an empty realm expert, he walked towards Zichen. Young Master Tian saw this scene and shook his head. He said, "Since it's a game, there are naturally rules. As a player, how can I make a move against a chess piece?" Looking at Zhou Kong, young Master Tian said, "Your opponent can only be the player." Zhou Kong said with disdain, "You?" Young Master Tian smiled faintly and said, "Everyone knows that I just don't fight. Your opponent is naturally not me." "It's me." A cold voice was heard. The Shuntian Hall Lord, Tang Nua, stood up and stared at Zhou Kong indifferently. Chapter 1796. The combat prowess Zichen displayed was simply too powerful. Since he had declared that he would be the first to kill Zichen, it was only natural that someone stronger would appear. Zhou Kong, who was from the empty realm, was the best candidate. Due to the rules of the game, the strongest combat prowess of all chess pieces was at great perfection. Since Zichen was on the chessboard and not a player, his combat prowess was at great perfection at most. Zichen took out an imperial weapon, which was extremely coveted, including Zhou Kong. Regardless of whether it was a realm lord or an empty realm, they were still within the realm of the realm, and they all used imperial weapons. As such, every imperial weapon was a precious treasure. However, when Zhou Kong appeared, Tang Nua stood up, which surprised Zhou Kong. It was worth noting that the one who did not need to care about the most was not young Master Tian, who was considered incapable of fighting, but Tang Nua. He needed to focus on controlling the seal and preventing the existence underground from appearing. If he dared to make a move, the seal would dissipate on its own without needing anyone else to do anything. Knowing the situation with the domain chief, Zichen was also very puzzled. If Tang Nua were to make a move, what would happen to the seal? As if guessing Zichen's doubts, young Master Tian turned to look at Zichen and said, "Not bad. Your growth has completely exceeded our expectations. The contest between both sides is over. Next up is the final game." As expected, in the end, because Tang Nua had stood up, if he were to make a move, the seal would definitely be blasted open. But if everyone could guess, how could Tang Nua and young Master Tian not know? Next up was obviously the time to use their trump cards. Everyone looked at Tang Nua, waiting to see what he was going to do or say. "Not just you, but all 3 of you." Tang Nua looked at the other 2 empty realm players. That was a battle between players, and Tang Nua was going to take on all 3 of them. When the 3 empty realm players heard that, they did not show any expression of being underestimated. Tang Nua, the Shuntian House Lord, was indeed qualified to take on all 3 of them. They knew very well that if it had not been for him having to guard the seal, Tang Nua would have long shaken off his position as the domain chief and become the Imperial Sky Domain's domain lord. Zhou Kong asked in puzzlement, "If you were to make a move, what about the seal?" "The seal will naturally be guarded by others," Tang Nua said. "Who? Him?" Wang Kong looked at young Master Tian. Young Master Tian shook his head and emphasized again, "I'm just not fighting. It's me." The chessboard lit up, and an old man appeared out of thin air. The old man wore a hemp robe. His face was ruddy, and he was full of vitality. His eyes were deep and bright. He stood in the void with a faint smile on his face. You still have a chess piece. Zhou Kong looked surprised. The old manor lord is not a chess piece. He is the chessboard that oversees the big picture, young Master Tian said. What? He's Shuntian Prefecture's previous prefecture lord, Ta Qi Peng. The three empty realms immediately lost their composure. That old mansion master was also a legendary figure. He had been in charge of the Shuntian Prefecture for tens of thousands of years. Back then, he had forcefully blocked the attacks of the two great families' ancestors time and time again. The two great ancestors had no choice but to go into hiding, establish a family, and change their long-term battle strategy. Forefather Zhou and Forefather Wang had great hatred in their eyes. Forefather Wang said angrily, "You old thing, as expected, you did not die." Ta Qi Peng smiled faintly. Both of you are still alive. How can I die first? Forefather Wang looked back at Forefather Zhou and said, I knew that Tang Nua was unreliable. Look, this old thing is still alive. Back then, Forefather Zhou had plotted against Ta Qi Peng. At that time, young Master Tian was in charge of calculation and deduction. The two great ancestors attacked with all their strength. After Ta Qi Peng was heavily injured, he was stopped by Tang Nua. Normally, Ta Qi Peng would die and Tang Nua would become the new prefecture lord. But today, Ta Qi Peng appeared alive. My good disciple, this should be your biggest trump card, right? The old woman smiled sinisterly. Tang Nua had targeted them for so many years. Clearly, he had learned everything about the other races and the control of the seal from Ta Qi Peng. It made sense that the latter was still alive. But so what? Even if that old thing is still alive, his injuries back then are enough to take away half of his life. His combat ability can barely be considered empty realm. You can only fight 1 against 3. Do you want to fight 1 against 5? Tang Nua shook his head and said, Student naturally cannot beat teacher. Teacher's opponent is someone else. Oh, in the entire Shuntian prefecture, there will be someone else who can be our opponent. At this time, the void trembled. A picturesque figure appeared and stood silently in the void. This was a woman in white with a perfect face. She stood in the void and looked at the two great ancestors. It's you. Seeing this woman, the two great ancestors' expressions changed. Their eyes were filled with surprise and wariness. At the same time, the others looked up. The moment they saw the woman, their minds roared as if they had been attacked by the soul. They immediately fell into a daze. She was peerless and beautiful. Even though she stood silently, she still had a demeanor that could cause chaos. She did not need any charm arts. Her every frown and smile was the most terrifying charm arts in the world. After a short daze, the sector lords reacted. With lingering fear in their eyes, they immediately turned away and did not look at the woman's face. Your opponent is me. The woman in white spoke. Her voice was as ethereal as a fairy. Zichun looked up. After seeing the other party, he was shocked and thought, why is she here? The woman's name was Zhouya. Her current name was unknown. Zichun's feelings towards this woman were very complicated. She was of a different race, but she had helped him. This made Zichun not know how to face her. He originally thought that she had disappeared, but Zichun did not expect to see her again today. Moreover, she appeared last. Her target was the two old monsters. There was really no comparison. Zhouya was still immortal, and Zichun was already a domain realm expert. But now, she could deal with the two old monsters while he was not even a sector lord. As if sensing Zichun's gaze, the woman turned to look at Zichun. She seemed to remember the unpleasantness between the two of them. In addition, Zichun's slightly changed expression and his clear eyes that were not affected by her appearance made her remember some words Zichun had said. Her eyebrows rose slightly. Zichun saw this and quickly smiled. Zichun greets fairy. It has been a long time. Manshur and the rest were very surprised. They did not expect Zichun to know her. In terms of appearance, among the three women, only Jin Qingsheng could compare. This woman was definitely the most beautiful woman they had ever seen. Humph! The woman in white snorted and ignored Zichun. I understand. You are the variable in the past, the one who spoiled my plans time and time again. Forefather Zhou looked at Zichun and suddenly said, His eyes were filled with dense killing intent. Many years ago, when she competed with the reincarnated Ling Shuang, her chances of winning were over 90%. But it was that 10% variable that caused her efforts to be in vain. And Zichun was that variable. Seeing that Ling Shuang was familiar with Zichun and connecting the dots with Zichun's identity as a variable, the old woman understood everything. So you have always been a variable. She shifted her gaze away from Zichun and looked at young Master Tian again, saying, "You are indeed the one who is more proficient in the art of divination than the art of divination. You have already started this game many years ago. He is the variable that turned the situation around. The two of you have karma. You used this karma to summon her." Heavenly Young Master shook his head and said, "It was not a summon. She came of her own accord. You can say that she came to settle the karma." Zichun clearly understood why he was a variable. Besides his own strength, he could play a greater role, which was to summon this woman whose name he did not know. Good, it is indeed a good plan. The great ancestor of the Wang clan kept nodding and said, "So, it is going to be 1 against 2 next?" The woman in white said, "It may be a little stressful to fight the one below, but it is enough to deal with you too." Tang Nua said, "Since everyone is here, let us begin. Leave the 3 empty realms to me." Heavenly Young Master nodded and said, "Only the Realm Lord and the Domain Realm are left. We can only leave them to them." Tang Nua nodded and disappeared in a flash. At the same time, the huge sword beside him disappeared, which was obviously an imperial weapon. As Tang Nua disappeared, the other 3 empty realms disappeared as well. "Don't you die." Ling Shuang glanced at Zichun indifferently and then disappeared. This time, she took the 2 great ancestors with her and disappeared. The former chief walked to Tang Nua's original position and sat down. Waves of energy surged from his body and shrouded the ground. During this time, angry roars could be heard coming from underground. The former chief ignored the roars and began to look at the entire chessboard. At the moment, the white pieces were still very powerful, but the black pieces were not weak either, especially the black piece that belonged to Zichun, which had been awakened as a dragon. He nodded in satisfaction and then looked at Zichun and praised, "Young man, you did well. Thank you for the compliment." The former chief waved his hand and said, "This is not a compliment, but the truth. Neither young Master Tian nor I can fight from now on, so we can only rely on you." "Why not?" The former chief was controlling the seal, so it was understandable that he could not fight. However, this young Master Tian was at least an empty realm master, and yet he could not fight. Zichun looked at him in confusion. Young Master Tian said, "I just don't fight. I never fight. Not even in the face of death. Never fight. Doesn't that mean that anyone could kill you?" "In theory, yes. You can even tell fate, but you can't." "I'm not a fortune teller." Zichun was speechless at young Master Tian's answer. Fortunately, there were still 2 people on their side. Although Longfei was only at the small consummation level, Zichun believed that he would not be weaker than someone at the great consummation level. As such, he cupped his hands and said, "I wonder if the 2 of you can work together to stop these 5 at the great consummation level." Chapter 1797. The dwarf's expression didn't change much before, but after hearing Zichun's words, his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Zichun's battle strength had already gained his recognition. The strong would be respected no matter where they were. However, Zichun's question made the dwarf speechless. Great perfection was the peak of the sector lord. Such an existence couldn't be compared to ordinary sector lords, nor could they be compared to small perfection. The 81 strands of realm power in their body had formed a perfect cycle, and the next step would be the empty realm. After becoming a sector lord, the first step was to find refining materials and forge an imperial weapon of their own. Apart from that, an imperial battle skill was also essential. As for increasing one's strength, it was secondary. This was because any one of the first 2 would greatly increase one's battle strength. During the process of searching, one's realm would slowly increase. When one reached great perfection, one would be able to forge their own imperial weapon and obtain 1 or 2 imperial battle skills. For example, the most common phenomenon would be a sector lord working for a family and becoming a guest elder. After serving for a certain number of years, one would receive a corresponding reward. This reward naturally included an imperial battle skill. In this way, those who reached great perfection wouldn't have a big difference in battle strength, unless there were some unlucky ones who didn't obtain an imperial weapon or imperial battle skill. However, such situations were rare. At least the 5 great perfection in front of them all had imperial weapons. However, Zichun wanted the 2 of them to work together to deal with the 5. In the dwarf's opinion, this was too difficult. Without waiting for the 2 to respond, Wang Yuanshan sneered. This is unrealistic. It's best to fight 1 against 2, and I'll stay to kill you. Zichun pondered for a moment and said, 1 against 2 is fine. While fighting 2 great perfection deities alone was a little difficult, it was not to the point where it was unacceptable. The short great perfection stage cultivator didn't waste any more words. He simply disappeared with the other 2 great perfection stage cultivators. Longfei looked back at Zichun and said, "Be careful." Zichun nodded. This was the second time he met Longfei, but he had a good impression of him. It was as if the 2 had known each other for a long time. "Sir, wait." Just as Longfei was about to disappear, Zichun called out to him. Longfei looked at Zichun in confusion. "Sir, do you have a suitable weapon? I happen to have an extra one here." As he spoke, Zichun took out a black dragon spear. Since he was able to take out a weapon at this time, it was obviously an emperor weapon. Earlier, Zichun had already taken out a royal weapon, and now, he took out another one. This shocked many of the sector lords. "Don't worry, I have my own plans." Longfei smiled and disappeared with the 2 great perfection immortals in a flash. Since Longfei was one of the 2 great perfection immortals, he obviously had an imperial weapon on him. Wang Yuanshan looked at Zichun and said, "Brat, I didn't expect you to have so many sovereign weapons." "That's great. After I kill you, all the sovereign weapons will be mine." Zichun replied coldly, "I still have a lot of royal weapons with me. If you want a weapon, let's see if you have what it takes." As he spoke, a sheathed saber appeared in Zichun's hand again. Seeing this, Wang Yuanshan's expression changed and became serious. Zichun held the saber in front of his chest and stared at Wang Yuanshan. His spiritual senses were running quickly. Clearly, he needed to find a reasonable way to fight in the next battle. Otherwise, it was very likely that all 8 of them would have died here today. On both sides of the chessboard, the 2 great experts could only watch, unable to make a move. Old Mansion Master Long Pengyi asked, "Do they have a high chance of winning?" Young Master Tian said indifferently, "It doesn't matter if it's high or low. Since we've come this far, we have no way out." Old Mansion Master said, "Then what do you mean?" "Since it's a decisive battle, we can't be merciful." With that, he raised his hand and shot out a beam of energy. This beam of energy completely ignored the restriction and exploded in the sky after passing through it. The cultivators in Shuntian Prefecture all saw this energy fluctuation from the City Lord Mansion, but most of them didn't understand the meaning of this energy fluctuation. After seeing this scene, one of the old farmers muttered, "Everything is going according to plan. It seems like the decisive battle is about to begin. Shuntian Prefecture will welcome a real reshuffle." The energy that exploded in the sky formed a strange vibration that spread in a specific direction. One of the waves spread in the direction of the Zhou clan. After sensing this wave, a middle-aged man appeared out of thin air. He stood in the sky above the Zhou clan, looking down at this huge clan that had been established for tens of thousands of years. The aura around him began to surge. Who is he? What is he doing here? It's the aura of a realm lord. He's a realm lord. Why is there a realm lord standing in the sky above our clan? What is he doing? The aura of a realm lord surged without any restraint, causing quite a commotion in the Zhou clan. Amidst the commotion, a person flew out. This was a world overlord, and he only had 3 strands of world force around him. He roared at the middle-aged man in the air. "Who are you? Don't you know where this is? You dare to release your aura here to provoke us?" The middle-aged man said indifferently, "This is the Zhou clan." This existence who had just become a realm lord said coldly, "That's right. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and scram. If you anger my ancestor, not to mention your strength at the great perfection realm, even if you are from the empty realm, you will still die." The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Then that's right. Today, the Zhou clan will disappear from Shuntian Prefecture forever." What big words, however. Just as this sector lord spoke, a palm imprint descended from the sky, ruthlessly slamming towards his head. This palm did not use any battle skills, but the 81 realm powers on the palm print still caused the Zhou clan realm lord's expression to change greatly. He hurriedly blocked it. However, the difference in realm between the two sides was too great. As the palm print fell, the entire void exploded, and a huge black hole appeared. In the center of the black hole, the Zhou clan realm lord's body smashed through a building and then fell silent. This Zhou clan realm lord was dead. There was an uproar below. All the Zhou clan cultivators looked at the middle-aged man in the sky in disbelief. This was the Zhou clan, the powerful Zhou clan. Even the mansion lord had to be wary of them. However, today, this great perfection realm lord appeared and killed a realm lord without saying a word. "Ancestor, quickly call the ancestor. Someone came to the Zhou clan to provoke us. Quickly go find the ancestor." The entire Zhou clan fell into chaos. All kinds of voices rose and fell. "Leave no one alive." After killing the Zhou clan realm lord in one move, this middle-aged man looked down at the chaotic Zhou clan cultivators and said coldly. In the void, space began to distort, and one figure after another appeared from within. These people exuded powerful auras. The weakest one of them was in existence at the 9th stage of the domain realm. There were also a number of realm lords among them. After they appeared, they immediately charged towards the Zhou clan below. Among them, there were quite a number of experts who transformed into giant beasts as they descended. "I'll have to trouble you here, sir. According to the mansion lord's orders, no one from the Zhou clan is allowed to escape alive today." The great perfection realm lord who killed the enemy in one move suddenly bowed to the void with a respectful attitude. The void trembled again, and a giant figure appeared. This was the shadow of a beast, standing in the void. Its body was half visible, but just its head was as big as a mountain. Just by showing its head, a terrifying aura swept across the heavens and earth. After feeling the aura, the panicked Zhou clan cultivators raised their heads and looked towards the sky. Then, their expressions became extremely horrified. This was because a tiger's head had appeared. Just its head alone was as big as a mountain. It peeked out from the void, its body hidden in the void, and looked down at the entire Zhou clan indifferently. After it appeared, it stood in the air like a sculpture. However, its eyes were flickering with an ice-cold light. The Zhou clan below had fallen into a chaotic battle. After those experts entered, they began to kill wantonly. Damn it, why are there so many high-level life forms here? Tiger God Mountain, they must be high-level life forms from Tiger God Mountain. These giant beasts were all battle beasts, and there was no lack of high-level life forms among them. After killing their way into the Zhou clan, they began to kill wantonly. In the chaotic battle, a realm lord who was in seclusion rushed out. After seeing the tiger's head in the sky, his face immediately lost all color. He stared at the tiger's head in the sky. His face was filled with despair. "What a good plan, what a good plan, young Master Tian, it's really a good plan." Obviously, he knew that the old ancestor was not in the clan, and the reason why they dared to take advantage of this period of time to exterminate the Zhou clan was also a scheme by young Master Tian. At this moment, a giant beast claw descended from the sky, immediately smashing the realm lord's head. A giant wolf stepped on the sky. It was obviously a realm lord level sky-devouring wolf. Other than the sky-devouring wolf, on the ground of the Zhou clan, there were constantly figures of burrowing rats appearing. Their purpose was not to kill the enemies, but to destroy all the teleportation arrays. During the battle, many Zhou clan cultivators saw that the situation was not good, and immediately abandoned the clan, taking away some cultivation resources and flying out of the clan. However, just as they flew out of the tall courtyard wall, they saw in the sky, in the eyes of the tiger's head, there were rays of cold light shooting out. Pooh, 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 pooh. All the cultivators who tried to escape, no matter if they were hiding in the dark or running away directly, could not escape the cold gaze of the tiger's head. The solidified sharp gaze pierced through the bodies of the Zhou clan cultivators, and in the process, not a single one was spared. The entire Zhou clan, after this group of mysterious people appeared, turned into a purgatory. All kinds of screams, curses, and curses rose and fell one after another. However, these people who came were expressionless, like death warriors who only knew how to kill. The Zhou clan's main camp had become a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Other than the Zhou clan's main camp, all the clans and branches that were related to the Zhou clan were also attacked at the same time. P.S. Continuous disconnection. Chapter 1798. Before the final battle began, the entire Shuntian prefecture was quiet. However, as the great battle began, many places in Shuntian prefecture began to move. In Shuntian city, many domain realm experts were on the move. Some of them had been in closed-door cultivation all year round. They were forcibly summoned and led by a middle-aged man, embarking on the journey to annihilate the families that were related to the Zhou family. That middle-aged man was the previous generation's Shuntian Dao. At the same time, in Destiny City, the current generation's fortune teller called for many experts to leave. Everyone was responsible for killing the alien races. Eliminating the forces related to the alien races was their duty. The third-ranked city, Hidden Fog City, was also mobilized. Many other cities were also mobilized. After young Master Tian sent out a beam of energy, the entire Shuntian prefecture fell into a great shuffle. The old farmer sent the news to Mengshi's residence. "How is it?" Shinker asked. He was worried about Zichun. The old farmer sent news that everything is going according to plan. Now, the entire Shuntian prefecture has fallen into the flames of war. Who will survive will depend on who has better means. However, young Master Tian's plan is obviously too big. The risk is also very high, said Mengshi. Then you are not doing anything? Are you really going to watch the show from the sidelines? Shinker asked again. Mengshi frowned and said, the Wang clan is powerful and has a lot of implications. If we can't get more information, no one is willing to take this risk. Although the Shuntian prefecture is in a heated battle right now, the real battle is still with Tang Nuo. If Tang Nuo wins this battle, the Shuntian prefecture will become an iron plate and no alien races will dare to touch it. However, if Tang Nuo loses, the Shuntian prefecture will become a dead prefecture. I'm afraid many cities will be wiped out. If that's the case, it's just right for you to lend a hand, said Shinker. There are rules everywhere. Rules can't be broken. The Wang clan is powerful and wealthy. Under such circumstances, no one won't be jealous. Wait a little longer. There will be someone who can't resist the temptation. Shinker suddenly thought of something and asked, do you think that young Master Tian had already predicted that you would do this? That's why he never considered the Wang family from the beginning to the end. He only focused all his energy on wiping out the Zhou family. There's no need to scheme at all. Beating a dog when it's down is something that everyone likes to do. Moreover, this is a situation where there are enormous benefits to be gained. During these years, young Master Tian has already investigated all the movements of the Zhou clan and all the branches. He has also been waiting for today's battle. As for the Wang clan, although he hasn't investigated them, he has already thoroughly investigated all the other aristocratic families in the Royal Heaven region. Once the Wang clan loses, the Wang clan of the Royal Heaven region will disappear even more thoroughly than the Zhou clan. Just as young Master Tian gave the signal, Zichun already had a battle strategy in his heart. He looked at Wang Yuanshan and said coldly, since you want to kill me so much, do you dare to fight me to the death? What did you say? Wang Yuanshan was a little stunned, and so were the others who were about to make a move. A domain realm cultivator actually challenged a great perfection realm cultivator. They thought that they had misheard. Idiot. He said he wants to challenge you. He's asking if you dare. Just when everyone was dumbstruck, Manshur added, what did you say? Wang Yuanshan's eyes flashed coldly. The emperor weapon in his hand trembled slightly, and a powerful energy fluctuation spread out. Even Zichun might not be Wang Yuanshan's opponent, let alone Manshur. He shrunk his head and said, why are you looking at me? I'm not the one who wants to challenge you. It's Zichun. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Of course, It will be in his domain world. Why wouldn't I dare? Wang Yuanshan turned to Zichun and said, I was just careless just now. Don't think that I'm truly afraid of you. Next, I'll let you see what a great perfection Realm Lord is. Just as he was speaking, Wang Yuanshan placed his other hand behind his back and waved lightly. I also want to see how strong a great perfection Realm Lord is. Zichun sneered and unleashed a domain realm energy that enveloped Wang Yuanshan. Swish. Following that, the three figures disappeared. That's right, there were three people. The last one was an initial perfection Realm Lord. He appeared in front of Wang Yuanshan in an instant and followed Wang Yuanshan into Zichun's domain world. Obviously, Zichun was going to fight two people at once. Manshur and the others' expressions changed drastically as they cursed Wang Yuanshan for being shameless. Haha, this time, you're dead meat. Wang Yuanshan's figure had already disappeared, but his laughter was still echoing. To be able to make such a move, he was obviously afraid of Zichun. Wang Yuanshan disappeared with an initial perfection Realm Lord, leaving only 9 initial perfection Realm Lords on the battlefield. Young Master Tian and the Old Mansion Master were stunned when they saw this scene. Both of them couldn't understand who was deliberately scheming against who between Zichun and Wang Yuanshan. As for the battlefield, there were only 9 initial perfection Realm Lords, 21 Realm Lords, and more than 200 9th grade Domain Realm Lords left to fight against Manshur's 7 Domain Realm Lords. In an instant, everyone closed in on them, their eyes full of ridicule and mockery. With so many experts, if they couldn't kill the 7 Domain Realm Lords, then they would have lived in vain. What should we do next? Manshur felt his throat dry up, and he couldn't speak clearly. There was no way to fight against so many experts. Take out your trump cards and fight. Shun Tiandao shouted as he took out his Emperor weapon. Boom! He released his aura and infused his realm power into the royal weapon. A powerful and violent aura instantly spread out. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. One of them cried out, Royal weapon! It's the royal weapon again. However, Manshur and the others used their actions to tell them that this was just the beginning. The remaining 6 people's auras were completely violent, and then one royal weapon after another appeared. Royal weapon. It's the royal weapon again. It's the royal weapon again. This is the aura of the royal weapon again. Damn it. Are they really Domain Realm Lords? How can they have so many royal weapons? And one for each of them. Manshur and the others took out their royal weapons one after another, and the Realm Lords and earthly perfections were dumbfounded. There were dozens of Realm Lords and 9 earthly perfections, but they didn't have a single royal weapon. This showed the true value of the royal weapon. However, the Domain Realm Lords in front of them each had a royal weapon. This was too shocking. The Old Mansion Master and Young Master Tian were also stunned when they saw this. They finally understood why the 7 Domain Realm Lords could be used as pawns. In terms of combat strength, each of them might only be equivalent to a Realm Lord, but with the royal weapon in their hands, they could be compared to earthly perfections. Even so, there were more earthly perfections than them, and there were more than 20 Realm Lords. The situation was still very unfavorable for them. The earthly perfections' eyes were burning with passion. As long as they killed the Domain Realm Lords, they would no longer lack royal weapons. The crowd, who had been attracted by the royal weapons, didn't realize that there was one more person. The new person was Zichun, whose body was shining with gold and silver light. He held a dragon bow in his hand. After he appeared, he knocked an arrow on the bow and pointed it at one of the earthly perfections. The earthly perfection's face changed when he sensed danger, and he instinctively dodged to the side. Puff. However, his speed couldn't be compared to the royal weapon's attack. The dragon god's arrow instantly pierced through his chest, and the earthly perfection's power started to wreak havoc. However, the earthly perfections didn't die. At the critical moment, more than 30 realm powers formed in his body and saved him. However, the earthly perfections was severely injured, and his combat strength was greatly reduced. Zichun didn't have to worry about him at all. Such a change naturally alarmed the others. Then, they saw Zichun at the back, and their expressions changed. Why are you here? Where's the family head? The crowd was in disbelief. Zichun had already fought with Wang Yuanshan, so why was he here? The old chief was also confused. Like the others, he didn't believe that Zichun could kill two people so quickly. Young Master Tian's eyes flickered. It seemed to be a kind of eye technique. After looking at Zichun for a few breaths, he nodded, and there was undisguised surprise in his eyes. "What's going on?" the old chief asked. "It's a clone, but it's no different from the original. There's such a clone in the world. There are all kinds of strange things in the world." While the two were talking, Zichun's clone in front of them knocked an arrow on the bow again and aimed at the second earthly perfections. The earthly perfection's face changed drastically. The energy around him instantly surged, and he took out a weapon at the same time. Unfortunately, it wasn't a royal weapon, but a domain weapon. This was the most obvious difference between the two sides. The reason why Zichun and the others all had royal weapons was that they had the support of an entire world behind them. This world provided them with dragon weapons, and Lei Long, who was about to become the ruler, upgraded their weapons. That was why they all had royal weapons. But behind these world overlords, there were only two great clans. Maybe in the eyes of the world, these two great clans were already extremely huge and had many resources. They could even recruit world overlords to work for them. But compared to the resources of an entire world, these two clans couldn't be considered anything. The earthly perfections targeted by Zichun changed his expression and retreated rapidly. However, while he was afraid of Zichun, he neglected Manshur and the others. Manshur transformed and smashed the mace in his hand at the earthly perfections. This attack was very powerful. If a earthly perfections was hit, he would be injured even if he didn't die. This was the difference between having a royal weapon and not having one. Facing Manshur's attack, the earthly perfections couldn't dodge at all. With a loud bang, he was sent flying, and the defense around him was instantly shattered. The moment his defense was broken, Zichun released the bowstring. The dragon god arrow turned into a beam of light and shot directly between the earthly perfection's eyebrows. Puffed! The dragon god arrow pierced through the heart. The two types of energy exploded, and together with the power of the world of destruction, they instantly extinguished the earthly perfection's life force. An earthly perfections died. However, during this time, the other realm lords also launched powerful attacks. Waves of world power attacked Shuntian Dao, Manshur, and the others. In this situation, it was definitely a siege. The destructive power produced was unimaginable. Even Zichun had to avoid it. Shuntian Dao and the others were also dodging. In the process of dodging, they released a powerful aura around them. Then, a defensive dragon armor appeared. On the dragon armor, there was the aura of an royal weapon. "This is an royal armor." Seeing this, the realm lords couldn't help but gasp. Chapter 1799. Everyone had an emperor weapon. This battle wasn't going to be easy. Now that Manshur and the rest had taken out their defensive emperor weapons, it meant that there was no way to fight. The old mansion master's face was filled with astonishment when he saw this. That was an emperor-grade armor. Even a perfect realm might not be able to get one because of the huge amount of materials required. But now, Manshur and the rest had one each. Many sector lords' attacks landed on their bodies, but they couldn't even break through their defenses. Haha. Young Master Tian's carefree laughter rang out, as expected of the variable in the divination. "Every time, you can give me a big surprise. With this, our chances of winning are even higher. Moreover, this battle seems like a little bullying." One side was armed to the teeth and had tyrannical combat strength, while the other side was unarmed. Under such circumstances, it was indeed a bit of a bully. Moreover, Zichun's doppelganger wasn't any weaker than his original body. Every time he drew his bow, there would be a perfect realm cultivator facing death. Although the opponent had a lot of people, there was no way to fight this battle. Peft! This time, Zichun directly aimed at a sector lord. Even though the opponent had already sensed it, a single arrow was still insta-killed without any suspense. This was the difference. Puffed, puffed. Zichun shot 2 more arrows, and another 2 sector lords died. Powerful sector lords were the envy of all realms. Today, they were the targets of a massacre. But these sector lords couldn't escape from this massacre. Charge and kill him. Otherwise, everyone will die. Seeing their comrades die one by one, the sector lords went crazy. They shuttled through space and charged towards Zichun. The bow's power was long-range. Once it got close, it wouldn't be effective. Everyone believed that as long as they got close to Zichun, they would be able to kill him. But as soon as they moved, Zichun was already gone. The original body had the fastest speed in the world, but the doppelganger's speed wasn't weak either. Zichun flashed to another location and shot another arrow. Buffed! The fourth sector lord died under the mystical dragon bow. Damn it, don't just stand there like idiots. Hurry up and come over. Are you just going to stand there and wait for death? A sector lord angrily shouted at those domain realm experts. At this moment of life and death, those people actually stood there foolishly and watched the show. The group of domain realm cultivators came to their senses and charged towards Zichun. As for why they didn't charge at the others, it was because they were all too weak before the Imperial armaments. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Zichun's mouth when he saw this scene. Next to the doppelganger Zichun, two figures appeared out of thin air. These two people both had the appearance of Zichun, but their auras were completely different. One of them was surrounded by a resplendent golden light and held a dragon's spear in his hand. The other person was surrounded by a silver light and also held a dragon's spear in his hand. Those were the two clones Zichun had once used. However, the weapons in their hands were only royal armaments, not imperial armaments. Following two loud dragon roars, the two clones instantly transformed into dragons and charged toward the domain realm experts. Either of the two avatars was equivalent to Zichun using only one type of energy, which was equivalent to Zichun's usual strength when he was hiding his true strength. Any one of them could easily kill the domain realm experts, not to mention the two clones. The two clones transformed into dragons and charged forward to kill. That's right, it was a massacre. Regardless of whether it was the humans or the foreign races, they couldn't escape from Zichun's hands. Zichun is really something. As a legendary figure, Ta Pang couldn't help but exclaim when he saw this scene. The battle was completely one-sided. Manshur and the others, who were armed to the teeth, displayed their powerful combat strength. Let's wait for the lords to appear. For absolute earthly sovereigns and 8 sector lords had died, but they still couldn't stop Zichun. Finally, they stopped charging forward foolishly and hid themselves. This kind of aimless charge was purely courting death. Once their defense was broken, they would definitely be killed by Zichun. In an instant, everyone disappeared and hid in their own worlds. Because of their levels, Manshur and the others couldn't sense the exact location of these people. Zichun also lost his target and couldn't help but frown. This way, even if he had powerful means, he couldn't sense the location of others and naturally couldn't kill them. As for the domain realm experts, they also hid. But Zichun could sense with his perfect spiritual thoughts that the clones were still killing. In an instant, there were two extremes in the situation. On one side, there was a frenzied slaughter and endless screams, while on the other side, it was very quiet. Manshur and the others had their backs against each other, gripping their royal armaments tightly as they guarded their surroundings in case the domain realm lords suddenly appeared. Zichun was still aimlessly searching for his target, so the situation was very passive. Kill to your heart's content. Young Master Tion's voice suddenly sounded. He waved his sleeves, and the white chess pieces on the chessboard suddenly left the chessboard and flew into the void. The white chess pieces flew out and stopped at various places, floating in the air. Since they are chess pieces, they naturally can't escape the senses of the chess pieces. Young Master Tion said, "The chess pieces correspond to the positions of the other chess pieces." A light flashed in the eyes of Zichun's clone, and he directly shot an arrow at a stopped white chess piece. Bang! The arrow shot out, and the chess piece exploded. A scream was heard as a domain realm lord appeared and died. All the domain realm lords were chess pieces, and they all had corresponding positions. At this moment, they were hidden, but the chess pieces automatically marked their positions under the control of young Master Tion. Bang! Zichun shot another arrow, and another white chess piece shattered. The arrow directly entered the void and appeared on the other side. Another domain realm lord appeared and fell to the ground, dead. Die, Mansur shouted as he raised the mace in his hand, and with a destructive aura, he hit a white chess piece. Swish! A trace of heavenly Tao energy was added to the spear. Obeying heavenly Tao held the spear tightly and shot it at a white chess piece. Wu Xie, fortune teller, Jin Qingqing, and the others also launched powerful attacks one after another. Their targets were the unmoving white chess pieces. At this moment, with the white chess pieces pointing the way, these hidden domain realm lords became living targets. Bang! 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 The white chess pieces shattered one after another, which meant that the domain realm lords were dead. Some white chess pieces were directly hit away and didn't shatter. This meant that the domain realm lords were still alive, and they just had to continue attacking. Looking at the battle, Old Mansion Lord nodded with satisfaction and said, "The battle here is already decided. I wonder how the other places are doing." Young Master Tian said, "During this period, we have already deduced many times. The biggest variable is here. As long as we can protect this place, our chances of winning are as high as 80%. Although this was the weakest battlefield, it was also the biggest one. Once this place couldn't hold on, both young Master Tian and Old Mansion Lord would face the danger of death. Once the two of them died, the underground seal would naturally dissipate. Hence, in the previous deductions, this place was the most crucial and also the most variable. Fortunately, Ziqian, this variable, didn't disappoint them. Once again, he perfectly deduced the strongest variable. Under the continuous deaths, these domain realm lords also sensed that something was wrong and appeared again. However, this time, they didn't care about Ziqian and the others. Instead, they directly rushed towards young Master Tian and Old Mansion Lord. Obviously, they also grasped this crucial point. As long as they killed the two of them, the seal would be broken and the foreign race's old monster would come out. No matter how powerful the variable was, they would still die. Looking at these domain realm lords whose eyes were red, young Master Tian couldn't help but shake his head. Indeed, he couldn't fight, and Old Mansion Lord couldn't fight either. However, he didn't remember saying that they couldn't defend. Old Mansion Lord just shook his hand, and a light shield enveloped the two of them. This was just a temporary light shield. Normally, if a complete earthly sovereign attacked with all his strength, it would only take 3 attacks to break it. However, there were no complete earthly sovereigns here, only lesser complete earthly sovereigns. If everyone joined forces, it would take a few breaths of time. This time wasn't long, but it definitely wasn't short because in a few breaths of time, Zichun would be able to shoot more than 10 arrows and kill more than 10 domain realm lords. These domain realm lords seemed to have gone crazy as they desperately attacked the light shield. Puff! Zichun easily drew his bow and shot an arrow through the forehead of a domain realm lord, ending his life. Mansur and the others flashed forward and attacked with all their might. It was useless, completely useless. These domain realm lords desperately attacking the light shield would only cause them to die faster. Ah! Desperate screams resounded throughout the entire mansion. Another domain realm lord died. Who would have thought that so many domain realm lords would die in the hands of 8 domain realm lords? Moreover, from the beginning to the end, they didn't cause any effective damage. They were very unwilling, but there was nothing they could do. At this moment, other than cultivation realm, resources became the main factor that determined success or failure. If everyone had royal weapons and armors, they would definitely be able to defeat Zichun and the others. How could they die so tragically? The battle ended, and not a single domain realm lord survived. As for domain realm lords, only one was left. Lord Zichun, don't kill me. I'm Deku, a native of the battlefield of despair. I'm from the same clan as the Tomb Guardian clan. In front of the 2 clones, a peaked domain realm lord was hiding in a corner, his face full of fear as he begged for mercy. You're Deku, the one who destroyed the teleportation array, the golden Zichun clone said. It's a misunderstanding, Lord Zichun. This is a misunderstanding. Back then, Deku's face was full of fear as he immediately tried to explain. Puff. A dragon spear pierced Deku's throat. The golden Zichun said coldly, I hate traitors like you the most. Deku seemed to want to say something, but blood kept pouring out of his mouth, making it impossible for him to say a single word. The light in his eyes gradually disappeared, and his life was extinguished. At this point, all the domain realm lords were dead. Not a single one of the cultivators from the two great clans was left alive. The battle here was over, but no one was excited because there was another battle waiting for them. Nodding at young Master Tion and the old mansion lord, Zichun led the group of 7 into his own domain realm. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.